Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Professor Lu Ping glanced around the classroom, a smile playing on his lips. Today we won't look at the textbook, we'll have a practical lesson. The students immediately became excited and stuffed their textbooks back into their bags. Charlie recalled Lockhart's practical class last semester and the farce involving the Cornish elves. Since that incident, Lockhart has never dared to teach a practical lesson again, and every class consists of having students read his books that boast about himself. Quirrell, a first-year student, was extremely perfunctory in class because of Voldemort and basically just read from the textbook. So far, even though they are in third grade, they haven't had a single proper practical lesson. I wonder how well Professor Lu Ping teaches. Follow me. Professor Lu Ping was the first to walk out of the classroom. The students filed out and followed behind him. Halfway there, I heard a rustling sound ahead. Mischievous Ghost was squatting in front of a door, holding a wad of pink chewing gum in his hand and trying to put it into the keyhole. He chuckled strangely as he stuffed it in, clearly pleased with his prank. Professor Lu Ping stopped in his tracks. Peeves looked up, saw Professor Lupin, and let out a strange laugh. He floated into the air, circled around Professor Lupin, and began to sing an unpleasant song. The eccentric Lupin, the ragged Lupin, the students were stunned. Although Mischievous Ghost usually likes to tease students, he is still respectful to the professor. At least he won't sing mocking songs to his face. But now he was completely impolite to Professor Lupin, even somewhat rude. Ron muttered to himself, "What's wrong with Mischief?" Hermione frowned, clearly sensing that something was amiss, but Professor Lupin was not angry. His expression remained gentle, even carrying a hint of helpless smile. "Little devil," Professor Lupin's voice was calm. "Since you've stuck the chewing gum in the keyhole, Mr. Filch can't get in to get the broom. Let's talk about taking the gum out of the keyhole." Pippi rolled his eyes and spat twice at Professor Lupin. The students gasped. Had he always been this brave? Even the most good-tempered professor wouldn't tolerate this kind of provocation. Professor Lu Ping sighed. He drew his wand and turned to look at the students. "Next, I'll teach you a very useful spell." He raised his wand and aimed it at the keyhole. Wadi Vasish. A beam of white light shot out from the tip of the wand. The chewing gum in the keyhole flew out like a bullet, tracing a pink path through the air before precisely entering Pippi's nostril. Pippi Ghost froze for a second, then covered his nose and let out a scream. Ah! He did a somersault in the air, then flew away cursing. A burst of laughter erupted in the corridor as the students looked at Professor Lupin with admiration. Most of them had been tricked by Peeves and were helpless against him. The group continued on their way and arrived at the entrance to the faculty lounge. Professor Lu Ping opened the door and gestured for the students to come in. Charlie went inside and looked around at this place he had never been before. The walls were made of wood and there were a few old armchairs inside. A cabinet stood against the wall, making it look like a storage room. This is where professors usually take a short break after class. Snape was sitting in an armchair by the window, flipping through the book in his hands. Hearing the noise, he looked up, his deep black eyes sweeping over the students who came in, finally settling on Lu Ping. A cold smile crept across his lips. "Oh, Lupin, what are you doing?" Professor Lu Ping smiled. "I brought my students here for a practical lesson." He turned to close the door. Snape stood up, his black robes unfurling like bat wings. "Don't close the door, Lupin. I don't want to stay here and watch you teach." Charlie, like a badger in a melon patch, smelled the scent of a big melon. There was definitely going to be a conflict between them. Unfortunately, Professor Lu Ping did not respond. Snape strode toward the door, stopping as he passed the students. He glanced at the students and said sarcastically, "Perhaps no one has told you, but there's a student in this class named Neville Longbottom. He'll mess up everything you ask him to do, so it's best not to let him do anything." Neville stood in the crowd, his face instantly turning red. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. If his opponent hadn't been a professor, he would have loved to use the dueling techniques Charlie had taught him. Professor Lu Ping's smile remained unchanged, gentle, and sincere. "I was actually planning to have Neville help me with the first step of the teaching." He turned to look at Neville, his eyes full of trust. "I believe he will perform well." Neville was stunned, his ears turning even redder than before. No professor has ever defended him like this before. Snape snorted and wrinkled his hooked nose. His gaze swept across the students, finally settling on Charlie, his eyes becoming meaningful. You'd better be more alert during class. If you notice anything unusual, it's best to review your textbook to see what might be causing these issues. After saying that, he tossed his robe and walked out of the lounge like a disgruntled bat. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Snape seemed to be hinting at something. Do you really believe I can understand you, Professor Snape, you rascal? Faced with Professor Snape's trust, Charlie chose to put the matter behind him. I had no intention of even trying to solve the riddle. Was the food in the cafeteria bad, or was it the sleep in the dorm unpleasant? Professor Lupin closed the door with a calm expression, turned around, and still had a gentle smile on his face. He gestured for the students to come to an old wardrobe. The wardrobe shook violently, making thumping noises, and the entire cabinet was trembling. Several students were so startled that they jumped back, nearly bumping into people behind them. Don't be afraid, Professor Lupin's voice was calm and reassuring. There's a boggart inside. He turned around and looked at the students. Does anyone know what a boggart is? Hermione immediately raised her hand, almost reflexively. A boggart is a shapeshifter. It can transform into what we fear most. Professor Lupin nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. Excellent answer. Gryffindor adds 5 points. He walked to the wardrobe and knocked on the door. Boggart prefers dark, enclosed spaces, so they could be hidden in closets, under the bed, or in cupboards. Charlie has a strange appearance, can shapeshift, and likes to hide in dark corners. What kind of old king of the magical world is this? Professor Lupin paused, then added. One more thing to add, the boggart inside the closet doesn't have a specific shape. It doesn't know what the people outside are afraid of. Only when it sees you will it transform into your greatest fear. The students looked at each other, somewhat nervous. The spell to defeat the boggart is very simple, but it requires immense willpower. All you need to do is imagine the boggart transforming into a comical, ridiculous form. He looked around. Practice the spell with me. Hilarious, hilarious, hilarious. The students chanted in unison, their voices varying in pitch. Very good, let's try again, Professor Lupin encouraged. Your voice should be firmer. Hilarious, hilarious. This time the voices were much more unified. Professor Lupin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on Neville. Navy, you go first. Neville looked a little confused and pointed to himself. Me? That's right. Professor Lupin walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. Navy, what are you most afraid of? Neville opened his mouth, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. After Charlie's tutelage over this period, he is no longer as timid as before. At least he dared to take direct action against Malfoy's provocations. But there was one person who remained a hurdle he couldn't overcome. That was Snape. His conflicts with Snape in class were basically 30-70. He was scolded 7 times in 3 minutes. Potions class was always torture. Snape always found a reason to deduct points from his score and mock his stupidity. This made Neville both angry and afraid of Snape. Professor Snape, Neville whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, a few soft laughs rang out in the classroom. Professor Lupin did not smile. His expression remained serious. Very well, then let's imagine Professor Snape looking comical. He paused, his voice encouraging. It can be as funny as you want. He could be dancing, or he could be wearing your grandma's clothes. I believe Professor Snape won't mind. Charlie now understood why Snape was so hostile towards Professor Lupin from the start. You, Lupin, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are probably a bit dark inside when you cut yourself open. Neville paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. He took a deep breath and walked to the cabinet door. The surrounding students stepped back to make room. Charlie stood in the crowd, watching the scene with great interest. Professor Lupin drew his wand and waved it gently. The cabinet door slowly opened. A black figure emerged from the cabinet, his long robes billowing, greasy black hair hanging down his sides, and a high, prominent hooked nose. Exactly the same as Professor Snape just now, Boggart, disguised as Snape, strode menacingly toward Neville with icy eyes. Neville's body stiffened for a moment, but the next second a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. During potions class, he was so humiliated by Snape's scolding that he couldn't lift his head. If it weren't for their roles as teacher and student, he probably would have already retaliated. Now that the Boggart before him looked exactly like Snape, Neville's anger instantly overwhelmed his fear. You always scare me, and now you're still trying to scare me in defense against the dark arts class. What a waste of the class. Thus, evil arose in the heart and anger was born in the gall. Neville suddenly raised his leg and delivered a groin kick directly to Boggart's groin. Bang! Boggart let out a scream, doubled over, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin. Ron gasped and muttered to himself, "Oh my God." Harry unconsciously clutched his groin, feeling a faint phantom pain. He warned himself, never mess with Neville. Neville did not stop. He took out his wand, pointed it at the boggart on the ground, and loudly chanted, "Hilarious, hilarious." A beam of white light shot out from the tip of the wand. Boggart's body changed instantly. It had 2 bruises on its face, its eye sockets were swollen like walnuts, its nose was crooked to one side, and its lips were cracked. Boggart lay on the ground, wailing loudly like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Even the most terrifying person wouldn't be terrifying if they looked like this. Professor Lupin withdrew his hand, which he had been trying to use to stop him, his expression somewhat complicated. He looked at Boggart, who was lying on the ground crying, and thought to himself how much resentment the child must be harboring. After Neville's encounter, the story moves on to the next one. Parvati sees a blood-stained mummy, Seamus sees a female ghost, Ron sees an eight-eyed giant spider, Ernie sees a vampire, and Justin sees his treasured magazines discovered by his mother. Each student reacts differently when faced with Boggart. Parvati screamed in terror, but gritted her teeth and recited the spell. The mummy was dressed in a ballet tutu and limped around doing comical dance steps. Simo's curse gave the female ghost a bow on her head and cheap lipstick, making her look like an old woman who had made a bad makeup mistake. Ron's hands trembled violently when facing the eight-eyed giant spider, but he eventually managed to turn the spider into someone who was wearing roller skates and had fallen down. Ernie then dressed the vampire in pink bunny ears and gave him a pacifier. Justin's face turned pale when he faced his mother, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After he successfully cast the spell, the magazine in his mother's hand turned into a textbook. Justin breathed a sigh of relief, which drew good-natured laughter from those around him. Charlie stood in line, genuinely curious about what Boggart would become when it was his turn. To be honest, there's nothing he's afraid of right now. How many of those monsters or magical creatures could withstand his unparalleled attacks? When it was Charlie's turn, he stepped forward and made eye contact with Justin's mother. The other students were very curious about what Charlie was afraid of and stared intently at Justin's mother. The next second, her whole body began to tremble violently, and her outline gradually blurred and distorted. Rows of desks appeared out of nowhere and were neatly arranged in the room. Each desk had a label on its upper right corner, covered with a dense list of names. The blackboard seemed to grow out of the wall. The light from outside the window turned a stark white, streaming through the glass and casting a cold, icy hue over the entire scene. A tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the classroom. The air itself seemed heavy. Charlie's face froze instantly. He stared at the scene before him, his lips twitching slightly. Damn it, it's the college entrance exam. Everyone's college entrance exam experience is different, but Charlie happened to experience the most terrifying kind. Even after being transported here for so long, he still occasionally has nightmares. In my dream, I was sitting in an exam hall, and I hadn't written a single word on the exam paper, but it was almost time to hand in the paper. The proctor stared at him from the podium, the countdown clock ticking away in his heart. That feeling of powerlessness, that despair, was even more terrifying than facing Voldemort. Ron's eyes widened. What is this, a classroom? Hermione squinted, carefully observing the desks and blackboard. It's a bit like an exam at a muggle school, but why is the atmosphere so oppressive? Harry frowned, completely bewildered. Why would Charlie be afraid of exams? Is Boggart crazy? Charlie's temples throbbed. He took a deep breath and raised his wand. Hilarious, hilarious. This time his voice was exceptionally firm as he chanted the incantation, even carrying a hint of gritted teeth. A beam of white light shot out. The simulated exam room in Boggart exploded instantly. The desks exploded into pieces, the blackboard split in two, and the exam papers flew through the air before turning to ashes. The entire scene looked as if it had been bombed by a missile, completely reduced to ruins. Charlie instantly felt refreshed. He'd been wanting to blow up this awful place for a long time. Transformation was accompanied by screams and laughter from the students, turning the entire faculty lounge into chaos. Boggart moved through the crowd, gradually approaching Harry. Harry gripped his wand tightly, his palms slightly sweaty. He took a deep breath, ready to prepare. He wondered what Boggart would become, Voldemort, a Dementor. Just as Boggart was about to reach Harry, Professor Lupin suddenly rushed forward. "Look here," he shouted, pointing his wand at Boggart. Boggart turned around abruptly and met Professor Lupin's eyes. Its body was deformed, its outline blurred and distorted, and a full moon appeared out of nowhere. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Professor Lupin is afraid of the moon? That's a bit strange. Ron muttered to himself, what's so scary about the moon? Professor Lupin raised his wand with an unperturbed expression. Hilarious, hilarious. A beam of white light shot out. The full moon instantly transformed into a light bulb, swayed in the air, and then flew back into the wardrobe. Bang! The cabinet door slammed shut. The faculty lounge was quiet for a few seconds, then erupted in enthusiastic applause. Professor Lupin turned around, a smile returning to his face. That was fantastic, everyone did a wonderful job. His voice softened. Especially Neville, for your outstanding performance, Gryffindor adds 5 points. Neville's face flushed instantly and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Professor Lupin looked around and added, that concludes today's lesson. Your homework is to write a paper about boggarts about a foot long. Get out of class, dismissed. The students packed up their belongings and left the faculty lounge, the corridor filled with excited chatter. Did you see that mummy wearing a ballet tutu, hahaha? And that giant eight-eyed spider, the way it fell down while wearing roller skates was hilarious. Neville kicked Boggart squarely, that was brutal. Everyone was talking at once, but Harry remained sullen. He walked at the very back of the group, head down, his face grim. Professor Lupin deliberately prevented Harry from dealing with the boggart. Was it because Harry fainted on the train and the professor thought he was incompetent? This made Harry very upset. Hermione was also unhappy. She and Harry were among the few who hadn't had a chance to deal with the boggarts. I'd also like to try and deal with the boggarts, Hermione muttered to herself. Charlie, who was walking beside her, turned around when he heard this. Then it would become a library without a single book. Hermione imagined the scene and shuddered. That's terrifying. Soon it was the weekend. The entire school took defense against the dark arts, which became the most popular course in the school. In the hallways and at the dining tables, students could be heard excitedly discussing Boggart's metamorphosis and Professor Lupin's teaching methods. However, there are exceptions. Some Slytherins had reservations about Professor Lupin. Draco sat at the table, poking at the steak on his plate with his fork, his tone full of disdain. That robe was covered in patches, he looked like a beggar. He rolled his eyes. When did Hogwarts become so poor that it can't even afford to buy a new robe for the professor? Pansy nodded, agreeing. Exactly, it's embarrassing to look at. Gore and Crabbe ate in silence, not saying a word. They did find Professor Lupin's lectures quite interesting, but they didn't dare say so in front of Draco. Snape was even more unhappy. He'd heard from somewhere that Neville had kicked him in the groin during class, even though it was him in boggart form. This made Snape's face even more somber than usual, and he exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. For this reason, he went to even greater lengths to cause trouble for Neville during potions class. Neville was powerless to resist his oppression and could only suppress his anger, preparing to unleash it all on Professor Snape during the next defense against the dark arts class. Besides targeting Neville, Snape was also hostile towards Lupin. He would glare fiercely at anyone who mentioned Lupin's name. This shows how deep Snape's hatred for Professor Lupin was, even temporarily surpassing his hatred for Harry. Hagrid's life wasn't easy either. Because of the giant spider incident, Professor McGonagall called him into her office and gave him a stern warning. This resulted in the classes becoming rather routine over the next few days. He no longer took his students to see dangerous creatures, but instead explained relatively gentle animals such as salamanders and florper caterpillars according to the textbook. The students reacted differently. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to see the eight-eyed giant spider. But Fred and George were greatly disappointed. They had been really looking forward to what Hagrid would do in his 5th grade magical creatures class, but now it was just as unremarkable as ever. In the Great Hall, Charlie walked up to Harry and gave him a wink. Harry immediately stood up, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. He glanced at Ron and Hermione, who quickly understood and stood up as well. As soon as the 4 of them stepped out of the auditorium, they heard footsteps behind them. Harry turned around and his face instantly fell. Draco had somehow caught up with them, while Goyle and Crabbe were left in the Great Hall by him. Ron frowned and muttered to himself, "What's he doing here?" Hermione was also somewhat surprised, but she didn't say anything, only looking at Charlie. Draco walked over to the group, his chin slightly raised, his gaze sweeping over Harry's face with a hint of provocation. Harry stared at him, clenching his fists. Their eyes met in midair and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "Malfoy," Harry's voice was cold, broken. Draco's lips curled into a smile and he was about to utter a sarcastic remark when Charlie turned and walked deeper into the corridor. "Keep up," Charlie said without turning his head. Harry gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and quickly followed. Ron and Hermione followed. Draco lagged behind, the sarcastic words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered, feeling extremely uncomfortable, but he still caught up. The corridor was quiet, with only the echoes of a few footsteps. A few days ago in the auditorium, Charlie said he had a way to catch Sirius, but he didn't say exactly how. So Harry, very anxious, caught up with Charlie and whispered, "What's your idea?" Charlie didn't stop. "It's simple, you'll be the bait." Harry paused, then asked, "A decoy?" "Yes." Charlie turned and glanced at him. Since Sirius is looking for you, let's go with the flow and spread rumors of your presence in Hogsmeade to lure Sirius into a trap. Harry clenched his fists even tighter, his knuckles turning white. He remembered what Draco had said in the Great Hall and the deaths of his parents. If it weren't for that traitor, perhaps he could have grown up under the care of his parents instead of living under someone else's roof and being bullied. Okay. Harry nodded in agreement almost without hesitation. I agree, Charlie smiled. He was also trying to catch Sirius as soon as possible, in case Sirius went to the orphanage to interrogate Harry about his situation. Even with Norman guarding the orphanage, it wasn't 100% safe. Harry's cooperation pleased Charlie greatly. Ron opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately kept it closed. He knew Harry's temperament. Once he made up his mind, no one could dissuade him. Hermione frowned, a worried look on her face. This wasn't the week for students to go to Hogsmeade, and leaving the school without permission was a violation of school rules, but that wasn't what worried her. She was worried about Harry's safety. She quickened her pace and came to Harry's side. Harry, Hermione's voice was hesitant. Wouldn't this be too dangerous? Harry turned to look at her, his eyes resolute. I'm not afraid. Hermione bit her lip. But Sirius is a murderer. What if something unexpected happens? There won't be any surprises, Harry interrupted her. I will definitely catch him. Hermione opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but seeing Harry's expression, she ultimately remained silent. Ron, standing to the side, pursed his lips and whispered, with Charlie around, you should worry more about whether Sirius will come than Harry's safety. Hermione paused, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. It seemed that was indeed the case. Charlie led the group to the statue of the hunchbacked witch. Harry asked, puzzled, how did we get here? Charlie didn't answer. He simply pulled out his wand and tapped it on the statue, separate left and right sides. The statue made a slight scraping sound and a crack appeared on its back. Draco raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he had been at Hogwarts for 3 years, this was the first time he had ever seen this secret passage. Ron's eyes widened. There's a secret passage here. Hermione leaned closer to observe, her eyes full of curiosity. Charlie went in first, followed closely by the others. The secret passage was pitch black. Only the outlines of the people in front of you could be seen. The stone slabs underfoot were slippery, and water droplets kept falling from above. The air was filled with the smell of mildew and earth. Harry walked behind Ron, holding onto the wall as he moved forward step by step. The wall was cold and slightly damp to the touch. Where does this road lead? Hermione asked softly. The Honeyduke of Hogsmeade, Charlie's voice came from the front. Draco stepped on a loose stone, slipped and almost fell. He steadied himself by leaning against the wall and cursed under his breath. Ron was trying not to laugh. Draco turned and glared at him, but Ron immediately pretended nothing had happened. After walking for about 10 minutes, Charlie pushed open the trapdoor on top of his head. The area was surrounded by wooden crates, each labeled with the name of a different candy. The air was filled with a rich, sweet aroma, a blend of cream, chocolate, and fruit candy. This is the Honeyduke's storeroom. Charlie turned to look at the group. Before we go out, put on the disillusionment charm. He raised his wand and silvery light flowed from its tip, pouring down like water from above his head. Charlie and the others gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely into the air. Harry exclaimed, "The disillusionment spell is more effective than my invisibility cloak." Hermione shook her head. A normal disappearance charm only makes someone transparent. Upon closer inspection, the illusion is still discernible. But Charlie's magic was so powerful that the disappearance charm achieved complete invisibility. Charlie gestured for them to be quiet, and then the group left the storeroom and went through the back door of Honeyduke's. The streets of Hogsmeade were bustling with people. Ron looked around, his gaze involuntarily falling to the side. Although he couldn't see anyone, he could sense that the guy he hated was nearby. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Ron finally couldn't help but ask. Draco's cold laugh echoed in the air. "If it weren't for Charlie, do you think I'd even come? Being around you makes me feel stinky." Ron's face flushed red, but he didn't back down. "I think it's because your breath is so foul that you could smell the stench." "All right." Charlie's voice interrupted their argument. "Draco is here to help. What help do you need?" Harry's voice was full of confusion. "I already had Draco spread the word in Hogsmeade a couple of days ago," Charlie explained. "They said you'd be in Hogsmeade, otherwise how would they lure Sirius into their trap?" Harry was stunned. Ron opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. Hermione whispered, "So you'd already planned this all along." "With Draco's family background, doing this would be a piece of cake," Charlie said calmly. Draco gave a smug hum, his chin slightly raised. Although no one could see it under the disillusionment charm, he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Harry's feelings were extremely complicated. He and Draco had been at odds for so long. From their first meeting on the train, they had disliked each other. First-year students almost got into a fight on the train, and second-year students actually fought at the dueling club. Over the past 3 years, there have been countless conflicts between them, but now Draco is helping him get revenge, and even if it's because of Charlie, it's still genuinely helping him. Harry took a deep breath, composed himself, and took a few steps toward Draco. "Thank you." Harry's voice sounded somewhat unnatural. The air was silent for a few seconds. Now it was Draco's turn to feel awkward. His face flushed slightly and he said stiffly, "Who asked you to thank me? I was helping Charlie. It has nothing to do with you." Charlie dispelled the illusion spell, the surrounding air distorted slightly, and the figures of the group reappeared. Draco immediately reverted to his arrogant demeanor, chin slightly raised, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding shops, looking utterly disdainful of everything. Several passing wizards glanced at them, their gazes lingering on them for a moment before they looked away and continued walking. Ron looked around and whispered, "They won't report us, will they? We look like we're still in school." Hermione was also a little nervous. "Yeah, normally we wouldn't be able to come to Hogsmeade until Halloween. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to make such a big fuss." "Don't worry, it won't happen." Charlie walked ahead, his tone casual. "Which year at Hogwarts hasn't had students breaking school rules and running away? We've seen plenty of people from Hogsmeade." Hermione seemed shocked. "What if the professors find out? Won't they do nothing?" Charlie smiled. "You've been in school for 2.5 years, haven't you noticed yet? Hogwarts has a hidden rule. As long as you're not caught in the act, it doesn't count as violating school rules." Charlie and his friends strolled around Hogsmeade with an air of nonchalance, their eyes constantly fixed on the people passing by. They had all seen Sirius Black in the newspapers, his disheveled black hair, sunken eyes, and gaunt face. His mad appearance was unforgettable. "I wandered around from morning till afternoon, going into all sorts of shops. I saw Butterbeer at 3 Broomsticks Bar, prank props at Joko's Joke Shop, and a dazzling array of candies at Honeyjuke's." Charlie also bought a huge pile of cockroach traps from Honeyjuke's. "Who invented these things? They look disgusting, but they actually taste pretty good." "But we didn't even see a trace of Sirius." Ron yawned. "Could it be that he didn't even come?" "Possibly." Hermione frowned. "After all, this is Hogsmeade, full of wizards. If he dares to show his face in public, he'll be caught in no time." Draco leaned against the wall and explained to Charlie beforehand. "I've already spread the word. If he doesn't come, it's not my problem." Charlie was silent for a moment, then turned and walked towards a less crowded area. "Look in more secluded areas." The group followed, heading outwards along the street. The hustle and bustle of Hogsmeade gradually faded away, the surrounding buildings became increasingly sparse, and the stone path underfoot became uneven and potholed. In the distance, a house with a pointed roof came into view. Draco stopped and pointed to the house. "That's the Screaming Shack." "The Screaming Shack?" Harry looked at the dilapidated building with a puzzled expression. "It said that there used to be a lot of wailing and howling coming from inside." Draco's tone was tinged with disdain. "So basically nobody goes, but I think it's all just a charade." Charlie raised an eyebrow and walked toward the screaming shed. "The closer you get, the more obvious the dilapidated state of the house becomes. The windows are broken, the doors are crooked, and vines climb all over the walls. The air is thick with the smell of mildew and decay." Charlie pushed open the door, the wooden door creaking loudly. The room was dimly lit, with only a faint light filtering in through the broken window. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, and broken furniture was piled up in the corner. A large black dog was lying in the middle of the room, its hind legs spread apart, licking its rear end. Hearing the noise, the black dog raised its head and froze in place. Charlie paused for a moment. What a big dog. This black dog was unusually large, almost the size of a calf. Its jet black fur was tangled and disordered, but its eyes were unusually bright, staring intently at the people who entered. Harry's expression changed instantly. He took a half-step back, his hand unconsciously tightening its grip on his wand. In his divination class, Professor Trelawney had said his premonition of death was a large black dog. And now, that dog was standing right in front of him, staring at him with an eerie look. Harry's heart raced and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hermione noticed that Harry was pale. She quickened her pace to Harry's side and whispered, "Don't be alarmed, it's just a coincidence. Don't believe the tarot's erroneous predictions." Ron tried to start a conversation to cheer Harry up. "It must be a stray dog, there's nobody around." The big black dog heard Ron's voice and suddenly turned its head to look. Those bright eyes instantly turned fierce, baring their teeth and letting out a low growl. Ron was startled and took a half-step back, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. Draco scoffed. "Even the dog hates you, Weasley. It only gets angry at you. Looks like you really do have a problem." "Shut up." Ron's ears turned bright red instantly as he glared at Draco. It was clearly pointing at all of us just now. Is that so? Draco raised an eyebrow, his tone full of sarcasm. Why does it only bark at you? The big black dog bared its teeth, a hint of human-like ferocity flashing in its eyes, and looked about to pounce forward. But the next second its gaze fell on Charlie, and its whole body suddenly froze. A strong sense of threat emanated from Charlie. That feeling made the black dog instinctively tense its muscles, and its fur stood on end. It felt that if it dared to pounce and bite someone, there would be terrible consequences. A hint of resentment flashed in the black dog's eyes, and the growl in its throat gradually subsided. It stared at Charlie for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around, exerted force with all four limbs, and rushed out towards the door. The wooden door was slammed shut with a loud bang, and several pieces of wood splintered off the door frame. The black dog quickly disappeared into the wilderness outside the screaming shed. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing they got away. Draco curled his lip. Coward, who are you talking about? Ron retorted immediately. You mean a dog? Draco sneered. What, you think they're talking about you? Just as Ron was about to speak, a violent tremor suddenly came from his pocket. Banban struggled frantically in his pocket, its claws tearing at the fabric, its whole body trembling like a leaf. Ron reached out to take it out. Banban, what's wrong? But Banban refused to come out, even burrowing deeper into the pocket. Its little body trembled even more violently, making a faint squeaking sound. Ron patted his pocket, frowned, and said, It's probably been frightened by the big black dog. Hermione glanced in the direction of the door. That dog was really scary. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He told himself it was just an ordinary stray dog, not some kind of omen of death. But the unease in my heart just wouldn't go away. Charlie walked around the room. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were no other traces except for the spot where the black dog had been lying. Broken furniture was piled in the corner, and moss grew in the cracks in the walls. The whole house exuded an air of long abandonment. It seems Sirius hasn't been here before, Charlie said. Harry gazed silently out the window. Darkness was creeping in. The lights of Hogsmeade flickered on in the distance, scattered across the darkness. They've been wandering around Hogsmeade all day and haven't even caught a glimpse of Sirius Black. It's getting late, Hermione reminded her. If we don't go back soon, we'll miss dinner. Ron's stomach growled in agreement. He rubbed his stomach sheepishly. I'm hungry too. Charlie turned and walked towards the door. Let's go back to Hogwarts. He didn't expect to find Sirius on that day, but he came to Hogsmeade every weekend afterward. Even if Sirius Black wasn't caught, there were still plenty of tyrants who left school without permission, and the system kept reminding them all day. Late at night, the Gryffindor dormitory was completely silent. Harry rolled over, his breathing even. He was clearly fast asleep. Ron lay on his side, his mouth slightly open, snoring softly. There was a rustling sound coming from under the covers. Banban poked its head out from the edge of Ron's bed, its two lewd eyes scanning the surroundings warily. After confirming there was no danger, it carefully crawled out, moving with extreme caution, afraid of making a sound. Moonlight streamed in through the window and fell upon it. Its fur was a dull gray, and it had a few tufts of hair bald on its head, making it look very old. It crouched beside Ron's pillow, its front paws unconsciously scratching at the sheets. The scene from that afternoon kept replaying in its mind. Inside the screaming shed, the gaze of the big black dog made it tremble all over. That wasn't the look of an ordinary dog, it was the look of a human, or more precisely, the look of Sirius Black. Banban knew that look all too well. 13 years ago, those were the same eyes that stared at it, filled with anger and murderous intent. It thought it would never see those eyes again because Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban, but now he's escaped, and they even found Hogwarts. Banban gripped the sheets tighter, leaving several scratches. Sirius must have come for it. Banban desperately wanted to escape to a faraway place, but where could he possibly run to? It had lived with Ron's family for 13 years and was used to being fed, having a warm bed, and not having to worry about being exposed to wind and rain. Should we release it back into the wild to roam freely, rummaging through garbage cans for food and evading attacks from other animals? It doesn't want to live that kind of life. Moreover, in its current state, it has no chance of becoming a pet for a new family. It's too old, its fur is ugly, and it's shedding. What normal person would choose it as a pet? Banban remained silent for a moment, then finally crawled back to the edge of Ron's bed. The Ministry of Magic will definitely catch Sirius. It prayed desperately in its heart. For the next few weeks, Hogwarts was unusually quiet. The calm was so unusual that even Charlie felt a little uneasy. There had been too many strange things happening in the past 2 years. Charlie had gotten used to things going wrong every now and then. Now that nothing had suddenly happened, he felt a little uneasy. Every weekend, Charlie would take Harry to Hogsmeade, but they never saw Sirius Black. Ron often saw that big black dog wandering around the screaming shed, and every time he saw it, he would clutch his pocket tightly to prevent it from scaring Scabbers. In divination class, Professor Trelawney seemed very keen on predicting Harry's death, which made Harry genuinely want to die whenever divination class started. But the female students really liked it. After class, Pavati and Lavender from Gryffindor would gather around Professor Trelawney, chattering excitedly about the patterns on their teacups. Hannah would even run to Trelawney's classroom during meals, returning with a mysterious look on her face, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. However, not all girls enjoy fortune-telling classes. Hermione was almost at her wits' end with Trelawney's ramblings. In her view, only rigorous numbers such as arithmetic and divination could truly predict the future. Trelawney's tricks, like looking at tea leaves or crystal balls, were completely illogical. Professor Trelawney was also the only professor who said Hermione lacked talent. She always said Hermione didn't have a third eye, which made Hermione very unhappy. She knows absolutely nothing about prophecy, Hermione said through gritted teeth. It's late October, Halloween. The students returned to Hogwarts from Hogsmeade for a dinner party. Today was the first day of the term for the students to go to Hogsmeade, provided they did not violate school rules. Charlie went too, of course. However, just like the previous times, no trace of Sirius was found. Harry was a little discouraged, but Charlie wasn't in a hurry. Fishing requires patience. It's normal to go home empty-handed, but remember, nobody goes home empty-handed all the time. The banquet was held in the auditorium. Hundreds of bats floated on the ceiling, pumpkin lanterns hovered in the air, and candlelight flickered. The table was laden with various foods: roast chicken, ham, mashed potatoes, and pumpkin pie. Harry had barely sat down when Wood walked over from the side. Harry. Wood's voice was serious. Remember to come to training tomorrow. Harry paused for a moment, then looked up. Tomorrow. But tomorrow is Sunday. He was planning to go to Hogsmeade again tomorrow. I know, Wood nodded, but we must hurry. After saying that, Wood turned and left, his steps firm like a soldier going to battle. Harry watched his retreating figure, then turned to Ron with a bitter expression. Wood's gone mad. Harry's tone was full of helplessness. He's graduating next year, so this is his last chance to win the Academy Cup. Ron swallowed the food in his mouth. So he's going to train you all to death? Almost. Last year's Academy Cup unsurprisingly fell into the hands of Hufflepuff. Wood considered this a huge humiliation and spent the entire summer brainstorming new tactics. This year, in order to compensate for the broomstick's advantage, the training intensity was simply inhumane for the team members. At the end of the dinner party, the ghosts of Hogwarts floated out. Nick, nearly headless, crawled out from under the Gryffindor table, his head tilted to one side, propped up by his hand. Barrow, covered in blood, hovered around the Slytherin table. The fat monk floated over from Hufflepuff with a smile and greeted the students. The students erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Nick then began to perform his signature trick, removing the head from the neck and then putting it back on. Dumbledore stood in the teacher's seat, a smile playing on his lips, quietly watching the ghost's performance. Just then, a shrill laugh came from outside the auditorium. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, Peeves flew in through the door, doing a somersault in the air. His top hat was tilted to one side and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Intruders, there are intruders at Hogwarts. Pippi Ghost's voice was shrill and piercing, but it didn't sound tense at all. Instead, it carried a hint of schadenfreude. The auditorium fell silent instantly. The students looked at each other, bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Charlie looked up at Peeves tumbling through the air and sighed in exasperation. Damn it, who said this semester would be peaceful? Dumbledore's expression turned serious. He stood up and spoke calmly. Hey, what happened? Peeves' smile vanished. He dared not mock Headmaster Dumbledore. Come with me. Mischievous Ghost's tone became unusually serious. Dumbledore stepped down from the teacher's table and followed Peeves. The professors rose and the students followed. The entire procession marched through the corridors and arrived at the Gryffindor Tower. Charlie stood at the front of the student line and looked up at the portrait. The portrait of the fat lady was torn to pieces. Several long scratch marks were left on the canvas, as if it had been torn open by sharp claws. The plump lady who should have been in the portrait is gone. The figures in the surrounding portraits all kept their distance, peeking out and whispering among themselves. Filch strode over, carrying his cat, his expression grim. Headmaster, I'll go find Madam Fat right away. Mischievous Ghost did a somersault in the air and giggled. Don't bother looking, she doesn't want to see anyone right now. She's hiding in the landscape painting on the 5th floor, crying. Dumbledore's gaze fell on Peeves. Hey, do you know who did this? Pippi Ghost said in a fawning and ingratiating manner. Of course, Professor, it's a big black dog. Charlie immediately realized what was happening and looked at Harry, who happened to be looking right at Charlie. Big black dog, there's a problem. There's a big problem. Charlie stared at Peeves, his brow furrowed slightly. Hey, what does that dog look like? Mischievous Ghost did a somersault in the air and laughed even harder. It's huge, about the size of a calf, covered in black fur, and it runs incredibly fast. Heh. Charlie's gaze darkened. Dogs this big are rare, especially since they're all black. He was almost certain that this was the dog from the Screaming Shack. Did the dog just happen to find a secret passage, just happen to find the Gryffindor common room, and just happen to tear up the fat lady's portrait? This is too much of a coincidence. Are you kidding me? Charlie didn't believe in coincidences. It couldn't have been an ordinary dog. Who would want to infiltrate Gryffindor? The answer is obvious, Sirius Black. A thought flashed through Charlie's mind. Could Sirius Black be that big black dog? And could he also be an animagus? Once the idea pops into your head, it's impossible to shake it off. Charlie turned his head and looked at Harry. Dumbledore noticed that Charlie seemed to have something on his mind and looked at him with a probing gaze. But Charlie didn't say much, and Dumbledore didn't seem inclined to investigate further. The surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. A big black dog? I don't believe an ordinary dog would attack a portrait. Could it be animagus? But only 7 animagus were registered, and none of them turned into dogs. I don't think it's animagus. It must be a vicious dog from hell and Usura. The students' voices grew louder and louder, and the corridor outside the auditorium descended into chaos. Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling for quiet. All students returned to the Great Hall immediately. Dumbledore's tone was calm, but his authority was unquestionable. Prefect, take good care of your college members. Percy, as the student leader, immediately stepped forward and raised his wand. All students follow me. Led by their respective college presiding officers, the students lined up and walked toward the auditorium. Inside the Great Hall, Dumbledore waved his wand. Purple light flowed from the tip of the staff, condensing into sleeping bags on the auditorium floor. The sleeping bags were neatly arranged between 4 long tables, each with a soft mat on top, and they looked quite comfortable. For everyone's safety, you will rest here tonight. I will have the student council president and prefects take charge of you, Dumbledore's voice echoed in the Great Hall. My professors and I will search the entire school. Then he instructed Percy, who was standing nearby, if anything happens, have the ghost report to me. Percy, having received the order, looked incredibly smug. The students looked at each other, some excited, some nervous. They couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves, filling the auditorium with a buzzing sound. It's just like a school evening study session when the power goes out. Percy stood in front, raised his wand, and tapped the air, making a few crisp sounds. Quiet, everyone, find your sleeping bags immediately. Percy's voice was loud, clearly trying to project the authority of the student council president. Lights will be turned off in 10 minutes. No one is allowed to leave the auditorium. The students began searching for their sleeping bags. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, clutching their sleeping bags, squeezed through the crowd and walked over to Charlie. Hermione's face was a little pale, and she lowered her voice to say, "Is tonight's dog the same one we usually see in the Screaming Shack?" Harry had also thought of this problem, and he gripped his sleeping bag tightly. Charlie stood up and dusted off his robe. It's not certain yet, but it's highly likely. Hermione was stunned. Where are you going? I have a way of finding out where Sirius is, Charlie said calmly. Ron's eyes widened. Now, but Dumbledore said we should stay in the Great Hall. I know what he said. Charlie interrupted him, turning and walking towards the door. Percy happened to be standing there, and he stopped Charlie. Charlie, you're not going anywhere, Percy said sternly, his student council president badge gleaming in the candlelight. As the student council president, I have the authority to manage all students, including you. Charlie stopped and looked up at him. Percy's expression grew even more serious. Go back to your sleeping bag, it's for your safety. Charlie didn't say anything, he just took out his wand. Percy took 2 steps back, swallowed hard, and looked somewhat nervous. What do you want to do? I'm warning you. Before he could finish speaking, Charlie's figure suddenly twisted, as if being twisted into a ball by an unseen hand, and then he vanished into thin air. Percy froze on the spot, his hand still in the gesture of stopping him, his mouth slightly open, his expression changing from serious to shocked. Was that apparition? However, Hogwarts, a history states that the castle is protected by various protective spells, and apparition is ineffective within the castle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. Ron swallowed hard. As expected of Charlie, Hermione frowned, but apparition requires passing an exam to use, and Hogwarts has anti-apparition magic. Obviously, it won't work on Charlie, Harry whispered. Percy finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath and spoke to the ghost beside him. Sir Nicholas, please inform Dumbledore that Charlie has gone out without permission. Charlie apparated to his dormitory room. His Majesty disregards the Grand Tutor's rules, Tyrant Points +10. He ignored the system and skillfully took out the Marauder's map from the bedside table drawer. This map shows the names and locations of everyone within Hogwarts. Fred and George had given it to him but hadn't used it much yet, so now it would come in handy. He unfolded the parchment and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I will not do any good deeds. Ink lines spread from where the wand touched, quickly outlining every corridor and every room of Hogwarts. Countless tiny black dots move across the map, each marked with a name. Charlie's eyes scanned the map, searching for the name Sirius Black. Nowadays, almost all the names are concentrated in the auditorium, and only a few professors wander around the school. Dumbledore is on the 4th floor, Professor McGonagall is on the 3rd floor, and Snape is in the basement. Charlie frowned. Has Sirius Black already run away from school? He turned his gaze back to the auditorium and carefully examined each name. What if he's still hiding among the students? After all, with so many people crammed together, it's not impossible for him to slip in. One name after another flashed before his eyes. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy, Neville Longbottom. These names are arranged in an orderly manner. Suddenly, Charlie stopped. He saw two names overlapping. Ron Weasley, Peter Pettigrew. Charlie's eyes widened and he stood frozen in place. Who did Ron sleep with? Charlie was stunned by this sudden turn of events and even forgot to look for Sirius. Ron Weasley, Peter Pettigrew. The two names were placed side by side, clearly indicating they were on the same bed. Charlie blinked, wondering if he was seeing things. What if they were just close together but actually in their own beds? He brought the map closer, carefully confirming the two names. Yes, they were in the same sleeping bag, the two people even very close together. The name Peter sounds like it belongs to a man. Charlie had been at Hogwarts for 3 years and had never heard of this person. He knew almost all the third-year boys in Gryffindor, but none of them were named Peter. Could he be from another grade? Ron never mentioned this person. A complete stranger whom Ron had never mentioned before was now sleeping in the same bed with him. Charlie's expression became subtle. Ron, oh Ron, you've kept it well hidden. Charlie recalled Ron's usual behavior and suddenly realized that some details made sense. Ron was always inseparable from Harry. Their relationship was abnormally close. There was that time after the Quidditch match when Ron hugged Harry and jumped around. What about Fred and George? They're Ron's older brothers and they've had the Marauder's map for so long. Haven't they noticed a strange man in their brother's bed? Or did they already know but just didn't tell anyone? Charlie felt the more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Charlie took a deep breath and forced himself to refocus on the matter at hand. His gaze swept across the map again, searching for Sirius Black's name. Charlie checked the names in the auditorium one by one but still couldn't find them. Charlie frowned. Has Sirius Black already run away from school? Unable to find anything, Charlie could only put away the map and tap the spot with his wand. Prank over. The lines on the map slowly disappeared, turning back into an ordinary piece of parchment. Charlie stuffed the map into his pocket, turned and left the dormitory. Since they couldn't find Sirius, they decided to go back to the auditorium. He'd never experienced sleeping on the floor of the auditorium before, and the thought of it was quite novel. As he reached the entrance to the Great Hall, he saw Percy standing before Dumbledore, his expression so serious it seemed he was about to pronounce judgment on some grave crime. Headmaster, Charlie just left the auditorium without permission. Percy's voice was loud, as if he wanted everyone to hear him. As the student council president, I must report this serious disciplinary violation to you. Percy, could you please keep the noise down a bit at night? The other students need to sleep. Percy looked somewhat embarrassed. Dumbledore turned around, his blue eyes looking at Charlie through his half-moon spectacles. Charlie walked in without changing his expression. I need to pee, I can't exactly pee in the auditorium. Percy couldn't help but retort. You clearly used apparition to leave. Yeah, I need to pee, Charlie shrugged. You know how far the castle's toilet is, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Charlie, next time you need to leave, please inform the prefect first. Now go back to your sleeping bag. Percy opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. Charlie went back to his sleeping bag. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately gathered around. How's it going? Harry asked in a low voice. Did you find Sirius? Charlie shook his head. He must have already escaped from school. Harry's face darkened instantly and the light in his eyes went out. He bit his lip, clenching and unclenching his fists. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. He can run for a day, but he can't hide forever. We'll catch him eventually. Charlie's gaze fell on Ron and the scene on the Marauder's map flashed through his mind again. What happened to Peter? Did he leave after he finished? Charlie couldn't help but move away from them, shifting closer to Hermione. The candlelight in the auditorium gradually dimmed and the students' whispers subsided. Every hour, a professor would push open the door and walk around the auditorium. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, the auditorium was already filled with the sounds of snoring. Charlie, however, was wide awake. His long-standing habit of staying up all night meant he couldn't fall asleep at this hour. After the initial excitement of sleeping on the floor, I started to feel a little bored. Percy, still obsessed with his position, patrolled the sleeping bag quarters. Whenever he saw a student still awake, he would walk over and reprimand them in a low voice. But seeing Charlie staring with wide eyes, he pretended not to see it. He also realized that this person was someone he couldn't afford to offend. At that moment, the auditorium doors were pushed open again. Dumbledore entered, his robes dusty, his silver beard swaying slightly in the candlelight. Percy immediately went to him and asked in a low voice, "Headmaster, do you have any leads?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I'm sorry, no. However, I've found a new caretaker for the Gryffindor common room and you can move back tomorrow." Percy looked relieved but then seemed to remember something. "And what about the fat lady? Where did she go?" "Hiding in the map of Argyleshire on the 3rd floor." Dumbledore sighed. "Her emotions are unstable. She needs some time to recover." Charlie listened to their conversation and saw the auditorium doors open again. Snape walked in, his long black robe trailing behind him like bat wings. His gaze swept across the hall and landed precisely on Charlie. The two stared at each other for a moment. Snape saw that Charlie was still awake but said nothing and turned to walk towards Dumbledore. Charlie was somewhat surprised that Snape wasn't causing him any trouble. That was quite unusual. "Headmaster," Snape's voice was deep. "We searched the entire school but found nothing unusual." Dumbledore nodded. "I also guessed it wouldn't stay at the school. I didn't expect him to be an animagus." Snape's tone was somewhat cold. Charlie raised an eyebrow. "It seems the professors also guessed that the big black dog was Sirius Black." Snape paused, then continued. "Have you ever wondered how he got in, Professor?" As he said this, he glanced at Charlie again subtly. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. "What is this old bat implying?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "I have some ideas but no evidence." "Is that so?" Snape's voice grew even colder. "Do you remember what I said last time, Principal? He can't get into the school without internal support." After saying that, Snape gave Charlie a meaningful look. Charlie rolled his eyes. "You practically have Lupin as a traitor written all over your face." "So old Snape has his eye on me. Why does he insist on dragging me into this conflict with Professor Lupin?" Charlie had no interest in getting involved in their personal feud. "Sorry, we're not very close. I'm going to sleep now." He simply closed his eyes, adjusted to a comfortable position, and fell asleep immediately. Snape looked at Charlie's stoic demeanor, his face turning as black as coal. Dumbledore's expression turned serious, his blue eyes fixed on Snape, deep and earnest. "Severus, I don't believe anyone in the castle would help Blake break in." His tone was calm, but his words left no room for argument. "Let's leave this topic at that." A flicker of resentment crossed Snape's dark eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Of course, you're the principal, you're in charge. But we haven't found any trace of Blake, and those Dementors are probably up to something again." Dumbledore nodded. "I will notify them after the search is complete." Percy, listening to the two professors' conversation, couldn't help but chime in. "Headmaster, why don't we let the Dementors help with the search? Aren't they supposed to catch escaped criminals?" "Percy, Dementors might be quite adept at finding people," Dumbledore said coldly. "But as long as I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, I will not allow those things into the school gates." Percy looked somewhat embarrassed. Dumbledore and Snape turned and left. Over the next few days, the whole school was discussing who the big black dog was, and how it got into the school became increasingly bizarre. In herbal medicine class, Hannah confidently told the students around her, "That dog is an absolute monster from hell. It crawled straight into the school from underground." Hermione felt that Professor Trelawney had corrupted her mind, and her resentment towards Professor Trelawney grew even stronger. The Gryffindor common room has also been given a new guard. The portrait of the fat lady was removed and replaced by that of Sir Cadogan. Sir Cadogan wore rusty armor and rode a plump pony. His sword hung crookedly at his waist, and a broken feather was stuck in his helmet. If Charlie saw this, he would definitely recognize it as the portrait that gave him wrong directions during the first night outing. Harry was under close surveillance at school. Professors could always be seen in the corridors, finding various excuses to loiter around him. Percy was like a police dog, always following Harry around. Charlie was wondering if he should cast a stunning spell on him over the weekend, otherwise how would he go to Hogsmeade to catch Sirius Black? Charlie froze as soon as he walked into the classroom for defense against the dark arts class this week. The person standing on the podium was not Professor Lupin, but Snape. Snape, dressed in his signature black robes, stood with his arms crossed, his greasy black hair plastered to his face, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay. However, Charlie sensed that Snape seemed a little happy. Unbelievable, Professor Snape actually has moments of happiness. Professor Lupin is not feeling well today, Snape said in a low, slow voice. He asked me to substitute for him. A chorus of sighs filled the classroom. Ron lay on the table, muttering softly. Seeing his grumpy face in potions class every week is bad enough, but now I have to see it again. Hermione glared at him, signaling him to keep his voice down. Charlie didn't care, it didn't matter who played. Snape's gaze swept across the classroom, finally landing on Charlie. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Charlie stared at him expressionlessly. Snape's lips twitched slightly as if he were suppressing some emotion. He turned around and wrote a few lines on the blackboard. "Where is Professor Lupin's teaching progress?" Snape asked. "What did he teach you?" Hermione suddenly raised her hand, almost standing up, but Snape completely ignored her and instead focused his gaze on Charlie again. "Mr. White." Snape's voice grew even colder. "You seem to have a lot of free time." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Why won't you answer my question?" Snape stepped down from the podium. "Do you understand what it means to respect a teacher?" Hufflepuff deducts 5 points. "Charlie, dude, did you even ask? You're already slapping labels on me. Aren't you even going to pretend anymore?" Snape looked at Charlie with a satisfied expression. "You little brat trying to ignore my hints." Charlie almost laughed out of exasperation at Snape. "He's a professor, for goodness sake, how can he be so petty? It's okay, you can use QQ all you want. I'll have Cedric treat your Slytherin class like kindergarten in Quidditch. If I don't push the score difference to 500 points, I'll write Harry's name backwards." At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open. Harry came running in, panting, his robes stained with mud, his hair a mess as if it had been blown by the wind. It looks like they just finished Quidditch training. He was about to apologize for being late, but when he saw Snape standing on the podium instead of Lupin, he froze at the door. Snape turned around, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. "Harry Potter." Snape's voice was slow and deliberate, but every word was chilling. "Being 10 minutes late will result in a 10-point deduction from Gryffindor. Find a seat, nobody here wants to waste their time on you." Harry lowered his head and sat down next to Ron. Ron leaned closer and whispered, "Professor Lupin is sick, so Snape is filling in." Snape glanced around the classroom and whispered, "Getting back to the main topic, Professor Lupin didn't leave any records regarding your learning progress." Hermione raised her hand even higher, almost bouncing off her seat. "Excuse me, sir, we learned Boggart, Red Hat, Kaba, and Grindylow," Hermione said quickly, her words coming out like a machine gun. "Just getting ready to start learning." "Quiet." Snape interrupted her coldly. Hermione stood frozen in place, her hands still raised in midair. "I wasn't asking you." Snape's voice grew even colder. "I just feel that Professor Lupin's teaching pace is too slow." Hermione was dumbfounded. Charlie was going to lose points for not answering her earlier, and now that she's answered, he's telling her to shut up. "I'll be a dog if I answer your question again." Charlie leaned back in his chair, watching Snape pace back and forth on the podium. "Did he take the wrong medicine today, or what? It seems Professor Lupin hasn't added any burden to you." Snape's tone was full of sarcasm. "I believe first-year students should be capable of handling Red Hat and Grindylow. Today we're going to discuss." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the classroom before finally settling on Charlie. "Werewolf." When he said that word, Snape's eyes were fixed on Charlie, and there was a deep meaning in his gaze. Charlie rolled his eyes. "Hey, idiot, what do you need a D***K for? Can you just say it directly? Stop with the riddles." Hermione raised her hand again, this time with even more urgency. "But sir," Hermione said, her voice clearly showing displeasure, "we shouldn't be learning from werewolves yet, we should be learning from Hinkpunk now." "Miss Granger," Snape said calmly, turning around. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze instantly. "I seem to remember that I was the one teaching this class, not you." Snape slowly walked to Hermione's desk and looked down at her. "Or do you think you know better than I do what needs to be taught?" Hermione's face turned even redder, but she didn't lower her head. "No, sir, Then shut up." Snape interrupted her, turning and walking back to the podium. "Everyone, please turn to page 394. The students rolled their eyes indignantly. The pages of their books rustled loudly. "Can anyone tell me how to distinguish between a werewolf and a real werewolf?" Snape's voice echoed in the classroom. The students kept their heads down, some staring at their textbooks, others at their desks, none daring to meet Snape's gaze. As everyone knows, once you make eye contact with the teacher, you become a lucky guest and get a question as a reward. Only Hermione. He raised his hand straight up again, almost jumping out of his seat. "It's really hard to resist the urge to answer questions." Snape's gaze swept over her as if she were air. Who can answer this? Snape continued, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Could it be that Professor Lupin didn't tell you the fundamental difference between the two? Please, sir. Hermione's voice interrupted him. Her hand was still raised, and her tone was clearly urgent. She wanted to prove that Professor Lupin's teaching level was very good and to speak up for him. Werewolves and real wolves differ in a few subtle ways, for example, the werewolf's mouth and nose. This is the second time you've spoken without permission, Miss Granger. Snape's voice grew even colder. He slowly walked to Hermione's desk and looked down at her. Gryffindor loses another 5 points because of an intolerable know-it-all. Hermione's face flushed instantly. She lowered her hand, looked down, and tears welled up in her eyes. A suppressed murmur of gritted teeth filled the classroom. The students glared at Snape, their eyes filled with displeasure. Although many people think Hermione is a know-it-all, today's incident started because Snape slandered Lupin, and Professor Lupin has earned everyone's respect through his performance recently. Harry's face turned ashen and Ron stood up abruptly. You asked a question and she knows the answer. If you don't want an answer, why ask? Snape's gaze fell on Ron, his eyes as cold as a knife from an ice cellar. Mr. Weasley. Snape's voice was so soft that everyone in the classroom held their breath. You'll be locked up in my office tonight. Ron's face turned bright red, even the tips of his ears were bright red. Damn it, I acted impulsively. If I hear you questioning my teaching methods again. Snape slowly walked to Ron's desk, bent down, and his long black robes draped down like bat wings. I promise you'll regret it. The words were spoken softly, but everyone in the classroom heard them clearly. Ron's Adam's apple bobbed, but he ultimately said nothing and sat back down in his chair. Charlie leaned back in his chair, staring at Snape's retreating figure. This guy is definitely acting strange today. Although Snape usually likes to deduct points, his offensive attitude is unusually strong today. Moreover, they were mostly targeting Professor Lupin. Hermione, who wanted to protect Professor Lupin, was simply an innocent victim. What happened? Did Snape get bitten by a werewolf? Snape returned to the podium, picked up the chalk, and wrote a few lines on the blackboard. Werewolves lose their minds during a full moon. Snape turned around, his gaze sweeping over every student in the classroom. They will attack any creature that gets close, whether human or animal. Therefore, werewolves mingling among the crowd will distance themselves from them during a full moon. This is one of the simplest ways to identify werewolves. At the same time, because werewolves experience painful transformations, they remain weak for a period of time after the transformation ends. He paused, then continued, the danger of werewolves lies not only in their attack power. More importantly, it lies in their concealment. They can disguise themselves as ordinary people and blend into the crowd. Snape's tone carried a certain deeper meaning. It won't reveal its true nature until the full moon arrives. Snape stopped and his gaze fell on Charlie again. So I hope you can keep your eyes open and figure out who the werewolves are. Charlie raised an eyebrow, which was practically an open question. Did Snape mean there was a werewolf among them? Was he referring to Professor Lupin? Professor Lupin has indeed been ill for a long time. Professor Lupin is also on leave today, and Charlie doesn't know if it's a full moon or not. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. The students lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Snape put down the chalk and turned to face the students. Homework, his voice was icy. Write a paper on how to identify and kill werewolves, 2 rolls of parchment due next Monday. A chorus of sighs filled the classroom. Weasley. Snape's gaze fell on Ron. Stay here and hear what your confinement entails. The other students left the classroom one by one, and only after they had gone far away did they dare to begin denouncing Snape. Snape has never been this hostile to a previous defense against the dark arts professor. Even when Lockhart frequently harassed him, Snape simply told him to get lost, Harry said to Hermione, frowning. Hermione said worriedly, why is he picking on Professor Lupin? Could it be because Boggart looking like him makes him feel ashamed? Harry nodded, it's possible. I really hope Professor Lupin recovers soon. Charlie walked at the back without saying a word. He had already pieced together all the reasons for Snape's unusual behavior today. By deliberately mentioning werewolves and emphasizing that they lose their minds during a full moon, the author hints that there are werewolves infiltrating the group. These explicit and implicit statements make the answer quite obvious. Snape wanted his students to guess that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. But Charlie didn't intend to voice this speculation. It wasn't to protect Professor Lupin, but rather because Snape, that old bat, had a negative reputation with him. What if this guy is just framing someone out of personal grudge? To find out if Professor Lupin is a werewolf or not, just look at tonight's moon. It was evening. Charlie drew back the curtains in his dormitory. The night sky outside was crystal clear. A full moon hung in the center of the sky, large and round, radiating a silvery white light. Charlie stared at the full moon for a few seconds, his lips twitching slightly. Well, Professor Lupin is probably a werewolf after all. He turned back to the bedside, lay down, and put his hands behind his head. It's been 3 years. The defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has had problems for 3 consecutive years. The first year it was Quirrell possessed by Voldemort, the second year it was Lockhart, a conman who only knew how to brag, and the third year it was a werewolf. Where did old Deng find the crouching dragon and the young phoenix? However, to be fair, although Professor Lupin is a wolf in sheep's clothing, his teaching skills are indeed quite good, at least much better than the previous 2. Charlie closed his eyes and another thought popped into his head. Snape knew Lupin was a werewolf, but wouldn't Dumbledore know? I definitely know. Why then did Dumbledore hire Lupin as a professor? Early in the morning, Ron and Hermione had an argument at the long table in Hufflepuff. Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, crouched on the edge of the table, its yellow eyes fixed on Scabbers, the mouse in Ron's arms. Scabbers huddled in Ron's pocket, trembling. Ron shielded Scabbers and glared at Hermione. "Keep your cat under control," Ron yelled. It kept staring at Banban, which scared it so much that it didn't dare to come out. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Crooked Mountain is just curious, it doesn't catch mice." "So what's it doing?" Staring at the speckled creature, drooling and opening its mouth, admiring a work of art. Hermione lifted Crookshank's chin and pinched its muzzle. "Crookshank is a clever cat, it's just observing." Ron glared at Crookshanks, irritated by Hermione's words. Banban is his only pet. He doesn't own many things from childhood to adulthood, and Banban is one of them, so he doesn't want anything to happen to Banban. Ron put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Harry, you be the judge." Ron's tone was clearly aggrieved. Harry was caught between his 2 best friends, looking somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at Ron, then at Hermione, and finally spoke. "Hermione, to be honest, the way Crookshanks looked at Scabbers was really strange," Harry said cautiously. Hermione hugged Crookshank tighter after hearing this, angrily sat back down in her chair, and began to vigorously poke at the fried eggs on her plate. Ron stood smugly next to Harry, even raising an eyebrow at Hermione. Charlie looked at Ron's hand on Harry's shoulder with a subtle expression. Charlie noticed something was off about Ron ever since he last saw the name Pettigrew. Harry and he went through thick and thin together, but who would have thought that he would want to kill Harry now? Charlie silently moved aside, distancing himself from the 2 of them. Just then, Wood walked over from the Gryffindor table. He was wearing a Quidditch uniform, his face serious. Wood walked up behind Harry and suddenly grabbed Harry's shoulder. "Harry," Wood's voice was deep and earnest, "are you ready for today's Quidditch match?" Today was the first Quidditch match of the semester between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Harry jolted from the pinch and quickly sat up straight. "Ready, Wood?" Harry nodded solemnly. "Yesterday I practiced the tactics you devised for an extra hour." A hint of satisfaction flashed in Wood's eyes. "We will definitely win." Cedric, who was drinking pumpkin juice nearby, put down his glass and smiled gently when he heard this. "Wood, it's good to have confidence." Cedric's tone was relaxed, but his words carried a sharp edge. "But if you treat us like ordinary opponents, you will definitely lose." Wood turned his head sharply, staring intently at Cedric. Their eyes met in midair, sparks flying. "Really?" Wood's lips curled into a smile. "Then we'll wait and see." Cedric laughed too, but his smile was laced with rage. A torrential downpour struck Hogwarts in autumn. Large raindrops pounded against the Quidditch stadium stands, making a continuous pattering sound. The sky was dark and gloomy, with rolling dark clouds that looked as if they would swallow the entire castle whole. But the rain did not dampen the students' enthusiasm. The Quidditch pitch was packed with students and faculty, and every house's stands were overflowing with people. Some people held umbrellas, some wore raincoats, and some simply stood there getting soaked, their faces flushed with excitement. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle sat in the Slytherin audience seats, each holding a large black umbrella. Malfoy sat with his legs crossed, holding a small notebook in his hand, occasionally jotting something down. "Diggory's flight speed is faster than last year." Malfoy squinted at the pitch. "But Porter, that scarred guy, doesn't look too good. He almost got hit by a running ball just now." Crabbe grinned and nodded. "Boss, you're amazing. Stop flattering me." Malfoy glanced at him. "We're here to gather intelligence. When Slytherin faces them, we'll easily win." In the Hufflepuff stands, Hermione held a yellow umbrella, its surface pattering loudly as the raindrops pattered against it. She stood next to Charlie, looking displeased. "Why should I hold an umbrella for you?" Hermione's voice clearly showed her dissatisfaction. Charlie leaned back in his seat, hands in his pockets, looking completely nonchalant. "Because you are kind, you can't bear to see anyone get wet in the rain." Several black lines immediately appeared on Hermione's forehead. You're so cheap. But an umbrella cannot completely block out a downpour. A gust of wind blew and rainwater slanted in, landing on Charlie's trouser legs. Charlie looked down at his soaked cuffs and clicked his tongue. He drew his wand and waved it casually. A semi-transparent light curtain spread out from the tip of the wand, quickly forming an arc-shaped barrier that encompassed Charlie, Hermione, Ron, Ernie, and Justin. Raindrops pattered on the light screen, making a soft, continuous dripping sound, but they could no longer seep in. Meanwhile, the soaked trouser legs dried. Hermione was stunned. What kind of spell is this? Charlie put away his wand. It's not a spell, just a little bit of magic. As Charlie's spells reached almost all of the 4th level, his understanding of magic gradually deepened. Such a simple application requires no magic spells, it's as simple as thinking about it. Ron looked puzzled but impressed, but he just praised him anyway. Awesome, Charlie. Hermione bit her lip, looking at Charlie with a complicated expression. The gap seems to be widening. On the field, Cedric's jersey was soaked through. He squinted, hovering in the air, his gaze constantly scanning the field. The Golden Thief's golden wings flashed briefly in the rain. Cedric jerked his broom and swooped down in that direction. The rain stung his face as he reached out, his fingertips almost touching the Golden Thief. But just then, a gust of wind blew and the Golden Thief was blown off course, slipping away from his fingertips. Cedric gritted his teeth and picked up the broom again. A sigh of regret erupted from the Hufflepuff stands. Damn weather. Ernie slammed his fist on the armrest of his seat. Charlie's gaze fell on Harry on the other side of the court. Harry looks terrible. His glasses were soaked with rain and he was swaying precariously on the broom. A ball flew towards him and Harry was a fraction of a second too slow, narrowly avoiding being hit on the head. Hermione frowned. The rainwater was all over Harry's glasses. He couldn't see anything at all. Wood, who was on the field, also noticed something was amiss and raised his hand to signal the referee to stop the game. Mrs. Hodge blew her whistle, and the players landed on the ground. Without a word, Hermione put away her wand and rushed into the rain, ran to Harry's side and drew her wand, pointing it at his glasses. Waterproof and moisture-proof. A beam of silvery light shot from the tip of the wand, enveloping Harry's glasses. Raindrops hit the lenses and immediately slide off, never obscuring your vision again. Harry gave a grateful smile. Thank you, Hermione. Hermione nodded, then turned and ran back. When she returned to the stands, she was soaked to the bone, her hair plastered to her face. Charlie waved his hand casually. The water on Hermione evaporated instantly and her hair regained its fluffiness. Thanks. Hermione smiled and sat back down in her seat. The game restarted. Harry mounted his broomstick and soared into the air. This time his vision was much clearer, and he moved around the court much faster. A cheer erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, illuminating the entire stadium. In that instant, Harry and Cedric saw the golden snitch almost simultaneously. The small golden sphere hovered above the field, its wings fluttering slightly in the rain. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously grabbed their brooms and charged towards the golden thief. Quick! Ernie shouted, standing up. Cedric, grab it. Everyone in the Hufflepuff stand stood up, waving scarves and flags. Gryffindor, not to be outdone, erupted in thunderous cheers. Harry and Cedric flew higher and higher, their brooms drawing 2 arcs in the air. Rain lashed my face and the wind whistled in my ears. The golden thief was flying up and down not far in front of them. Cedric gritted his teeth, pressed his body against the broom, and increased his speed even further. Harry wasn't going to be left behind, and he practically lay on the broom. The two were getting closer and closer, almost colliding. The golden thief suddenly made a sharp turn and flew towards an even higher place. Harry and Cedric both grabbed their brooms and continued the chase. They had flown above the stands, getting further and further away from the ground. At this moment, the clouds in the sky became even darker, so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen through them. Charlie suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively pulled his robe tighter around himself and looked up at the sky. Countless black figures were churning within the dark clouds. The tattered cloaks fluttered in the wind and rotting hands emerged from the sleeves. Dementors. Countless Dementors swooped down from the clouds, rushing towards the Quidditch pitch. The cheers in the stadium stopped abruptly, replaced by screams of terror. Charlie saw Harry's face turn deathly pale and he froze on the broom. His hands loosened their grip on the broom and his body plummeted straight down. Cedric faced the Dementors head-on, but while there was still some distance between them, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the golden snitch, only to turn around and see this scene. He wanted to save Harry, but several Dementors were already close behind him, moving at incredible speed. An angry roar came from the professor's seat. Stop the shock absorbers. A beam of light struck Harry and his fall immediately slowed. Dumbledore made his move. Charlie frowned. The sudden appearance of the Dementors completely ruined Charlie's mood for watching the game. He drew his wand and stood up. Take protection. Charlie's voice was soft, but a blinding silver light burst forth from the tip of his wand. A silver dragon burst forth from the wand, spiraling and soaring into the sky. The dragon swelled in the wind, growing enormous in the blink of an eye, its scales shimmering with a cold light in the rain. As soon as the Dementors flew over the field, they saw the silver dragon open its massive jaws and lunge at them. The leading Dementors immediately turned around, trying to escape, but the dragon was too fast and caught up with them in an instant. The silver dragon opened its massive jaws and swallowed the 3 Dementors at the front in one gulp. The other Dementors let out piercing screams and desperately fled into the clouds. But the dragon circled in the air once, flicked its tail, and swept up 7 or 8 more Dementors, swallowing them all whole. But the Dementors were numerous and darted about in the air. The other professors on the bench also cast their guardian charms, and several silvery white beams of light shot into the sky, working in conjunction with Charlie's silver dragon to completely drive the remaining Dementors off the court. The deafening thunder roared again, and the torrential rain continued. The clamor on the field had long been replaced by a chilling cold and fear. Harry's teammates were the first to react, rushing towards where Harry had fallen without hesitation. Dumbledore was already standing there. He waved his wand and dispelled the shock-absorbing charm on Harry. The old headmaster's face was terribly gloomy, and his usually gentle and playful blue eyes were now filled with nothing but cold anger. The aura emanating from him seemed to freeze the surrounding air. "How is he?" Angelina asked anxiously, her voice trembling. "He just fainted, nothing serious." Dumbledore said after checking on Harry, "Send him to Mrs. Pomfrey." Fred and George hurriedly lifted Harry onto a stretcher and left the stadium. Wood stood there, dejected, rain streaming down his face, indistinguishable between rain and tears. "Hufflepuff wins," Mrs. Hodge blew the final whistle. Cedric strode up to Wood, his face devoid of any triumphant joy. He opened his hand and handed over the golden snitch. "This one doesn't count, Wood." Cedric's voice was sincere. "Harry had an accident, we should replay the game." Wood's empty eyes finally flickered with a flicker of emotion. He looked at Cedric, his lips moved, but he didn't utter a word. "Diggory, rules are rules." Mrs. Hodge walked over, her expression serious. "No one called a stop to the match until you caught the thief." The score stands, Hufflepuff wins. Wood took a deep breath as if using all his strength. He pushed away the hand Cedric offered. "No." His voice was hoarse as if it had been sanded. "You won fair and square, there's no need for a rematch." Hermione and Ron followed Fred George on his stretcher to the infirmary. Charlie planned to go check later. The infirmary must be packed with people now. Just then Dumbledore's voice came from not far away. "Charlie." The principal was watching Charlie intently, his face expressionless. "Could you please come with me?" Charlie shrugged and followed. The enormous silver dragon circled once in the air, letting out a clear, melodious roar. Then its body rapidly shrank, transforming into a small silver dragon about the length of a forearm. It landed lightly on Charlie's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek with its head. The dozen or so Dementors inside its belly also shrank, seemingly without volume or mass. The two walked silently down the empty corridor, one after the other, toward the principal's office. "Babby-flavored beans that taste like earwax." Dumbledore spoke the command to the statue. Charlie looked disgusted. "What are you eating?" The stone statue rotated aside, revealing a spiral staircase behind it, and the two entered the office. "Your guardian angel is truly a magnificent masterpiece." Dumbledore went behind his desk, took a shiny silver box from a drawer and placed it on the desk. "Its form is more solid and exquisite than any guardian I have ever seen. However, Dementors cannot be destroyed. Let's keep them trapped in this box for now." Charlie patted the little dragon on his shoulder. The little dragon flew onto the table, opened its mouth towards the silver box, and spat out more than a dozen plumes of black mist. As soon as the black mist left the dragon's mouth, it began to twist and struggle, emitting sharp shrieks. Dumbledore quickly closed the lid and locked the box. Remarkable self-control. "Would you like some dessert, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, or try this, Honeyjuke's new cockroach pile?" Charlie remembered the smell of earwax in the password and shook his head politely. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. "Please come in," said Dumbledore. The door was pushed open, and a short, stout man wearing a pinstripe cloak walked in. He held a green bowler hat in his hand, his face showing a mixture of anxiety and ingratiation. The visitor was none other than the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Fudge's forehead was covered in sweat. He wiped his face with a handkerchief, his gaze darting back and forth between Dumbledore and Charlie. "Albus, this is a disaster," Fudge said, his voice filled with anxiety. The Dementors have gone out of control. If word gets out, where will the Ministry of Magic put its face? Charlie glanced at him. Good grief, a student almost got into trouble, and his first reaction was that the Ministry of Magic was disgraced. It seems those who play politics have dirty minds. Dumbledore's expression was calm, but there was no hint of a smile in his blue eyes. Cornely, I think you should be more concerned about why the Dementors sent by the Ministry of Magic to guard the school suddenly attacked the students. A third-grade student fell off a broom and nearly died. Fudge's face grew even uglier. He crumpled the top hat in his hand, and his lips moved a few times. It was just an accident, Albus, Fudge argued. The Dementors must have sensed something to react like that. Ultimately, it's because Hogwarts' security measures weren't adequate. They failed to prepare in advance to defend against the Dementors. Cornely, it was the Ministry of Magic that insisted on deploying Dementors around Hogwarts. I clearly expressed my opposition at the time, but you believed it was a necessary security measure. Dumbledore's tone turned colder. New beads of sweat appeared on Fudge's forehead. He wiped his face with a handkerchief, trying to change the subject. Albus, this is not the time to discuss responsibility. The key is how to handle the aftermath and how to explain this to the students' parents. Dumbledore looked intently at Fudge. The Ministry of Magic must be held responsible. The Dementors harmed my students. They were driven mad by hunger, and the emotions of the students on the Quidditch pitch became a feast for them. Fudge's expression became even more embarrassed. Perhaps Hogwarts needs more professional security, Fudge said cautiously. The Ministry of Magic can send orders to assist. Charlie couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Fudge looked at Charlie with displeasure. Mr. White, what's so funny? I'm sorry, Mr. Minister. Charlie's tone didn't sound apologetic at all. I was just wondering, is the entire Ministry of Magic a match for Professor Dumbledore? Fudge's face instantly turned red. Professor Dumbledore is indeed brilliant, but our Aurors in the Ministry of Magic are all elites. They have received the most professional training and are extremely capable in combat. Charlie pretended to recall something, tilting his head and thinking for a moment, but the 2 times I fought them before, I felt like they were pretty rubbish. Charlie's tone was very serious. A deathly silence fell over the office. A hint of a smile flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes, but it vanished quickly. Fudge was so angry that his lips trembled. His Auror couldn't even beat a student, which made his earlier claim that the Ministry of Magic was responsible for security seem like a joke. I won't argue with you. Fudge changed the subject without any expression. Albus, the leader of the Dementors, says you've captured one of their companions. Those Dementors are guards of Azkaban, unofficial members of the Ministry of Magic. I hope you can release them. Dumbledore did not answer immediately but turned to look at Charlie. Connolly, I need to tell you, Charlie caught those Dementors. These are Charlie's spoils, you should ask Charlie. Fudge truly lived up to his reputation as a competent politician. Even after losing face in front of Charlie, he could still speak to Charlie without batting an eye. Mr. White, what do you think about this? I'll listen to the principal. A glimmer of hope flashed in Fudge's eyes and he immediately turned to Dumbledore. Albus, look, if Charlie thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Fudge's newly composed mindset has crumbled again. Are these two walking their dog? Minister, according to the laws of the Ministry of Magic, what crime should be committed for attacking a student? Charlie asked casually. Naturally, he should be imprisoned. Shouldn't a public official who knowingly breaks the law be punished even more severely? Fudge vaguely sensed something was wrong, but he still nodded. From a legal perspective, that's definitely how it should be. Then let's keep these Dementors locked in the box. Fudge's face instantly turned ashen. If it were just Charlie, he could naturally ignore it, but Dumbledore's opinion was the most important. If Dumbledore had supported Charlie, Fudge wouldn't have been able to release the Dementors given that Charlie's Dementors were in the wrong beforehand. He turned to Dumbledore, his eyes pleading for help. Dumbledore spread his hands, a gentle smile on his face. Connolly, you heard that too, I can't control him. Fudge took a deep breath. Dumbledore was indeed on Charlie's side. Albus, what about the rest of the Dementors? Fudge tried to salvage the situation. They're still around Hogwarts, we can't just arrest them all, can we? Cornely, the rest of the Dementors have left. Dumbledore's tone left no room for argument. Continuing to stay on campus will only jeopardize student safety. Today's events have proven this. But what about Sirius? Fudge's voice rose a few decibels. Without Dementors guarding it, Sirius Black will sneak into the school. Charlie rolled his eyes inwardly. Everyone else had already slipped into the school. The professors will be responsible for the safety of the school. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the window. As for the Dementors, they should go back to Azkaban. The threat they pose here far outweighs the protection they offer. Seeing that Dumbledore had made up his mind, Fudge knew he couldn't change Dumbledore's will and could only say helplessly, "Okay, I'll arrange it." Fudge got up and left, filled with resentment and anger. Charlie rubbed his hands together the moment the door closed. "Headmaster, could you let me study those Dementors?" Dumbledore had just picked up his teacup when he heard this and stopped in his tracks. He put down his teacup and looked at Charlie. "Why do you want to study Dementors?" "I've discovered that they have no mass, can be compressed at will, and are immortal. I want to investigate what Dementors actually are." "Charlie," Dumbledore's tone became serious. "Dark magic or creatures imbued with dark magic possess a unique allure. They can be addictive, they can make you lose yourself. Many wizards have gone down a path of no return because they were too interested in black magic." Charlie waved his hand. "Principal, I was just curious." Charlie's tone was relaxed. "Just as some people wonder why dragons can breathe fire and others wonder why phoenixes can be reborn from the ashes, I will not become obsessed with dark magic." Dumbledore stared into Charlie's eyes for a long time. Charlie didn't avoid his gaze but looked at him openly. Dumbledore sighed. He understood that even if he didn't give it to them now, he could definitely get it by checking his ideals. With his abilities, capturing a few Dementors wouldn't be difficult. Rather than letting Charlie study it secretly in private, it's better to give it to him directly to avoid deepening his rebellious tendencies. Dumbledore picked up the silver box from the table and handed it to Charlie. "Remember what you said." Dumbledore's tone was calm. "Don't let yourself get lost in the darkness." Charlie took the box and weighed it in his hand. "Don't worry, Principal, I know what I'm doing. Don't touch Harry, please don't touch Harry." A woman's scream echoed deep within Harry's mind, piercing and desperate. "Get out of my way, you stupid woman." The cold voice carried an impatient malice followed by a piercing, maniacal laugh. Don't." Harry felt himself falling, plummeting into a vast, icy fog. He tried to reach out and grab the screaming woman, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead. "She's going to die. She's going to be killed. Why am I so sad? Please, have mercy, have mercy." The screams stopped abruptly. The world fell into a deathly silence. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore cast a spell. "I thought he was definitely dead. That's amazing, he didn't even break his glasses." "Who is speaking?" The whispers were muffled and indistinct, as if pierced by a thick layer of cotton. Harry had no idea where he was or what was happening. He only felt pain shooting through every bone in his body, as if he had been brutally beaten by a troll. Then images of hooded, dark figures flashed through his mind. Cold, screams, Dementors. Harry suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling of the infirmary came into view. The Gryffindor Quidditch team members surrounded his bed, all covered in mud from head to toe, looking utterly disheveled. Ron and Hermione were there too, both soaking wet, their hair dripping, looking as if they had just been pulled out of the Black Lake. "Harry, you're awake." Hermione exclaimed excitedly, poking her head out. "How are you feeling?" Ron's face was full of worry. Harry began, only to find his throat as dry as sandpaper. "What happened? What about the game?" The moment he asked the question, the surroundings fell silent. Captain Wood stood motionless, his head bowed, mud dripping from his hair like a statue that had lost its soul. The freckles on Fred and George's faces looked dull and lifeless. "We lost," Fred said in a low voice. "Cedric Diggory caught the golden snitch," George continued. "Right after you fell." Harry tried to sit up, but the aches and pains all over his body made him gasp. He remembered what had happened. He fell off the broom in front of the entire school. "It's not your fault, Harry," Angelina quickly said. "It's those Dementors, hundreds of them. They suddenly appeared from the dark clouds. It was terrifying." "Yeah, who could withstand that kind of scene?" Ron patted his chest, still shaken. "I feel like I'll never be happy again in my life." Fortunately, Charlie intervened in time and drove the Dementors away. Harry didn't say a word, just lay there quietly, not only because he had lost the game, but also because of the scream in his head. He guessed it was his mother. "Are you all right, Harry?" Harry looked up and saw the worried expressions on everyone's faces. Not wanting to worry everyone, he tried to make his voice sound calm and change the subject. "By the way, did anyone take my Nimbus?" The previously noisy chatter of concern vanished instantly, leaving only an awkward silence. Ron and Hermione exchanged a quick glance, then immediately looked away. Harry's heart sank. "What's wrong?" he pressed. Hermione bit her lip, seemingly choosing her words carefully before finally speaking with difficulty. "Your broom." It was blown away by the wind. And then, Harry's voice was a little tense. Then, Hermione's voice lowered. It crashed into the willow tree that strikes people. The hitman willow, a type of willow tree. Harry felt as if his insides were being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. That grumpy old tree could even dismantle a car into scrap metal. He looked at Hermione, awaiting the final verdict. "Professor Flitwick just brought it back before you woke up." Hermione bent down, picked up a cloth bag from the foot of the bed, and dumped it onto Harry's bed with a thud. A dozen or so broken pieces of wood and a pile of misshapen branches lay scattered on the ground, and the once smooth broom handle was broken into several pieces. This is the complete wreckage of his Nimbus 2000. Harry finally got emo. Just then, Mrs. Pomfrey walked by carrying the medicine. Upon seeing this scene, she immediately put on a stern face. All right, get out." She waved her arms like she was herding a flock of chicks. "The patient needs rest. The ward must be absolutely quiet." She forcefully pushed everyone out of the ward. Hermione and Ron had no choice but to drag their soaking wet bodies back to the castle. When the two returned to the auditorium, it was almost empty. Charlie was sitting at the long table in Hufflepuff, talking to Ernie and Justin. Ernie's eyes lit up after hearing Charlie's words. He nodded emphatically, turned around, and ran excitedly out of the auditorium. Hermione and Ron walked over to the long table at Hufflepuff. "Charlie." Hermione sat down and greeted Charlie. "How is Harry?" "It's nothing serious. His broom just broke and he's in a bad mood." Charlie nodded. "It's truly heartbreaking to have something you love ruined. Let's go to Hogsmeade another day and go with him to buy a new one. I know the shopkeeper there." "Oh, by the way, Hermione, I need to talk to you about something." Hermione paused for a moment. "What's up? Please look up information about Dementors for me." Hermione blinked. "What do you need the information on Dementors for?" "I want to study Dementors, so I need some information. The more detailed, the better." Hermione's eyebrows drooped when she heard this. "Using me as a tool again? 8 Yalu." She stood up reluctantly and tugged at her long robe. "Okay, I'll go check out the library." "Thanks," Charlie waved to her. Hermione turned and left the Great Hall. Justin asked, somewhat puzzled. "Didn't you already ask Ernie to look up the information? 2 people are more efficient." Charlie sat back down in his chair, put his legs up on the seat next to him, and sank into the back of the chair. Justin pursed his lips. "You, on the other hand, seem to have it all easy like a wealthy landowner." Charlie clicked his tongue with his eyes closed. "Why are you whining like that?" Justin paused for a moment, then reached into his pocket. "It's not crooked." "Charlie?" The next day, Hermione and Ernie gave Charlie the information they had gathered. Both of them looked exhausted. "That's all?" Hermione placed a stack of parchment on the table. "Information about Dementors is scarce and almost no one dares to approach them." Ernie nodded. "I've searched through every book I could find, and this is all the information I could find about Dementors." Charlie took the documents and flipped through a few pages. "Thanks for your hard work." After the two left, Charlie returned to his dormitory and locked the door. He took the silver box from under the bed and placed it on the table. A faint rustling sound came from inside the box, as if something was struggling. Charlie didn't rush to open the box. Instead, he spread out the documents first. The handwriting on the parchment was neat, but the content was scattered. Dementors feed on human happiness. When people approach them, their worst memories resurface, gradually robbing them of their ability to feel pleasure. In severe cases, even their thinking becomes blurred, eventually leading to complete madness. They can talk to people, but they don't do so most of the time. Charlie paused for a moment upon seeing this. This is easy to understand. To Dementors, humans are merely food. Who would bother chatting with bread? He continued reading. The origins of Dementors can be traced back to the 15th century. They first appeared on a small island in the North Sea, which was later known as Azkaban. On the island lived a wizard obsessed with dark magic named Acrides. This madman lures passing sailors to the island, then uses Dementors as weapons to torture those poor muggles. It is widely believed that he created these terrifying creatures. Charlie frowned. Dementors were actually created by humans. Charlie drew his wand and whispered, "Patriot." Silver light surged from the tip of the staff, coalescing into a small dragon that coiled around his shoulder. Charlie reached out and opened the silver box. A cloud of black mist drifted out of the box and slowly expanded in the air. With its tattered cloak, rotting hands, and bottomless hood, the Dementor reappeared in its complete form. As soon as it took shape, it instinctively retreated, wanting to get away from Charlie's guardian spirit. Charlie patted Zaya along on the head. "Go." The silver dragon soared into the air, opened its mouth, and lunged at the Dementor. The Dementor let out a piercing scream, trying to escape. But the dormitory was too small. It had nowhere to hide. The silver dragon bit down on the Dementor's cloak and ripped it off. The Dementor's body was instantly torn in two, and black mist scattered everywhere. Charlie squinted and observed carefully. The black mist tumbled in the air for a few seconds, then coalesced again, and the Dementors returned to normal. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Again. The silver dragon pounced again, this time tearing the Dementor to shreds. The black mist churned and reformed. Once, twice, 3 times. Charlie had the silver dragon repeatedly tear the Dementors apart, but each time the Dementors would reassemble. Immortal and indestructible. Charlie stopped what he was doing and fell into thought. He instinctively felt that this thing couldn't have been created by humans. How powerful must a wizard be to create something like this? But that guy named Acrides was completely unknown. Apart from being mentioned in the Dementor's files, he was nowhere to be found. This is unreasonable. Charlie waved his wand and the silver dragon transformed into a silver mist, completely enveloping the Dementor. The Dementor struggled to escape, but the silver mist tightened, eventually trapping it in place. It emitted a low whimper, its body convulsing incessantly. Charlie stepped forward and extended his hand. Magic flowed from his fingertips and into the Dementor's body. The next second, a terrifying wave of negative emotions swept over them. Darkness, cold, despair, fear, anger, sorrow. A multitude of emotions mingled together, like a dull knife churning inside Charlie's mind. Charlie's face turned deathly pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and forcibly severed the magic. The Dementors also went limp, as if Charlie had exhausted them. Charlie gasped for breath, bracing himself against the table. That brief contact felt like being forcibly shoved into a garbage-filled sewer. It was disgusting and made me want to vomit. However, he also successfully grasped the true nature of Dementors. They arise naturally from negative human emotions. Every Dementor is an embodiment of countless dark emotions. They are born as the embodiment of negativity, feeding on human happiness and spreading despair and fear. As long as the dark side of humanity exists, it will never disappear. The reason they are immortal is not because they are powerful, but because they are not living beings at all. They are the embodiment of emotions. Charlie had a sudden thought. The silver mist enveloped the Dementor and flew into the silver box, closed the lid and lock it. Dementors are immortal and tireless. All they need to do is capture people and feed them. To be even more ruthless, they don't even need to be fed. They can live indefinitely. What kind of divinely chosen working-class savior is this? Charlie stroked his chin, his thoughts gradually opening up. Could Dementors be harnessed as an unlimited energy source? Harry has been staying at the university hospital all day, and many people have come to visit him, all trying to cheer him up. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't make Harry feel better. He didn't tell anyone that he had heard his mother's dying words. She tried to protect him from Voldemort's harm and from Voldemort's laughter before he killed her. I even dream about this scene at night. Harry remained sullen even when Charlie came to visit him. Charlie walked into the ward and glanced at Harry's face. Still upset about the broom. Just go to Hogsmeade next week and buy a new one. Harry looked up at Charlie. For some reason, the moment I saw Charlie, my previously unsettled heart suddenly settled down and I felt a sense of peace. Harry thought to himself, maybe this is the sense of security Charlie gives me. He hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, Charlie, what should you do if you dream that your loved ones have been murdered? Charlie raised an eyebrow. Why are you asking this? I keep dreaming about this scene after I fainted from seeing a Dementor. Charlie nodded, his voice firm and resolute. Of course, we should just take him down. Harry was stunned. You can't even let others bully you in your own dreams. What Dementors? Voldemort, 36D, pale-skinned, long-legged female ghost. I'll K them all in my dreams. Charlie's words were nonsensical, but Harry suddenly felt that there really wasn't anything to worry about. Why not just find Sirius Black and that damn Voldemort and get revenge himself? School life goes on, and the agonizing Mondays won't disappear no matter who tries. Harry has to be discharged and go back to school. After Gryffindor lost to Hufflepuff, Draco became smug and imitated Draco's broom-dropping motion during potions class. Professor Snape was always very tolerant of his own students, so he simply pretended not to see it. It must be said that Draco has a real talent for acting. To praise his outstanding acting talent, Ron enthusiastically presented him with a bloody crocodile heart. Snape deducted 50 points from Gryffindor's score as a result, which infuriated Hermione to the point of wanting to kill someone. If Snape is teaching defense against the dark arts this afternoon, I'm skipping class. Ron said angrily in the Great Hall, so angry he didn't even want to eat his chicken leg. Charlie glanced at him, then looked at Hermione beside him. Hermione was staring intently at Ron, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. I advise you not to. Hermione really will kill you. Ron followed Charlie's gaze and met Hermione's eyes, immediately shrinking back. I was just kidding, just kidding. You'd better be, Hermione said through gritted teeth. When class started, the group went to the classroom and found that Professor Lupin had returned. But he looked terrible. His face was so pale it looked like he had just gotten out of bed, with dark circles under his eyes, and even his robe looked loose and baggy, as if he had lost weight. Charlie glanced at him, becoming even more certain that Professor Lupin was the werewolf, but that had nothing to do with him. Professor Lupin treated him very well. He could sleep during theory classes and play during practical classes. Charlie didn't plan to report Professor Lupin. As for Professor Snape's hints, Charlie was just a student. He couldn't understand them. Before class, the students were all complaining about Snape's bad behavior. "He doesn't treat us like human beings. We can never finish the homework he assigns," a Gryffindor student said indignantly. "Exactly, and we don't even know what werewolves are," another student chimed in. 2 rolls of parchment. Professor Lupin leaned against the podium and asked gently, "Have you told Professor Snape that we haven't reached that point yet?" "I told him, but he wouldn't listen. He said he has his own rhythm." 2 rolls of parchment. Professor Lupin smiled, a smile that was weary but still warm. "Don't worry, I'll talk to Professor Snape. We don't need to write that paper anymore." A cheer erupted in the classroom. Ron jumped up from his seat, waving his fist. "Excellent, long live Professor Lupin." The other students also breathed a sigh of relief, their worries dissipating. Only Hermione remained seated, her face gradually darkening. She had finished writing. She had stayed up until midnight last night to finish it. Although today's class was a theory lesson, Professor Lupin still brought a hinkpunk and gave a presentation, allowing students to gain a deeper understanding of this creature. "This creature looks like it's made up of wisps of smoke, has only one leg and carries a lantern in its hand. It doesn't seem dangerous." Professor Lupin pointed at it with his magic wand and explained its habits and weaknesses to the students. After the class ended, the students left the classroom one after another. Harry packed his things but didn't rush to leave. He stood there for a while, waiting until most of the other students had left before walking to the podium. Lupin was organizing his lecture notes when he looked up and saw Harry, giving him a gentle smile. When Harry was injured, he was unable to visit him due to his physical condition. He had initially worried that Harry might have mental health issues, but Harry seems to be doing quite well now. "Harry, is something the matter?" Harry took a deep breath and looked directly into Lupin's eyes. "Professor, I want to learn the Patronus charm." Lupin paused. He put down the parchment in his hand and looked intently at Harry. "Why did you suddenly want to learn this?" "I don't want to faint again." Harry's voice was calm, but his tone was resolute. "Every time I see a Dementor, I can't do anything but collapse. I've had enough." "The Patronus charm is difficult, Harry," Lupin said slowly. "Even among adult wizards, not everyone can master it." "I know." Harry didn't back down, "but I still want to learn." Lupin sighed. He really wanted to agree, but his current condition was terrible. "The full moon had just passed, and my body hadn't fully recovered yet. I even found it difficult to stand and finish a class." His gaze inadvertently swept across the back of the classroom and landed on the figure slumped over the desk. Lupin's eyes lit up. He had an idea. "Harry, my Patronus charm isn't actually that powerful." Lupin turned back and gestured to Harry with his eyes. "You have a better option than asking me." Harry paused for a moment, then followed Lupin's gaze. Charlie had just woken up and stretched. "You mean Charlie? You've met his Patronus." Lupin smiled. "That silver dragon, right?" Harry remembered the scene on the pitch that day. A silver dragon descended from the sky, opening its mouth to swallow Dementors one after another. That level of knowledge was more than enough to teach him. Harry didn't think of Charlie right away because of his habitual thinking. He always felt that if he wanted to learn something, he should go to a teacher. But why should Charlie teach him? Charlie stretched and counted the number of idiots in this class. "His Majesty is neglecting state affairs. Tyrant Points +1 +1 +1. The system's voice rang in my mind, carrying its usual obsequious tone. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. "Every day I grow stronger through the system. Life is just that simple, unpretentious, and boring." At that moment, Harry walked to his desk, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Charlie, I want to learn the Patronus charm from you." Charlie looked up at Harry. "I'm willing to pay the tuition," Harry added. Charlie raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair. "Are you sure you want to learn from me?" Harry nodded. "My method is quite cruel." Harry did not back down. "I'm sure." "Great, that's very enthusiastic. I'll teach you." Charlie patted Harry on the shoulder. Ron and Hermione, after hearing what Harry said, also had the same idea. After all, who wouldn't want a powerful summoned beast? "I want to learn too," Ron said. "And me, I'll pay my tuition." Hermione raised her hand. For Charlie, teaching one person is teaching 3 people is teaching, there's no difference. "Sure, let's learn together. But I won't have time during school hours, I'll wait until Christmas break. I guarantee you'll master the Guardian Angel spell in 7 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Charlie's lips curled into a smile, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Charlie's sinister smile. "Why do I suddenly have this feeling that something's not right?" That was too hasty. Every weekend, Charlie would take Harry to Hogsmeade to try and catch the big black dog in the Shrieking Shack. Charlie was absolutely certain that the big black dog was Sirius Black. He secretly learned the animagus fighting style and never revealed it to anyone. After Halloween, students in the 3rd grade and above can go to Hogsmeade. To avoid being spotted, Harry would wear an invisibility cloak in crowded places. They would only take it off in sparsely populated areas in the wild and then wander around there trying to attract Sirius Black. But Sirius seems to have completely disappeared. The last time he appeared at Hogwarts, he tore up the portrait of the fat lady, causing quite a stir. Now, presumably worried that Charlie would associate the black dog with him, he has never been seen near the Screaming Shack again. Charlie hadn't found any trace of the big black dog by Christmas time. On the last weekend before the holidays, Charlie realized that Sirius would most likely not return to the Screaming Shack. So I decided not to wait around waiting for something to happen, but to explore Hogsmeade properly today. During breakfast, Ron was feeding Scabbers with jerky. Charlie glanced at the mouse and paused for a moment. The once chubby Banban is now as thin as a stick, with several bald patches of hair on its body revealing its pink skin. Its 2 eyes bulged out, making the whole mouse look like a fast mouse. "You rat, are you about to die?" Charlie asked, frowning. Ron sighed and placed the jerky near Spot's mouth. Banban sniffed it, then weakly took a small bite, chewing very slowly. "It's all Hermione's cat's fault." Ron glared at Hermione. "That monster stares at Spotty every day, it's scared it to this extent." Upon hearing this, Hermione immediately pressed the cat's head into her arms and huffed. "Crooked Mountain isn't a monster and it won't eat your rats. There's plenty of food for it in the castle, your mouse isn't appealing at all." Regardless, Banban was also frightened by it. "That's because your mouse is too timid." The two argued more and more fiercely, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Charlie quietly moved aside, keeping a distance from the 2 barrels of explosives. Harry sat next to Ron, trying to mediate the fight. All right, stop arguing." Ron angrily stuffed Scabbers into his pocket. Scabbers struggled for a moment, then slumped down helplessly. "Poor Banban, you should just stay in your dorm and rest today. I'm not taking you out." Charlie, Ron, and Hermione followed the main group out of the castle and headed towards Hogsmeade. Ernie and Justin followed Charlie. Harry, wearing an invisibility cloak, went alone through another secret passage. Before leaving, he made an appointment with Charlie to meet at Honeyduke. The snow fell heavier and heavier, with goose feather-like snowflakes blanketing the ground. Before long, Charlie's hair and shoulders were covered in a layer of white. Ron hunched his shoulders and wrapped his scarf even tighter. "This weather is awful." Hermione exhaled, and her warm breath condensed into white mist in the air. "Let's hurry, it'll be warmer inside the shop." At the entrance to Hogsmeade Village, several students stood around the notice board, pointing and whispering. Charlie walked over and glanced at it. The notice board displayed a notice from the Ministry of Magic, the parchment edged with gold, giving it a very serious appearance. Ministry of Magic Order. Dementors will be patrolling the streets of Hogsmeade after sunset. All customers are requested to finish shopping before sunset. Also, if you see the large black dog, please notify the Ministry of Magic immediately. Ernie lowered his voice and said, "Charlie drove the Dementors out of school, so they put them in Hogsmeade. Seriously, if the Dementors had caught Black, they wouldn't have let him escape from Azkaban." The group of 5 entered Hogsmeade. The houses on both sides of the street were covered with thick snow, and icicles hung from the eaves. Warm light shone from the shop window, and people came and went inside the store. They waited a while at Honeyduke's and heard Harry's voice coming from the air beside them. "I'm here, where are we going?" Ernie and Justin were somewhat surprised, as it was the first time they had ever seen Harry's invisibility cloak. Hermione rubbed her hands together, shivering from the cold. As a girl, she's more likely to feel cold in this kind of weather. "Let's go to the 3 Broomsticks bar and have something hot to drink." Ron nodded vigorously. "Good idea." Pushing open the bar door, a wave of heat hit me. The bar was packed with people, the sounds of talking, laughter, and clinking glasses mingled together. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, warming the entire bar. Charlie looked towards the bar. A woman stood behind the bar, her long blonde hair casually tied back, her figure graceful, pouring drinks for the customers. Ron said from the side, "That's Ms. Rosmerta, the bar owner. Please find a seat, I'll go order drinks." Charlie and his friends found an empty table and sat down. Ron went to the bar and ordered 6 hot butter beers. When he returned, Ron's face was slightly flushed, and his eyes kept glancing towards the bar. Charlie raised an eyebrow at him. "Isn't this guy supposed to like men? Why is he blushing when he sees an older woman? Could it be that this kid is playing both sides? That's not simple." Charlie picked up his glass and took a sip. The warm butterbeer slid down my throat, leaving me feeling all warm and cozy. "Merry Christmas." Charlie raised his glass. "Merry Christmas." The others raised their glasses as well. Harry's voice came from the air and the cup floated in midair, looking somewhat eerie, but no one noticed. Suddenly, the bar door was pushed open, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick entered the bar, followed by Hagrid. Minister Fauché was also there, talking to several professors. Harry's cup trembled and he almost spilled it. After all, he was restricted from leaving school, and it would be terrible if the teachers found out. He instinctively wanted to shrink back, but quickly realized he was wearing an invisibility cloak. What's the panic? Professor McGonagall went to the bar and ordered a few drinks. Fudge and Hagrid followed. They said something to Ms. Rosmerta, which made her cover her mouth and chuckle. Then Mrs. Rosmerta, along with them, took their glasses and went straight to the table next to Charlie to sit down. Professor McGonagall saw Charlie and nodded. "Oh, Charlie, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Professor McGonagall," Charlie replied politely. Professor Flitwick waved to Charlie with a smile. The chair groaned as Hagrid sat down. After the professors and Minister Fudge sat down, they began to talk in hushed tones. Charlie, holding his cup, glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. With Fudge around, he might hear some news about Blake. He put down his cup, pulled out his wand, and tapped it lightly under the table. "Put a magic spell on your ears so that you can hear what they are saying. His Majesty is listening to all the civil and military officials. Tyrant Points +10, the system's voice rang in his mind, and Charlie's lips curled into a slight smile. Hermione happened to witness this scene. She first looked at Charlie, then at the professors at the next table, and based on her understanding of Charlie, she immediately understood what was going on. She lowered her voice. "Charlie, don't do that. Eavesdropping on the professor is going too far." Ron's eyes lit up. "Eavesdropping on the professor? That's so cool, Charlie. I want to hear too." Charlie didn't say anything, but tapped his wand under the table several times, casting spells on Ron, Hermione, Ernie, Justin, and Harry. Hermione said it was too much, but her body language betrayed her. She sat up straight and her ears were perked up. The sounds from the next table reached their ears clearly. Ms. Rosmerta is complaining, "These Dementors have ruined business. Customers are afraid to go out before dark." Fudge's voice rang out, carrying an official tone. "There's no other way, Rosmerta. It's for everyone's safety. Sirius Black is still on the run. We have to take action. I'm sure you've heard about what happened at school on Halloween." "I have indeed heard some things." Ms. Rosmerta nodded. Professor McGonagall looked at Hagrid with great annoyance. "How many people did you tell about this, Hagrid?" Hagrid let out a silly, good-natured grin, trying to get away with it. Ms. Rosmerta, holding her wine glass, spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "To be honest, I still can't believe Sirius would side with the mysterious man. He was so brave in school. Whenever someone bullied younger students, he was always the first to rush out." Fudge sneered and slammed the cup down on the table. "Courage. He'd betray even his best friend. His courage is nothing but an act." Ms. Rosmerta shook her head and sighed. "But they were such good friends back then. Sirius Black and James Potter inseparable. That was all a facade." Fudge's tone grew even colder. "James trusted him so much, asking him to be his best man at his wedding and even making him Harry's godfather after they had children. And what happened? He handed James and his family right over to Vader." The cup in Harry's hand wobbled. "He knew Blake had killed his parents, but he never knew the details. Draco only said that Black was a Death Eater and a traitor, but never mentioned his relationship with his father." Godfather. This word was like a dull knife twisting and turning in Harry's heart. His breathing was rapid, his chest felt tight, and waves of nausea surged up. Charlie turned his head and glanced in Harry's direction. Although he couldn't see Harry, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. He didn't speak and continued listening to Fudge. Fudge took a sip of his drink and continued. "When the mysterious man was hunting James and Lily, Dumbledore advised them to use the fidelity charm to protect their dwelling. It's a very powerful protective spell, capable of sealing any secret within a person's soul." Ms. Rosmerta nodded. "I've heard of this spell. As long as the person keeping the secret doesn't speak, no one can know it." Ms. Rosmerta set down her glass, her voice tinged with doubt. "So Blake is their liaison?" Professor McGonagall sighed, her eyes behind her glasses revealing regret. "That's right. Dumbledore originally suspected that someone close to James was informing on him to the secret agent, so to be on the safe side, he offered to be the secret agent himself. But James insisted that Black be the secret agent." "Why?" Ms. Rosmerta asked, puzzled. "Because James is worried that if Dumbledore becomes the secret keeper, Black will be seen as a suspect." Professor McGonagall's voice grew even lower. "He trusted that traitor too much." Hagrid slammed his hand on the table, making the cups jump. "Despicable and shameless traitor, how dare he!" "Hagrid, keep your voice down." Professor McGonagall quickly stopped him. Hagrid scratched his head awkwardly, lowering his voice slightly. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, but thankfully that B asterisk 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 D was caught the day after Voldemort was killed by Harry. Fudge took a sip of his drink and continued the conversation. This brings us to the true hero, James' other friend, Peter Pettigrew. He hunted down Black alone, seeking revenge for James. Unfortunately, the ruthless Black was far more powerful, blasting him to pieces in the street with a spell. Oh my god. Ms. Rosmerta covered her mouth. 12 muggles died on the spot. Fudge's voice grew even more somber. Peter's body was reduced to a single little finger. The Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him the Order of Merlin, first class. Charlie frowned when he heard the name, Peter Pettigrew. Isn't that the name Ron used in his bed? He saw it clearly on the Marauders map that night. Charlie found the gay relationship too offensive and stopped paying attention to it, but Fudge's words made him reconsider. Charlie turned his head and looked at Ron. Ron was intently eavesdropping, holding his cup, and didn't react at all. This is really wrong. If you suddenly hear that someone shares the same name as your friend, you would at least be a little surprised. Charlie lowered his voice. Ron, do you know this Peter Pettigrew? Ron paused for a moment, then blinked blankly. Who is it? I don't know them. Charlie stared at his expression for a few seconds and realized it didn't seem like he was faking it at all. Even with his intelligence, he couldn't fake such a natural reaction. Charlie continued to ask, so who do you sleep with at night? Ron looked at him, puzzled. I've always slept alone. He paused. If I absolutely had to say who I sleep with, it would be Banban. Charlie squinted. Is Banban missing a finger? Ron froze, his mouth agape in astonishment. How do you know? Have you observed the spots? Charlie didn't answer him. His mind was rapidly connecting all the clues. A mouse that has lived for more than 10 years. The claw is missing a finger. The man named Peter Pettigrew, his body reduced to just a little finger. Charlie had his answer. If the name displayed on the Marauders map is correct, then Scabbers is also an animagus, and his true form is Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, who should have died, became a mouse and lived in anonymity for over a decade. Interesting. Charlie stood up and said to everyone, I need to go back to the castle for something. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The next second, Charlie appeared in the dormitory. He pulled the Marauders map from under the bed and tapped his wand on the parchment. I solemnly swear that I will not do any good deeds. The ink spread across the parchment, and a map of Hogwarts gradually appeared. Charlie located the Gryffindor Tower and carefully scanned each of the marked names. Although most of the people in the castle had gone to Hogsmeade, the first and second year students were still stuck at school doing their homework. No. There was no mention of Peter Pettigrew's name in the entire tower. Charlie frowned. Ron had left Scabbers in the dormitory before going to Hogsmeade, and Charlie guessed that he should be able to find Peter Pettigrew's name by now. Did I guess wrong? He put away the map and used apparition again. The landing point this time was in front of the entrance to the Gryffindor Common Room. Because he had never been to the Gryffindor Common Room, he couldn't teleport in directly. In the portrait, Sir Cadogan is brandishing his sword. Upon seeing Charlie appear, he immediately shouts, Halt, give me the password. Open the door, Charlie said impatiently. I will never open the door without a password, that's a knight's code. Charlie drew his wand, pointed it at the portrait, and golden flames erupted from the tip of the wand. Flames tumbled in the air, the temperature so high that Sir Cadogan in the portrait quickly took a few steps back. This is the password. If you don't open the door, you'll be burned alive, Charlie said calmly. Sir Cadogan swallowed hard and stammered. Calm down, Charlie, calm down. Remember, I gave you directions. It would have been better if we hadn't mentioned it because bringing it up only made Charlie angrier. You have the nerve to bring this up after giving me such bad directions. Charlie pressed his wand against the picture frame, the flame at the tip of the wand flickering even more fiercely. Open the door. Okay, I'll start right away. Sir Cadogan nimbly opened the door. His Majesty violently coerced the guards, Tyrant Points +10. Charlie put away his wand, pushed open the door, and went inside. In the Gryffindor Common Room, several first and second year students were playing wizard chess around a table. They looked up and saw Charlie and were all stunned. Charlie was a celebrity among the students. His various exploits over the past 2 years made it hard not to know him. But they couldn't understand how Hufflepuff students could get into Gryffindor's common room. Kids, stop watching, go play chess. Charlie snapped his fingers. The young wizards suddenly felt a gentle force compelling them to lower their heads and stare at the chessboard. Charlie walked to the top of the stairs and found Harry's dormitory by the room number. He pushed open the door and the scene inside made him pause for a moment. The dormitory was a bit messy. There were still some bloodstains on Ron's sheets, his pillow was crooked to one side and the blanket was on the floor. Charlie frowned and scanned the entire room. He searched under the bed, in the closet, under the table. He looked in every corner but couldn't find Banban. There were a few ginger yellow cat hairs on the ground. Charlie crouched down, picked up one, and examined it closely. He recognized the color. Hermione's cat Crookshanks had the same color. There was still blood on Ron's sheets, but not much, just a few drops. Now the sequence of events is clear. Crookshanks sneaked in and attacked Scabbers, or rather it attacked Peter Pettigrew. Peter was scratched, bled a little, and then ran away. As an adult wizard, the probability of being bitten to death by a cat is not high. He can easily transform back into human form, chase the cat away, and then transform back into a mouse. But he chose to run away, which is quite interesting. Surely he wasn't afraid of Crookshanks. Peter transformed into a mouse and lived incognito for over a decade, hiding in the Weasley family home. If he truly was a hero, why would he hide? Did Black really escape from prison to kill Harry? Charlie squinted. If Peter is the real traitor, then Blake's purpose in escaping from prison makes sense. He had been in Azkaban for over a decade when he suddenly learned that Peter was still alive, which is why he risked everything to escape and seek revenge on Peter. However, this is just speculation. To confirm it, we would need to catch Peter or Black. Meanwhile, after Charlie disappeared, Harry stood in the Three Broomsticks pub, his unease growing stronger. Charlie's sudden return to school must mean he discovered something, and he had a strong feeling it was related to Blake, since Charlie had left abruptly after overhearing the professor's conversation. "I'm going back too," Harry said in a low voice, still wearing his invisibility cloak. Ron put down his cup and looked at Hermione. "Let's go too." Hermione nodded. The three left the bar and hurried towards Hogwarts through the snow. It was afternoon when we returned to the castle. The corridors were empty, most of the students were still in Hogsmeade. Harry took off his invisibility cloak and the three of them ran to find Charlie. He was finally found by the Black Lake. Charlie was squatting by the lake and Storm was standing next to him, tilting his head to listen to him. "Did you hear me? Catch Spotty and you'll get 100 jerky sticks as a reward." Charlie broke off a small piece of jerky and fed it to Storm. "Find the big black dog, reward 50 sticks. Charlie didn't expect Storm and his crew to catch Peter, but he figured he might as well try. What if they did? It wouldn't be a waste of time anyway. "Goo!" Storm exclaimed excitedly. Charlie patted its head. "Go ahead, get all the little owls in the owl pen mobilized. Whoever catches one gets a reward." The Storm immediately flew away. Ron's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. "Wait, Charlie, is the spot you're talking about the same spot I know? Why are you grabbing it? What did it do wrong? This can't be explained in just a few words. Why don't you go back to your dorm and check first?" Ron paused for a second, then turned and ran into the castle. Harry followed. Hermione didn't move. She stood still, looking at Charlie. "What happened?" Charlie didn't want to explain it to her first and then explain it to Harry. "Ron again. We'll talk about it when they get back." Not long after, Ron stormed over, holding a bed sheet, with Harry following behind him somewhat awkwardly. Ron pointed to the bloodstains on the sheets and yelled at Hermione, "It's all your cat's fault, it killed Spotty." Hermione looked surprised and was about to explain when Charlie grabbed Ron's shoulder. "Quiet down, Scabbers isn't dead." Charlie paused, or rather his name isn't Banban at all. Ron was stunned, the anger on his face turned into confusion. "What's the meaning?" Charlie pulled the Marauder's map from his pocket and tapped his wand on the parchment. The ink spread across the parchment and a map of Hogwarts gradually appeared. Charlie pointed to the location on the map near the Black Lake, where 4 names were clearly marked: Charlie White, Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger. This map shows the names and locations of everyone in the castle, even Dumbledore. Charlie pointed to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was pacing back and forth. Ron's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly realized what was happening. "This map is indeed amazing, but what does it have to do with Banban? I saw on the map before that you were sleeping with someone named Peter Pettigrew. I initially thought it was a man, but I realized something was wrong when I heard the professors mention the name today." Ron blinked, not quite understanding. "If nothing unexpected happens, then it's Banban." The air suddenly became quiet. Ron's expression changed from blank to shocked. "How could that be? How could Banban be?" "You mean Banban is an animagus?" "That's right," Charlie nodded. "Furthermore, according to Minister Fudge, Peter Pettigrew lost a finger just like Scabbers' claw." Ron was deathly pale and swayed unsteadily. He couldn't accept the news at first. The amount of information was simply too much. "Good news, your pet can now transform. The bad news is the one who changed is an old man." "Ron, you've been sleeping with an old man for 2.5 years, Charlie added. "Thank you for reminding me." Ron roared, his eyes went unfocused, and he lay on his back, unable to get up. Late at night, Crookshanks slipped out of the castle. It trudged through the snow, step by step, toward the willow tree. Under the moonlight, the branches of the willow tree swayed in the wind, as if ready to attack any approaching creature at any moment. Crookshank stopped under the tree, his amber eyes fixed on the waving branches. The next second it suddenly darted forward. Snap, thick branches fell from the sky and crashed down on Crook Mountain. Crookshank twisted its body and nimbly dodged, but another branch swept across. It ducked down and scurried under the branch. The willow tree grew increasingly agitated, its branches lashing wildly at the ground, sending snowflakes flying. Crook Mountain leaps and bounds through the gaps in the branches as if dancing. Finally, it leaped onto the tree trunk, its front paws landing precisely on a small nodule. The man who had been hitting Liu fell silent instantly. All the branches were suspended in midair, completely still. Crookshank shook off the snow and crawled into a small hole at the base of a tree. The entrance was narrow, barely enough for an adult man to squeeze through. But after walking a few steps, the space suddenly expanded, transforming into a spacious underground passage. The passage was dark, with only a faint sliver of moonlight filtering in from the entrance. After walking for a while in the Crook Mountains, a dark shadow appeared ahead. A large black dog was lying on the ground. It raised its head when it heard the noise. Crookshank went up and meowed, rubbing his head against the big black dog's front legs. The big black dog lowered its head and licked its ear. The next second, the black dog's body began to twist, its fur disappeared, and its limbs lengthened. In the blink of an eye, a thin and haggard man appeared in the passageway. His hair was long and messy, as if it hadn't been styled in a long time. His cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones prominent, and his eyes deep-set. His black robe was tattered and stained. Sirius Black, an Azkaban fugitive. Blake crouched down, picked up Crookshank, and placed him on his lap. His fingers gently stroked the cat's back. "Did you catch them?" Blake's voice was hoarse. "Meow," Crookshank meowed, his tail drooping. Blake sighed. He grabbed Crookshank's front paw and squeezed the paw pad. "It's all right, you've done your best." Crookshank tilted his head to look at him, his amber eyes glowing in the darkness. "I'll come in person next time." Blake released his grip, and Crookshank jumped to the ground, circling around his feet. Blake leaned against the wall, looking up out of the tree hole. Moonlight slanted in through the opening, casting a small white patch on the ground. That was the light he sought but could not find in Azkaban. He spent 12 years in that hellish place. The Dementors roam outside the cell every day, sucking away all happy memories. He watched as the other prisoners went insane one by one, screaming in their cells, G their heads against the walls, and finally dying. The only reason he was able to hold on was because of the hatred in his heart. Hatred for Peter, hatred for himself. He hated Peter for betraying James and handing his family over to Voldemort. He hated even more the foolish suggestion he had made to make Peter the liaison. They were too clever for their own good, thinking no one would have thought of that. Blake closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, making him cough. He saw the newspaper in Azkaban. In that photograph, Peter, transformed into a mouse, is perched on Ron Weasley's shoulder. At that moment, he almost thought he had gone mad. Peter is not dead. That traitor is alive and well, still hiding in Hogwarts. That very night, he transformed into a dog and slipped through the bars of his cell. Since Dementors cannot sense animal emotions, he escaped from Azkaban. He swam across the strait and ran all the way to Hogwarts. He wanted to kill Peter to avenge James. Blake opened his eyes and stared at the patch of moonlight. He was willing to live in darkness forever if he could kill Peter. The next morning, Charlie and his group boarded the train for the Christmas holidays. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat somber. Harry's face was grim. The fact that his godfather had betrayed his parents disgusted him, and a surge of intense hatred welled up within him. Ron's expression was also grim, and he muttered to himself, "I even fed him and let him sleep next to my pillow. Oh my God, I even touched him. Whenever he thinks about sleeping, eating, and bathing with Banban, he can't help but gag." Hermione's face was also grim. Crookshanks had been out gallivanting somewhere last night, and his body was covered in dark welts. Good heavens, even if Snape rubbed his hair on Crookshanks, it wouldn't be this dirty. Seeing the three of them looking like that, Charlie couldn't help but tap on the table. "Can the three of you please perk up a bit? I finally convinced Dumbledore to let Harry come home with me just so I could teach you the Patronus charm. And this is the state you're in. When did you become so nice?" Hermione asked Charlie warily. "Something just doesn't feel right." "Is that how you see me?" Charlie asked, heartbroken. "Can't I stab him in the back for my friend?" "Oh, I mean go through fire and water for him. You've really hurt me to hear that," Charlie said, clutching his chest. "I'm doing this for your safety." Hermione stared at Charlie for a few seconds and noticed that the expression on his face was excessively sincere. Her guard lowered somewhat. "All right, I believe you genuinely want to teach us this time." Hermione turned her face away, her voice lowering. "I misunderstood you just now, I'm sorry." But don't worry, I will definitely complete your teaching tasks diligently, and I'll let you check them later. Charlie smiled with great satisfaction but said nothing. The train pulled into the station, and Harry, his two friends, and Charlie got off the train and took a taxi to the orphanage. Charlie could actually teleport the three of them, but the process of phantom teleportation is very uncomfortable. Considering what they were about to encounter, it's better to let them experience the beauty for a while longer. Grandma White stood in the doorway, holding an apron, and smiled when she saw Charlie. "Charlie, you're back." She smiled even more when she saw the three children following behind Charlie. He even brought some classmates back. "Come on in, it's cold outside." Harry stepped forward and greeted them politely. "Hello, Grandma White." He visited once during the summer vacation and had a very good impression of Grandma White. "It's Harry." Grandma White clapped her hands. Come in quickly, I've prepared hot tea for you." As the group entered the orphanage, a wave of warmth washed over them. Charlie took off his coat and casually asked, "Grandma, was that box opened during the summer vacation?" Grandma White shook her head. "No, except for a big guy coming to feed Norbert every week, the box has basically never been opened." The big guy was Hagrid, who brought Norbert's food to the orphanage every week. Charlie nodded, led the three upstairs, and pushed open the door to the room. The box was still in its original place. Charlie opened the trunk and jumped inside first. Harry and his two companions followed behind. Norbert, who was lying in the distance, immediately raised his head when he heard the noise. It saw Charlie and excitedly rushed over, its huge body leaving a series of footprints on the ground. Roar! Norbert lowered his head and nuzzled Charlie's chest. Charlie was jolted back 2 steps by the bump and reached out to pat its nose. All right, stop fooling around." Zhu Dai swooped down from the sky and landed directly on Charlie's head, his claws gripping Charlie's hair tightly. Charlie tried to pull it down, but Zhu Dai refused. Charlie just let it lie there. Hermione and her two companions were utterly shocked when they saw Norbert. "It's grown so much." Charlie reassured Norbert and turned to walk towards an open space deep inside the box. Harry and his two companions followed behind. Charlie stopped and turned around. "I told you the incantation and tricks of the Guardian Charm before. How's your practice going?" Hermione immediately raised her wand. "Take protection." A wisp of silver mist emerged from the tip of the staff, lingered in the air for a few seconds, and then dissipated. Harry raised his wand and repeated the words. His mist was slightly lighter than Hermione's. Ron finally raised his wand. "Take protection." A wisp of extremely faint silver smoke rose from the tip of the staff, almost invisible. Hermione gave Ron a smug look. "I told you to practice properly, but you wouldn't listen." Ron blushed. "Didn't I successfully release it?" Charlie nodded. "It's all right, your foundation is already very solid. It's time to start further practice." Ron immediately puffed out his chest and gestured with his chin toward Hermione. "See, Charlie said my foundation is very solid." Hermione pursed her lips, said nothing, and just looked at Charlie with some curiosity. "Charlie's guardian spirit is so powerful, how amazing must his teaching be? I can't wait to start practicing." Charlie then pulled a silver box out of his pocket. Ron stared at the box, a sudden bad feeling creeping over him. "Charlie, what's this?" Charlie didn't answer, his fingers were on the clasp of the box. "Are you ready?" "Wait," Ron hadn't finished speaking. Click, the box is opened. 3 black figures rushed out of the box and instantly floated into the air. Dementors. Ron's face turned deathly pale instantly. "I think my foundation could be strengthened further." The moment the 3 Dementors burst out of the box, they instinctively moved away from Charlie. Although Charlie didn't cast the Patronus charm at all, the 3 Dementors seemed to have seen something terrifying and circled around in the air. Hunger drove them to turn their heads, their tattered bodies slowly turning toward Harry and his companions. "Run." Ron managed to squeeze out a single word, and the 3 of them turned and ran. The Dementors hovered in midair, silently giving chase. The surrounding temperature plummeted and frost spread across the ground. Charlie stood still, and then his shoulder blades, along with his clothes, gradually stretched out and turned into a pair of huge red wings. The wing membrane gleamed with a dark luster under the moonlight. Its frame was robust, with edges as sharp as knives. This is a localized deformation of his animagus. As its wings unfolded, they created a gust of wind, and Norbert let out an excited roar from afar. Charlie lifted off the ground, flapped his wings, and soared into the air. He hovered above the Dementors, looking down at the 3 people fleeing in disarray below. "Just running won't do any good," Charlie's voice came from above. "You must learn the Guardian Charm, otherwise you'll die." His Majesty is inhuman, intimidating the young pageboy. Tyrant Points +5. Ron glanced back and nearly tripped over a stone on the ground. "Charlie, are you crazy?" Hermione gritted her teeth and abruptly stopped. She turned around and raised her wand. "Take protection." Silver mist billowed from the tip of the staff, forming a thin film in front of her. The Dementor charged forward, crashing into the film with a piercing shriek. Ron and Harry stopped and each raised their wands. Take protection, take protection. 3 streaks of silver mist merged together, barely managing to block the Dementor's attack. The Dementors hovered outside the membrane, repeatedly assaulting the defenses. Each impact caused the membrane to vibrate violently, and the 3 men's arms trembled as well. The temperature around them was dropping. Harry could see his own breath in the air, and his fingers were numb with cold. Images he didn't want to recall began to surface in his mind, his mother's screams, the green light, and that tall, dark figure. Charlie continued to hover in midair. Judai peered down from above his head, then peeked back down. It was too cruel, he couldn't bear to watch. Hermione gritted her teeth. Could you take these things back first? No, Charlie's tone was calm. Only real danger can bring out your potential. Normally, the presence of Dementors would make people unable to recall any happiness, but the Patronus charm cast by Hermione and her 2 companions temporarily blocked them. A thin, swaying barrier of silver mist formed in front of the 3, but it was enough to keep the Dementors away. Hermione gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. She could feel her strength slowly waning, like she was running a long-distance race. This can't go on. Hermione took a deep breath. Harry, stop for a moment. Ron and I will cast the spell. We can switch in a few minutes. Taking turns to rest will help us last longer. Harry nodded and his wand fell. His guardian spell vanished and the silver barrier immediately shrank. The Dementor sensed an opportunity and drifted closer. A chill crept up Harry's spine, but it was still within a tolerable range. At least it wouldn't render him unable to move. Ron's spell proficiency was not high to begin with, so casting the guardian charm was very difficult for him. Ron, focus, Hermione shouted. I know. I'm already very focused. But he persevered in the end. 5 minutes later, Harry raised his wand again. Protect me! The silver mist erupted once more. Ron immediately put away his wand, gasping for breath, and collapsed to the ground. I can't do it anymore, I really can't. Is Charlie trying to kill us? Shut up, save your energy, Hermione gritted her teeth. 5 minutes later, Ron stood up and took over from Hermione. This time, his guardian spell was noticeably stronger. The silver mist was no longer so thin, it condensed into a ball in the air. Although its shape was still indistinct, it was at least thicker than before. Charlie nodded in satisfaction as he watched this scene. Not bad, you're making rapid progress, his voice came from above. You see, people only unleash their greatest potential when facing life and death. Hold on a little longer. Once you can summon a physical guardian deity, I'll take it back. A physical guardian deity? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Do you know how difficult that is? Even many adult wizards can't do it. Keep it up, I believe in you. Charlie casually flapped his wings. It's said that someone in a fit of extreme rage killed a tiger with a sliding tackle. You could do that too. Time ticked by second. Harry, his friends, and their companions took turns casting the Patronus charm, their spell proficiency rapidly increasing under this extreme pressure. The silver mist, initially thin and transparent, gradually thickened and solidified. But the cost is also obvious. Sweat dripped from Hermione's forehead, soaking her collar. Ron was deathly pale, his lips trembling. Harry's arms ached so much he could barely lift them. The frequency of player turnover is increasing. From the initial 5 minutes, it became 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and finally it could only last 1 minute. The Dementors sensed their weakness and grew increasingly agitated. 3 dark figures hovered outside the silver barrier, repeatedly attacking the defenses. It was Harry's turn to rest again. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. His wand was still in his hand, his fingers numb. Ron and Hermione stood in front, each holding a wand. Silver mist emanated from the tips of the wands, but it was noticeably weaker than before. The Dementor charged forward. Ah, Ron growled, his wand trembling violently. Hang in there, Hermione gritted her teeth and said. Ron's face turned red. Harry, are you all right? I'm dying. Harry struggled to his feet, his legs feeling as if they were made of cotton. Hang in there a little longer, don't go so fast. I really can't go on, I can't hold on any longer. Charlie's lips twitched, these lines sounded weird. Suddenly, Ron leaned back and fell straight to the ground. The wand slipped from his hand. The guardian spell instantly developed a gap. The 3 Dementors surged forward simultaneously. The temperature dropped sharply. Hermione felt as if a block of ice was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. The happy memories in her mind vanished rapidly, leaving only pain and despair. Suddenly, I wondered, what is the meaning of living? The guardian spell has been extinguished. Hermione fell to her knees and her wand fell from her hand. 3 Dementors floated above her and Ron, their withered hands emerging from their tattered robes as they slowly approached. Harry's mind went completely blank when he saw this. No, he can't let anything happen to Hermione and Ron. A surge of power welled up from my chest, burning through the cold like fire. Harry suddenly raised his wand. Take protection. This time it's different. Silver mist gushed from the tip of the staff, no longer an invisible wisp of fog but quickly coalesced into an outline. 4 legs, a slender body, and forked antlers on its head. A silver stag appeared in the air. It lowered its head and charged towards the Dementor. The fully formed guardian spirit deals significantly more damage to Dementors, causing the Dementors to let out a sharp shriek and turn to flee. The silver stag pursued them, forcing them to retreat step by step. Charlie stopped in midair. Good. He snapped his fingers and the 3 Dementors were instantly sucked back into the box. The lid closed, locking with a click. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. Ron and Hermione collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Charlie fell from midair, its wings folding behind it, and finally disappeared. He walked over to Harry and patted him on the shoulder. Very good, Harry is the first to pass the test and successfully release his Patronus. Harry stared at the silver stag in the air, his eyes shining. Everything he had just experienced seemed so insignificant in the face of success. The stag circled in the air before finally dissipating into specks of silver light. Hermione sat on the floor, her face flushed, glaring at Charlie. Her hair was plastered to her forehead from sweat and her clothes were soaked. You're a complete idiot, Hermione gritted her teeth. How can you do something like that, releasing the Dementors without even a warning? If she weren't so exhausted that she couldn't even stand up, she would have loved to rush up and bite that B******** D to death. Seeing her expression, which suggested she was quite unwilling to have failed to release her guardian spirit, Charlie asked. Looks like Hermione wants to practice a little more. Hermione exploded. Get away from me, you B******* D, don't touch me. She picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Charlie. Charlie dodged to the side and reluctantly withdrew his hand. You little brat, how rude of you. Ron remained lying helplessly on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Charlie, Ron suddenly spoke. If we really don't make it, you'll save us, right? Charlie glanced at him and smiled knowingly. Of course, you silly boy. Seeing Ron breathe a sigh of relief, Charlie added in his mind, but that's before you're completely tormented and knocked unconscious by the Dementors. Otherwise, what kind of life-or-death confrontation is that? With Harry successfully summoning his Patronus, today's training session has come to an end. Charlie clapped his hands. All right, that's enough for today, let's go home and eat. The 3 stumbled out of the box. Grandma White had already prepared dinner. The table was laden with food, the most eye-catching of which was a large plate of freshly baked apple pie and a roast turkey in the center of the table. Ron's eyes lit up the moment he saw the food. He didn't even bother wiping his sweat before rushing to the table and sitting down. Grandma, you're my savior. Ron grabbed a piece of apple pie and stuffed it into his mouth. The warm apple pie melts in your mouth, its crisp crust blending perfectly with the sweet, juicy filling. The sugar melted quickly on my tongue, and that feeling of happiness completely washed away the despair I had just felt. Hermione picked up a piece and took a small bite. The sweetness spread in her mouth and her tense nerves finally relaxed. Grandma White stood by, smiling as she distributed turkey meat to the group. Eat more, you kids are too thin. The younger children from the orphanage were gathered around the table, chattering away. A little boy tugged at Harry's sleeve, insisting on showing him his drawing. Harry looked down at the crooked doodle and a smile finally appeared on his lips. Ron had finished his 3rd slice of apple pie, slumped back in his chair and sighed contentedly. Charlie raised his glass. Merry Christmas! The others also raised their glasses. Merry Christmas! The next morning, Charlie woke up in bed. The room was quiet, the storm wasn't on the windowsill. It flew out to deliver goods last night and I guess it hasn't finished yet. Charlie gave Christmas gifts to all his friends, which were, as always, his familiar notebooks from various subjects. Gifts were also prepared for several professors. The other professors were easy to please, but Snape never seemed to like his gifts. So Charlie switched to a different brand of shampoo, which is said to be the most famous brand in the wizarding world. And then there's Dumbledore, that old man who always complains about how he's getting old and gets cold easily, and how he wishes he had a pair of thick, long white wool socks embroidered with a flower. Charlie was speechless and bought him 10 pairs of black ones. Owls delivered Christmas presents one after another throughout the day. Charlie signed for each package and opened it. A gray owl landed in front of Charlie, carrying a thick journal in its beak. The cover features the words "Today's Metamorphosis" printed in large gold lettering. Charlie turned to the first page where the title read, "On the Realization and Theoretical Breakthrough of the Fire Dragon Animagus. Authors, Charlie White, Hermione Granger." It seems the paper submitted earlier has been successfully published in the journal. Professor McGonagall immediately bought the latest edition and sent it to Charlie. Once this paper gets out, the entire wizarding world will know that the Animagus have achieved a new breakthrough. Charlie will become an expert in this field, even surpassing Snape's status in the world of potions, and will be forever remembered in history. Charlie closed the magazine, a smile playing on his lips. He stood up, took the journal, and left the room. In the living room on the first floor, Harry and Ron were huddled around a long, narrow package. Charlie walked down the stairs. "What's this?" "I don't know, it was just delivered." Ron suddenly thought of something. "This shape, it's not a broom, is it?" Harry's eyes lit up and he reached out to tear open the wrapper. A shimmering luster shone through the torn seam. Ron gasped. After the wrapping paper was completely torn open, an exquisitely crafted flying broom appeared before the three of them. The broom handle is streamlined and as smooth as a mirror. The branches at the end are neatly arranged, each one gleaming with gold. Ron jumped up. "Fire bolts, these are fire bolts. The latest and fastest professional broomstick. Harry, do you know how much this thing costs?" Quidditch teams are scrambling to buy it. Harry was also very excited. He had seen this broom in Diagon Alley. He had stood outside the shop window for a long time and the price tag made his heart race. Although he had enough money in his vault to buy it, it was still a huge sum of money. Charlie stared at the fire bolt, his expression changing slightly. Boo-hoo. If Harry takes that broom into the arena, Hufflepuff's Quidditch Cup title this year is in jeopardy. At that moment, Hermione came downstairs, carrying a thick book in her arms. She frowned when she saw Harry and Ron grinning foolishly around the broom. "What are you all laughing about?" Ron immediately pointed at the fire bolt. "Look, Harry's new broom." Hermione approached and glanced down at the broom. Her expression wasn't as excited as Ron's, instead it was somewhat wary. "Who sent it?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know, there's no card." Hermione's brow furrowed even more. An anonymous gift of such an expensive item. "Harry, this isn't right." Ron waved his hand impatiently. "Who cares who sent it? These are fire crossbow bolts." Hermione's eyes widened, her brow furrowed. "You two are so forgetful. You've already forgotten what happened to Ginny last year. That diary almost killed her." Her voice rose a few decibels. In the magical world, things that appear suddenly are often very dangerous. Ron shrank back. Okay, she nags just like my mom." "I think it should be given to a professor to examine. At least Professor McGonagall should take a look," Hermione insisted. Harry's expression immediately fell. His fingers gently traced the smooth surface of the broom, his eyes filled with reluctance. "But this is the best gift I've ever received." Ron also joined in the complaining. "Inspect, they'll take it apart. By the time they're done inspecting, the semester will be over." Both of them turned their gazes to Charlie, hoping he would take their side. Charlie glanced at the firebolt, then at Hermione's anxious expression and coughed lightly. "I think Hermione is absolutely right." Ron's mouth dropped open, looking utterly betrayed. "Charlie, how could you?" Hermes looked at Charlie with excitement, a slight smile playing on his lips. Harry nodded reluctantly. "Well, maybe you and Hermione are right." Charlie smiled. "This thing can't be used by Harry. Although Hufflepuff has already defeated Gryffindor in Quidditch this year, the Quidditch Cup is a points-based system. Whoever has the highest points in the entire year's competition wins the Quidditch Cup. What if Harry gets the firebolt and then goes off to bully weaker opponents and rack up points?" Charlie had originally planned for Harry and the others to successfully cast the Patronus charm by Christmas, but after their last training session, the three of them absolutely refused to get near the box. Hermione said that if she ever learned anything from Charlie again, she'd be a dog. Charlie had no choice but to give up. Those three heartless bastards. So many people outside want to train as guardians of the netherworld but never get the chance. While they were playfully celebrating Christmas, little did they know the profound impact Charlie's thesis had on the wizarding world. Malfoy Estate. Lucius sat in a high-backed chair in the study, holding the latest issue of Transformations Today. Although it was Christmas, Malfoy Manor still maintained its noble and luxurious appearance. Those cheap-colored light bulbs seemed ready to explode if you stepped into the castle. His gaze lingered on the title of the paper, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Fantastic Beasts Animagus. No one has ever succeeded in this field. Countless transfiguration masters have tried, but all have ended in failure. And now, a third-grade student has done it. This is truly terrifying. Even the Dark Lord back then couldn't compare to him. Anyone who opposes him will face the most terrifying nightmare. Fortunately, the Malfoy family was already firmly on Charlie's chariot. What a discerning family in the magical world they are. Thinking of this, Lucius glanced thankfully at Draco beside him. "Draco, you must make sure to get along well with Charlie. Spend time talking to him after class." "Father, Charlie and I get along okay. It's not like we go to each other's dorms after school." "I still have homework to do." Lucius glanced at him. The young man is still too young and hasn't grasped the essence of going to school. Then you decide for yourself, but remember one thing, Draco. What? Draco listened intently. In this world, some people are destined to stand at the top, Lucius said calmly, and what we need to do is to be there for them when they reach the top. A humble dwelling, Mrs. Weasley stood in the kitchen holding a copy of Transfiguration Today. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly agape. Arthur, come and see this. Mr. Weasley ran downstairs, a wand in his hand. What's wrong, Molly? Mrs. Weasley handed him the journal. Look, Charlie's paper has been published in Transformation Today. Mr. Weasley took the journal, glanced at it, and was utterly shocked. Merlin's beard. Animagus the dragon. When the kids told us about it last year, I thought it was some kind of dragon-like creature. I can't believe it's true. Mrs. Weasley nodded. She turned and walked to the top of the stairs, calling upstairs. Fred, George, get down here. A series of clattering sounds came from upstairs. A few seconds later, the twins ran downstairs. What's wrong, Mom? Fred asked. We didn't do anything, George quickly added. Mrs. Weasley walked up to them and grabbed one of them by the ear with each hand. It's because you didn't do anything. Ouch, Mommy, it hurts, it hurts. You two hang out with Charlie all the time, why can't you learn from him? Mrs. Weasley said angrily. Look at them, they published a paper in an academic journal in 3rd grade. Poor Fred and George got a scolding for it. Longbottom House, Mrs. Augusta sat on the sofa in the living room holding a copy of Transfiguration Today. She wore the hat with the eagle specimen on it and her expression was serious. Frank, come and take a look at this. Frank came out of the study, since being discharged from St. Mungo's he looked much better, but his hair was still somewhat gray and there were a few shallow wrinkles on his face. What is it, Mom? Mrs. Augusta handed him the journal, Charlie White's new article. Frank took the journal and glanced at it. His expression became somewhat complicated. This must be the person who saved Alice and me. Mrs. Augusta nodded. I never imagined he would be so successful not only in potions but also in transfiguration. Alice came down from upstairs. She was wearing a light blue robe and her hair was tied up in a bun. We should find an opportunity to visit him and thank him in person. Frank nodded. Actually, I should have gone a long time ago, but I've been recuperating before. Why don't you write a letter and visit today? Ministry of Magic Minister's office. Fudge sat behind his large desk holding the book Transfiguration Today in his hand. He has watched it 3 times already. Fudge put down the magazine and rubbed his temples. Unfortunately, compared to the Malfoy family, Charlie doesn't seem to have a very good impression of the Ministry of Magic. He recalled their last meeting at Hogwarts. Charlie and he had quite a few disagreements on the issue of Dementors. To make matters worse, Charlie and Dumbledore became very close. Dumbledore felt like a boulder pressing on Fudge's heart. Fudge knew perfectly well how many people in the Ministry of Magic listened to Dumbledore more than to him, the minister. Whenever Weisengammer held a meeting, most of the wizards would vote for Dumbledore as soon as he spoke. I feel like I'm just a figurehead in this ministerial position. If Charlie also sides with Dumbledore after graduation. Fudge dared not think any further. If a highly talented academic genius becomes a supporter of Dumbledore, his life at the Ministry of Magic will be even more difficult. No, absolutely not. We absolutely must win Charlie over. Charlie received the letter from the owl while watching Harry and Ron play chess. Ron is indeed a skilled chess player. Harry is completely outmatched. Hermione and Charlie flanked Harry, offering him advice. I think we should go this way and block his retreat. Charlie slapped Hermione's hand away. You incompetent chess player, don't you care about your rear? You should be charging forward and capturing his knight. Charlie and Hermione argued incessantly. Harry, standing in the middle, was speechless and gritted his teeth. What are you two noobs who lost the game a long time ago yelling about? Just then, a grayish-brown owl landed on the windowsill, clutching a letter in its talons. The envelope bore the Longbottom family crest. Charlie took the letter, opened the envelope, and glanced at the contents. The Longbottom family wished to pay a visit this afternoon. They were very polite, and the letter was signed Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. Charles thought for a moment, wrote his agreement on the back of the letter, and sent it back with the owl. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a black horse-drawn carriage stopped in front of the orphanage. The carriage was decorated with exquisite patterns, and it was pulled by 2 chestnut-red horses. In the 1990s, horse-drawn carriages were a relic of the last century, but the muggles around them paid no attention to them. It was clear that the carriage was enchanted by a confusion charm, causing the surrounding muggles to believe it was a car. Madame Augusta stepped down from the carriage first, still wearing the hat with the eagle specimen and leaning on an ebony cane. Frank and Alice followed behind, both looking quite well. Neville was the last to get out, carrying a gift box. Charlie stood in the doorway with Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind him. Neville's eyes lit up when he saw Harry and Ron, and he jogged over to greet them. Harry. Ron, you're here too. I envy you living with Charlie's family. The three remained silent, envious. Then come on over, Dementors welcome you. Mrs. Augusta walked up to Charlie and nodded slightly. Sir Charlie, I apologize for disturbing you. Mrs. Longbottom, you're too kind. Charlie stepped aside to let her through the door. Please come in. The group entered the orphanage. Charlie had renovated the lobby beforehand. The floor was covered with a deep red carpet and several landscape paintings hung on the walls. Tea sets and snacks were laid out on the long table. Grandma White stood to the side, smiling and inviting the guests to sit down. Frank sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Charlie. His expression was serious. Your Excellency Charlie, I've come today to thank you. Frank's voice was steady. If it weren't for your potion, Alice and I would still be lying in St. Mungo's. Alice nodded in agreement. The Longbottom family owes you a tremendous favor. Charlie waved his hand. Navi is my friend. I won't stand idly by when a friend is in trouble. Neville blushed upon hearing this. Since his parents woke up, his grandmother rarely scolded him for being stupid, all because of Charlie. Therefore, in Neville's heart, he had long regarded Charlie as someone he would follow for life. Mrs. Augusta looked at Charlie with a very sincere gaze. Your Excellency Charlie, the Longbottom family is willing to be your most steadfast ally. Whatever your needs may be in the future, simply ask, and we will do our utmost to assist you. Charlie smiled but didn't reply. Frank took a small box out of his pocket and handed it to Charlie. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Charlie opened the box. Inside was an antique ring. The ring was engraved with intricate magical patterns. This is a spoil of war we seized abroad. It's a magical artifact from Africa. It can instantly teleport away when it senses danger to its owner. Frank explained. Charlie accepted the ring and thanked him. They then discussed other topics. Mrs. Augusta mentioned the paper in Transfiguration today with admiration. Frank asked some questions about potions, to which Charlie gave brief answers. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Just then there was a knock on the door. Charlie looked up at the doorway, his eyebrows slightly raised. Why are there so many people here today? Charlie got up to open the door. Ron leaned close to Harry's ear and whispered, this guy's come at a really bad time. Harry looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Among pureblood families, family visits are a very intimate matter, Ron explained. Usually, people write to each other in advance to make arrangements and cancel other commitments to show respect. It's very presumptuous for someone to barge into a gathering without prior notice. Some stingy families might even get angry about it. Neville quickly added, our family wouldn't be that stingy. Charlie opened the door and standing outside was Minister Fudge. Fudge was taken aback when he saw so many people in the room. He clearly hadn't expected to run into a visit from the Longbottom family. Minister, please come in. Charlie stepped aside. Fudge walked in and everyone in the room stood up to greet him. His gaze lingered on Mrs. Augusta and Frank for a moment, then he gave an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry to have disturbed your gathering, Fudge said quickly. Mrs. Augusta smiled politely. It's all right, the minister probably has something important to discuss. You'd better have something important to say, or I'll show you what Longbottom's wrath is all about. Fudge coughed, turned to Charlie, and his expression became serious. Your Excellency Charlie, I am here today on behalf of the Ministry of Magic to formally invite you to become the minister's assistant trainee. He paused, emphasizing his words. Because you're still in school, this is just an internship. Once you graduate, you'll be offered a full-time position without any further evaluation. The room fell silent instantly. Hermione's mouth dropped open. Assistant Minister, that's one of the most important positions in the Ministry of Magic. It's worth noting that the Ministry of Magic has 4 offices on its first floor. The Minister's Office, the Minister's Advisor's Office, the Senior Deputy Minister's Office, and the last one is the Assistant Minister's Office. Almost all of the Ministers of Magic started their careers as assistant ministers. My goodness, if you invited her, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. Fudge seemed quite confident, clearly feeling the offer was generous enough. But Mrs. Augusta frowned slightly. She looked at Fudge, her eyes turning colder. This seemingly generous offer is actually a huge trap. The unique nature of the position of assistant minister makes it one of the most sensitive positions in the Ministry of Magic. Those who can sit in this position are almost always the minister's confidants. It's also generally accepted that the assistant is part of the minister's faction. Fudge was trying to get Charlie onto his ship ahead of time by doing this. What's even more outrageous is that Charlie is still a student. He may not be able to see through these political intricacies, and is very likely to be misled by these seemingly tempting conditions, unwittingly being labeled as part of the minister's faction. For ordinary people, becoming an assistant minister is indeed a golden path, but Charlie is no ordinary person. With Charlie's talent, his world is definitely not limited to the small British Ministry of Magic. It is absolutely unacceptable for children to get embroiled in politics during their school years. Fookie's intentions are despicable. Before Mrs. Augusta could speak, Frank stood up first. Minister. Frank's tone was calm. Charlie is still in school, isn't it too early to talk about these things? Fudge smiled. Because she's still a student, she's currently an intern assistant. She'll be promoted to a full-time position after graduation, a treatment the Ministry of Magic has never offered before. We'll have to wait until after graduation to talk about that, Alice chimed in. Making a decision now wouldn't be good for Charlie. Fudge's smile froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the Longbottom family to stand up and oppose him so quickly. Mrs. Augusta was about to remind Charlie not to agree so easily. Just then, Charlie spoke calmly. I'm sorry, Minister, I refuse. Fudge was stunned. What? Fudge thought he had misheard. I said I refuse, Charlie repeated, Mrs. Augusta was also taken aback for a moment, then a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. I never expected Charlie to be so clear-headed, not swayed by external things. Charlie sneered inwardly. What the heck, assistant minister? Does that mean I have to be Fudge's assistant again? Does he make keys? How many? I'd think about it if you offered me the position of Minister of Magic. Fudge stood there, looking somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected Charlie to refuse so decisively. Sir Charlie, you may not understand the significance of this position. Fudge took a deep breath, trying to salvage the situation one last time. The assistant minister is not an ordinary position, it means. No need to say anything more, Charlie interrupted him. I have no interest in the Ministry of Magic. Fudge opened his mouth but ultimately kept it closed. He knew that continuing the argument would only backfire. All right then. Fudge forced a smile. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. After saying that, he turned and left the orphanage. Mrs. Augusta breathed a sigh of relief. Your Excellency, Charlie, you have made a wise decision. Her tone was approving. The dinner was very lavish. Grandma White prepared roasted lamb chops, mashed potatoes, various meats, and a large bowl of cream of mushroom soup. After the dinner, the Longbottom family said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Mrs. Augusta reiterated that the Longbottom family would always be Charlie's most steadfast allies. To ensure their safety, Hermione insisted on giving the firebolt to Charlie for safekeeping, worried that Harry and Ron might sneak off and ride it. Harry said it was pure slander. He rode openly and honestly, never sneaking around. In the end, Charlie put the firebolt back in the box. The broom never saw the light of day again until the eve of the start of school. Charlie could tell at a glance that there was no curse on the broom. It was just an ordinary broom, except for its unusual price. But Charlie still planned to hand the broom to the professor when school started. Let Harry know what the malice from a despicable outsider is like. The holiday passed quickly. Although Charlie's special training was no longer available, Ron and Hermione still managed to materialize the Patronus charm. Ron's guardian spirit is a small Jack Russell Terrier. Hermione's Patronus is an otter, which looks very cute. Of course, Charlie's practical training session played a crucial role. After the Christmas holidays, everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express to return to school. The train traveled along the tracks, and the scenery outside the window changed from snow-covered countryside to familiar mountains and lakes. Harry sat in the box, his gaze occasionally drifting to Charlie's luggage rack. The firebolt was there, completely concealed. Ron leaned against the window, muttering, I really don't understand why it has to be handed over to the professor for inspection. Those are fire bolts. Hermione flipped through the book in her hands, not even looking up, safety first. But no buts. Ron had a lot to say, but in the end, he could only sigh. As night fell, the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. The students disembarked, boarded horse-drawn carriages, and bumped their way back to the castle. The auditorium was brightly lit. Snowflakes drifted outside the transparent ceiling, creating a spectacular snow scene. Dumbledore stood on the faculty bench, a smile on his face. He turned and walked over to Snape, picking up a silver firecracker from the table. Severus, try this. Dumbledore handed one end of the firecracker to Snape. Snape stared at the firecracker, his brow furrowed. Principal, I don't think that's necessary. Don't be so serious, Dumbledore blinked. Pull it open. Snape's lips twitched, but he finally reached out and grabbed the end of the firecracker. The two of them pulled hard at the same time. Bang, the firecracker exploded and colorful confetti flew out. A witch's hat fell out and landed right in Snape's hands. It was a hat with a vulture specimen stuck in it, exactly the same as Mrs. Augusta's. Snape's face darkened. Dumbledore, however, laughed even more heartily. He took the hat from Snape and put it directly on his head, the vulture specimen dangling on his head. Surprisingly, the lady's wizard hat didn't look out of place on Dumbledore's head, perhaps because Dumbledore's robes were always colorful. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, then shouted, "The banquet begins." The students cheered and began grabbing the food. Charlie was sitting at the long table in Hufflepuff when he picked up a piece of roast chicken and felt someone staring at him. He looked up and met Snape's gaze, a gaze devoid of emotion. After exchanging a glance, Snape looked away. But Charlie wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but afterwards he always felt like Snape was staring at him. Sigh, being too handsome is a problem too. For this reason, Charlie kept looking towards the professor's chair, only to find that Professor Lupin was not there. Considering that I seem to have seen a full moon outside the castle just now, I guess Professor Lupin has transformed again. After the banquet, the students left the auditorium one by one, led by their class leaders. But Hermione secretly led Harry and Ron to find Charlie at the long table. "Charlie, let's go and give the brooms to the professors tonight." Charlie waved his hand. "Don't worry, you can give it to me anytime." Surprisingly, Harry, who had previously been very resistant, spoke with a very firm tone. "No, it's dangerous for you to have this. It's best to hand it over to the professor as soon as possible." Ron froze, then turned to stare at Harry and reached out to touch Harry's forehead. "Are you running a fever? Did Hermione put a curse on you?" Harry brushed Ron's hand away, ignored him, and continued speaking to Hermione. "Since it's going to be examined by a professor, it must be a professor who understands dark magic." Hermione nodded in agreement. "That's what I think too. The professors who know the most about dark magic are probably Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Lupin. The first two are the principal and vice principal, respectively, both very knowledgeable. Professor Lupin is the defense against the dark arts professor, so naturally his understanding of the dark arts is second to none." Harry was pleased to see that everything was going as he had expected. "However, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are both too busy. Let's not bother them with such a small matter. Let's talk to Professor Lupin instead. He should be more available." Charlie immediately understood. Seeing that he couldn't go against his and Hermione's wishes, the kids started taking a roundabout approach. It's unrealistic to expect the principal to help with the inspection given his busy schedule. Professor McGonagall was too strict, and Harry wasn't sure how long she would examine him. Professor Lupin and Harry are on good terms, so if he does a quick check and doesn't find anything wrong, the broom can be retrieved. That's a clever plan, but I've found that someone's greatest talent is making things difficult for others. Charlie smiled. But Professor Lupin isn't feeling well. He didn't attend the banquet tonight. Harry's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "I believe he will get better. It's best not to add any more burden to Professor Lupin," Charlie said, shaking his head earnestly. "Actually, besides Professor Lupin, there is another professor who has a deep understanding of black magic." Harry's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Hermione looked up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Which professor are you referring to?" "Professor Snape," Charlie said matter-of-factly. Don't forget, Professor Snape also applied to be the defense against the dark arts professor. Although Dumbledore refused, it was only because he was better suited to be the potions professor. Harry's expression began to darken. Charlie continued, "Furthermore, Professor Snape is a potions master. Besides using spells to dispel dark magic, he can also use potions to detect it. Double the protection, even safer. What if the curse on the broom is well hidden and can't be detected by ordinary methods?" Professor Snape used potions to detect it, and even hidden dark magic had nowhere to hide. Hermione nodded, agreeing with Charlie's point. Indeed, from this perspective, Professor Snape is the most suitable candidate. Harry's heart skipped a beat. "Are you kidding me? Now that Snape has the firebolt, will he ever get it back? That old bat is probably hoping for his own downfall. He might deliberately destroy the broom and claim it's cursed." "No, absolutely not. Snape has never liked me. What if he doesn't examine me properly and tries to curse me? Professor Lupin is a better choice. He's a nicer person." Ron shook his head as well. "I think he's more likely to just throw the broom into the cauldron and boil it than check it." Charlie patted Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, that's all prejudice. Professor Snape is actually a nice person." Harry's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard. "Professor Snape even gave me a Christmas present on Christmas Day." Charlie's expression was very serious. "He was worried I wouldn't be able to sleep, so he brought me a bottle of a magic potion that would make me fall asleep instantly." "Harry, do you want to hear what you're saying?" Reese continued, "If you're really worried, you can say it's my broom. Snape will definitely check it carefully for my sake." Harry's lips twitched. "Are you sure? Tell him it's Harry's broom and he'll probably take it apart." But if you say it's Charlie's, he'll probably send it back to you with a few curses on it. Harry was completely at his wits' end with Charlie and could only pin his hopes on Hermione. He looked at her expectantly, hoping she would take his side. Hermione bit her lip, looking somewhat troubled. Although theoretically Professor Snape was indeed the most suitable candidate. In reality, whether Snape is suitable is one thing, but whether he will be properly examined is another. She also didn't want Snape to completely dismantle that priceless fire bolt into parts. She pondered for a moment and came up with a compromise. The professors are all on their chairs now, Hermione said. Why don't we give the broom to Professor Snape now? That way in front of all the professors he probably won't break it. Charlie's eyes lit up. Great idea. He disappeared after he finished speaking. The magical energy of the teleportation sent ripples through the air. Before Harry and Ron could react, Charlie was already back, holding the tightly wrapped fire bolt in his hand. Harry looked at the broom, making a final struggle. Is it really not okay to give it to Professor Lupin? Hermione shook her head, her tone somewhat heavy. Professor Lupin's illness probably won't be easy to cure. Charlie glanced at her. Hermione also realized that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. But thinking about it, it's normal. Hermione is so smart and loves reading so much. It's understandable that she would have some guesses after being subtly hinted at by Snape. Charlie walked toward the teacher's table with a broom, followed by Harry and his two friends. Dumbledore was chatting with Professor Flitwick when he saw Charlie approaching. He stopped talking, smiled, and asked, "Charlie, what's up?" Charlie placed the package on the table. At Christmas, Harry received a fire bolt from someone he didn't know. Upon hearing this, all the professors present raised their heads. Fire crossbow bolts, that's the best flying broomstick available right now, extremely expensive even for the professor. Who would give it to Harry? Professor McGonagall frowned, sent anonymously. Yes, Charlie nodded and began unpacking the package. So we'd like to ask Professor Snape to examine this broom and see if it's cursed. Snape, who was drinking from his glass, nearly choked when he heard this. He racked his brains but couldn't understand why they would ask him to inspect the brooms. Don't you want it anymore? The other professors were also stunned. Professor Flitwick whispered, "Let Severus examine it this." And Professor Sprout coughed but didn't reply. Only Dumbledore, for some unknown reason, looked so relieved he was almost in tears. Charlie fully opened the package, revealing the fire crossbow bolts. They had smooth wooden handles, an exquisite streamlined design, and neatly arranged twigs at the end. Under the lights, it exudes a sense of understated luxury. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and examined it carefully. She drew her wand, waved it above the broom, and chanted a detection spell. A few seconds later, she shook her head. I didn't find any obvious signs of a curse. But I'm not good at this, so that might not be accurate. Some curses are very subtle, Dumbledore replied, especially those elaborate forms of black magic which cannot be detected by simple testing. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Items of such dubious origin definitely need to be thoroughly examined. It would be suitable to leave this to Professor Snape. Let Mrs. Hodge and Professor Snape examine it together. Mrs. Hodge knows more about brooms. I hope Professor Snape will examine it carefully. After all, this broom is very valuable. Professor McGonagall actually hoped that Harry could ride the broomstick, and she also wanted Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Cup. But compared to the Quidditch Cup, she was more concerned about Harry's safety. At that time, the professor most suitable to check brooms in the school was indeed Snape, so Professor McGonagall had no choice but to hand the brooms over to him. Snape gave a sinister smile. I will definitely check this broom carefully. However, we should at least wait until Gryffindor has finished beating Slytherin before checking. Snape's voice was like a viper spotting its prey, only to have the prey not run away but instead deliver itself into its mouth. Charlie smiled innocently when he saw Snape's smile. Sorry, Harry, there's absolutely no way I'd let you rack up points in the competition. The two foxes, one old and one young, simultaneously revealed a knowing smile. Your Majesty is despicable and shameless, a swindler and cheater. Your incompetence is increased by 10 points. I'll give you one more chance to organize your thoughts. During the day, Hogwarts is the domain of the students, but at night, the owls in the Owl House take over the castle. Normally, they would practice their hunting skills on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. But tonight, the owls, led by the storm, were searching everywhere for Peter Pettigrew's trail. Although Little Star has turned into a mouse and is difficult to find, don't forget that owls are the natural enemies of mice, and they are very good at finding mouse tracks. In the dormitory, Charlie pushed open the door and went out. Justin and Ernie were chatting in bed when Charlie came out, not at all surprised. From the very first school year, they got used to Charlie going out and fooling around at night. Charlie went down the stairs to the first floor and stopped at the corner. In the corridor ahead, Filch walked by carrying an oil lamp, with Mrs. Loris following at his feet. The old administrator was muttering something under his breath, probably complaining again about the students not behaving properly at night. Charlie cast a disillusionment charm on himself and continued forward. Filch didn't notice anything amiss, but Mrs. Loris looked in Charlie's direction with some suspicion. "Meow, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Have some dried fish." Filch happily took out some dried fish from her pocket and fed it to her cat. Charlie glanced at them. Filch really did a good job with his cat. Charlie walked through the foyer and pushed open the castle gate. The cold night wind swept over me, carrying the scent of the trees in the forbidden forest, and the moon in the sky was perfectly full. The storm was flying in the air when it saw Charlie. It immediately swooped down, stopped in front of Charlie, and nuzzled Charlie with its head. Charlie reached out and touched its head. "So, did you find anything?" Storm shook its head, its wings drooping slightly, looking somewhat dejected. Tonight, it led the other owls to search the outside of the castle thoroughly, even looking for every mouse hole on the outskirts of the forbidden forest, but they couldn't find the special mouse. Charlie flapped Storm's wings. "It's all right, take your time looking. Peter must still be at Hogwarts." He turned to look at the castle, his gaze darkening. He doesn't dare to transform back into human form now. If he leaves Hogwarts, he'll truly be a rat in the sewers. Charlie gave a cold laugh. I don't believe he'd had a good life with the Weasleys for over 10 years, and now he could be so heartless as to become a homeless person. Peter Pettigrew is the kind of person who's afraid of death and a coward. He's been the Weasleys' pet for over a decade, with food and water provided for him every day. Having grown accustomed to this kind of life, are you really going to send him out to be a real rat, to rummage through the sewers, to fight with stray cats? That's impossible. He must still be hiding somewhere in Hogwarts, praying that Sirius Black will be caught soon. To find him, Charlie even asked Billy to have the house elves catch Peter inside the castle. Adding the owls outside the castle, now only the deeper parts of the Forbidden Forest remain unsearched. Although Charlie thought it unlikely that Peter would go deep into the Forbidden Forest, given the possibility of dangerous creatures there, he still decided to try to search for it just in case. Charlie remembered that Hagrid kept a lot of giant Atide spiders, so why not let the giant Atide spiders help out? So Charlie went to Hagrid's cabin and knocked on the door. There was a clattering sound from inside, then the lights came on and Hagrid pushed open the door wearing a coat. He frowned when he saw it was Charlie. "Charlie, it's already evening." Hagrid lowered his voice. "You're out at night." Charlie rolled his eyes. "Do you think it's possible for me not to go out at night?" Hagrid scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Then don't show your face in front of me again. Don't forget I'm a professor." "Professor Hagrid," Charlie's voice slowed. "I think you don't want to see Norbert again." Hagrid panicked immediately. "Tusk, tusk, tusk." Charlie shook his head and sighed. "The last time I rode Norbert, she was calling your name. You don't want to never see Norbert again, do you, Professor?" His Majesty threatens the professor. The husband has committed a crime. Tyrant Points +10. Upon hearing this, Hagrid immediately changed his tune and spoke with righteous indignation. "I haven't seen you tonight." He pushed the door open wider and stepped aside to let Charlie in. "Come in quickly, don't let anyone see." Charlie entered the cabin. The stove inside was burning brightly and Yaya was dozing off beside it. Hagrid closed the door and turned to look at Charlie. "You're here so late, there must be something you need, right?" Charlie sat down by the fireplace and got straight to the point. "I remember your giant Atide spider was named Aragog, right?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid perked up. His eyes lit up beneath his thick hair and his voice betrayed his barely concealed excitement. "You mean Aragog?" "That's my good friend. Back when I was a student, it was just a little guy, and now, I need Aragog's help," Charlie interrupted him. "Can you take me to see it?" Hagrid's enthusiasm immediately waned. "Aragog is old now, very old. It's not as agile as it used to be and probably can't be of much help." Cha thought for a moment and then rephrased the question. "Didn't you bring more than a dozen giant Atide spiders to class last time? Where are they?" Hagrid scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. He had received a lot of scolding for that lesson. "Those are the descendants of Aragog. Does it have many offspring?" "Yes," Hagrid nodded. "A lot." Charlie's eyes lit up. "That's perfect, the more spiders the better." Hagrid paused, seemingly surprised by Charlie's comment. He hesitated for a moment, then finally stood up and took a lantern from the wall. "Let's go then, I'll take you there." The two walked out of the small house. The Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness at night, the shadows of the trees overlapping and the leaves rustling in the wind. Hagrid walked ahead carrying a lantern and a small pink umbrella, which was actually his wand. Hagrid once had his wand broken because of the Chamber of Secrets. He repaired it and hid it in his umbrella. Although his charges have been cleared and he can now have a normal wand again, he has gotten used to hiding it in his umbrella. After walking for about 20 minutes, the surrounding trees became denser and the light became dimmer. But the ground was barren, as if it had been repeatedly grazed by sheep, revealing bare soil and tree roots. Hagrid stopped and lowered his voice. Ahead lies Aragog's territory. Don't wander off, those little guys aren't very friendly towards strangers. Charlie nodded. The two continued walking forward. The light in the woods grew dimmer, with only the lantern in Hagrid's hand emitting a faint glow. A shadow suddenly shifted beneath the tree canopy ahead. Hagrid stopped and nervously gripped the small pink umbrella. "Who's there?" Charlie looked in the direction of the sound. As the shadows approached, they revealed a group of centaurs. The centaur in the lead was tall, with silver mane that gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and he held a bow in his hand. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. "Magri, it's you." "You startled me." McGree did not respond to Hagrid's enthusiasm. His expression was serious. "Hagrid, what are you doing here?" His gaze shifted to Charlie, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes, and he also brought the wizard's little pony. Charlie raised an eyebrow. It was the first time someone had addressed him like that. Hagrid quickly explained, "This is Charlie. He has some business to attend to, so I brought him here to see Aragog." "No matter what it is," McGree interrupted him, his voice icy. "This is no place for wizards like you. Leave now before danger strikes." The atmosphere froze instantly. Hagrid opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew where the centaur's hostility towards wizards came from. Wizards always treated centaurs as inferior beings, discriminating against them and oppressing them. It was only natural that the centaurs were hostile towards wizards. Just then, a young centaur stepped out from the centaur procession. His fur was light golden, and he looked much younger than Magri. He looked at Charlie and said, "I once heard Hagrid mention a wizard of extraordinary talent named Charlie. Is that you, sir?" Charlie glanced at Hagrid with surprise. Hagrid scratched his head sheepishly and explained in a low voice, "It was all just something we mentioned casually during casual conversation." Charlie nodded. "I am Charlie." Upon hearing this, the young centaur bowed to Charlie. "My name is Pharynx, and I hope you will forgive McGree's rudeness just now." McGree's face instantly turned ashen. He turned and stared at Pharynx, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "Pharynx, what are you doing? Do you want to be a human's pet?" Pharynx did not respond, but simply looked up at the night sky. His gaze pierced through the gaps in the tree canopy, landing on the stars, and his voice became ethereal. "Magri, have you forgotten? Cepheus and Cassiopeia are shining brightly today." McGree was stunned. He looked up at the starry sky, and the two constellations were indeed brighter than usual, shining brightly in the night. McGree's expression changed from anger to shock and then to disbelief. "You mean?" He turned his head, his gaze falling on Charlie, his expression complex. Charlie stood there speechless. "Why are all the centaurs at Hogwarts riddle makers? Can't you guys talk properly?" Charlie couldn't help but ask. Pharynxek turned around and lowered his head. "I apologize, Lord Charlie. This is a prophecy of the centaurs. The stars foretell that a king will descend today." He paused, then looked up at Charlie. "And the king is none other than Lord Charles." Hagrid stared at Charlie, his eyes wide with shock, but soon he felt that this seemed quite reasonable. After all, given Charlie's outrageous behavior, it wouldn't be surprising to call him a king. Charlie remained calm. "Wasn't this obvious? Don't underestimate a foolish ruler." Behind Pharynx, the centaurs looked at each other in bewilderment. They looked at Charlie with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. "He doesn't look particularly special. Is this the future king?" But the centaurs are a race that believes in astrological prophecies, and the stars never lie. After a moment of silence, Magri stepped forward and bowed deeply to Charlie. "Your Excellency Charlie, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will forgive me." Charlie waved his hand. "Fine." Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Hagrid quickly seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, Magri, I remember your centaur territory isn't around here. How did you end up here?" McGree's expression grew even more serious. "Hagrid, we had no choice," he said in a low voice. "Originally, in the Forbidden Forest, we centaurs and the eight-eyed giant spiders lived in harmony, each hunting in our own territory without interfering with each other." He paused, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. "But the giant eight-eyed spiders are reproducing too quickly. Their numbers are increasing, constantly expanding their territory, and they have already encroached on our hunting grounds." Pharynxek picked up the conversation, his tone equally unfriendly. "Last month they also injured our fellow citizens." Hagrid's expression changed. "What, they injured your people?" He waved his hand somewhat frantically. "This shouldn't be happening. Aragog promised me that it wouldn't let its offspring harm innocent creatures." McGree sneered. "Hagrid, you're too naive. That old spider has long since lost control of its offspring." He gripped the bow tightly, his gaze sharp. "So we're here today to get rid of these eight-eyed giant spiders." Hagrid panicked. Wait, Magri, he strode up to Magree, his voice pleading. I can speak with Aragog and ask it to restrain its descendants from further invading your territory. We can resolve this peacefully without resorting to force. Magree shook his head. It's too late, Hagrid, we've already given them a chance. Just then, a series of clicking sounds came from all around. That was the sound of spider legs moving on the ground, dense and piercing. Charlie turned his head, his eyes sharpening. Unbeknownst to them, a group of giant A-tide spiders crawled out from the depths of the forest and surrounded them. Each of these giant spiders was as big as a calf, and their jet-black bodies almost blended into the shadows in the night. Their 8 eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and their enormous fangs reflected a cold gleam in the moonlight. The centaurs immediately became alert, drawing their bows and aiming their arrows at the A-tide giant spider. The A-tide giant spiders showed no sign of backing down. They slowly moved forward, forming an encirclement. Hagrid stood in the middle, pacing anxiously. Wait, everyone calm down. He turned towards the A-tide giant spider and raised his hands. I am Hagrid, you know me, I am Aragog's friend. But the A-tide giant spiders did not stop. The largest of them all had its 2 massive fangs opening and closing, emitting a deep, guttural sound. Hagrid, of course we remember you. The voice was hoarse and cold. But that's none of your business. The centaurs have invaded our territory, and we will tear them apart and take over the entire Forbidden Forest. Magree snorted coldly. Absurd, you crossed the line first. He drew the bowstring taut, the arrow pointing directly at the leading A-tide giant spider. The other centaurs also raised their bows and arrows, ready to fire at any moment. The giant A-tide spiders also assumed an attack posture, their fangs bared, emitting threatening hissing sounds. Hagrid was sweating profusely with anxiety, but no one listened to him. The hatred between the centaurs and the A-tide spiders has been building for far too long. A conflict is destined to erupt tonight. Charlie stood to the side, his expression somewhat unpleasant. He came to the Forbidden Forest to ask the giant spider for help in finding Peter Pettigrew, but he encountered this mess as soon as he arrived. If the centaurs and the A-tide giant spider were to fight, no matter who won, neither of them would be able to work for him. Charlie sighed. This is troublesome. He slowly raised his right hand. As he raised his right hand, a circular wall of fire rose from the ground, separating the centaur and the A-tide spider on either side. The flames were 3 meters high, burning fiercely and emitting scorching heat waves. Charlie stood in front of the wall of fire and said coldly, "Everyone step back." Led by Magree, the centaurs obediently took a few steps back. That wall of fire was terrifying. 3-meter-high flames churned in the night, and waves of heat washed over you, making your cheeks burn. Magree gripped the bow in his hand, looking at Charlie with a complicated expression. He had only predicted the arrival of a king from the stars, but now that he had witnessed this power with his own eyes, he truly understood what a king was. But the A-tide giant spider showed no sign of retreating. The largest spider in the lead had its 2 enormous fangs opening and closing, producing a hoarse sound. Wizard, do you think a wall of fire can scare us? Its 8 eyes glowed with an eerie green light, staring intently at Charlie. We will not let anyone who invades our territory get away with it. Before the A-tide giant spider could finish speaking, everything suddenly went blurry before its eyes. Charlie disappeared. The next second, he appeared next to the leading A-tide giant spider. His right hand instantly transformed into a dragon claw, its entire arm covered in deep red scales, the sharp claw tips gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Without any hesitation, Charlie slammed his dragon claw down hard. Bang. A tremendous crash echoed through the Forbidden Forest. The giant A-tide spider's hard exoskeleton was as brittle as paper under the dragon's claws. The black shell shattered into pieces, scattering fragments everywhere. The spider let out a piercing scream, its massive body smashed to the ground, its 8 legs struggling wildly, but it could no longer stand up. Green blood flowed from the open wound, pooling on the ground. Hagrid, standing to the side, looked somewhat reluctant but did not stop Charlie. The oblivious Hagrid also realized that these giant A-tide spiders had become a scourge to the Forbidden Forest. Charlie stood beside it, spider blood still dripping from its claws. Seeing that Charlie had made his move, the other A-tide giant spiders also rushed forward aggressively. Although their leader had been defeated, they were not afraid of Charlie because of their numerical advantage. Charlie gave a cold laugh, and his royal authority emanated from him. The aura of a monarch carrying absolute suppressive power enveloped the entire forest. All the A-tide giant spiders instantly felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. That's the submission of biological instinct. Their 8 legs began to tremble, and their bodies involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground. Hagrid's eyes widened in utter shock. Even he, a hybrid giant, couldn't smash the A-tide giant spider's exoskeleton with a single punch. Dozens of A-tide giant spiders lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. The situation isn't much better on the centaur's side. Although they didn't face Charlie directly, the oppressive aura he exuded still made them tremble with fear. Pharynxek gripped the bow tightly, his palms sweating profusely. Magri's face turned pale. He finally understood why the stars had predicted Charlie would be a king. He couldn't think of anyone else besides a king who could possess such a terrifying aura. Charlie retracted his dragon claw, his right hand returning to its human form, and spoke calmly to the swarm of A-tide giant spiders. "Now, take me to see your leader." Charlie's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable authority. The original leader of the A-tide giant spiders was now sleeping peacefully, while another A-tide giant spider emerged, its voice trembling. "Yes, yes, as you wish, your excellency." It struggled to its feet, its 8 legs still trembling. Charlie turned to look at the centaur. "You all follow along, I also need your help with something." Magr hesitated for a moment. After all, the nest of the A-tide giant spider was extremely dangerous, but in the end he led his people to follow. Led by the A-tide giant spider, the group ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. The surrounding trees grew denser and the light grew dimmer. The ground was covered with spider webs, the sticky threads shimmering faintly in the moonlight. After walking for about 10 minutes, an open space appeared ahead. In the center of the open space was a small cave, its entrance covered by thick spider webs. Charlie and his companions followed the A-tide giant spider into the cave, which was quite spacious. Hagrid seemed very familiar with the place. He must have visited Aragog quite a few times. The centaurs were very nervous because there were at least 100 giant A-tide spiders crawling all around them. When they saw someone approaching, they all raised their heads, their eyes gleaming green. But when they saw the A-tide giant spider clearing the way ahead, they all fell silent. Deep inside the cave, a huge spider was lying at the very back. It was at least 3 times larger than the other A-tide giant spiders outside, and its black exoskeleton was covered with the marks of time, with some areas already fading in color. The 8 eyes were covered by a grayish-white membrane, and they were clearly no longer able to see. When Hagrid saw his old friend, he strode forward, his voice filled with joy. "Aragog, it's me, Hagrid." The giant spider raised its head, its fangs slightly open. "Hagrid, my old friend." Its voice was hoarse and slow, each syllable drawn out, exuding a sense of old age. "It's so good that you came to see me. However, I smelled an unfamiliar scent." Its voice deepened. "And there's the scent of centaurs, Hagrid. Who did you bring to my territory?" The lead A-tide giant spider quickly stepped forward, making rapid clicking sounds, and began to communicate with Aragog. Aragog remained silent after hearing this. The atmosphere in the cave gradually solidified. The other A-tide giant spiders also fell silent, with only the sound of their legs scraping against the ground. Charlie stood there, raising an eyebrow. "Okay, so you're still playing the silent act with me, huh?" Without wasting words, he directly unleashed his royal power. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire cave. The giant A-tide spiders, which had been relatively quiet, instantly collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling like leaves. Now Aragog stopped pretending and his voice became much louder. He could rattle off the names of dishes in one breath. "Your Excellency. Please cease your supernatural powers. We'll do whatever you say, whatever you say." Charles then withdrew his royal authority. "My name is Charlie and I'm looking for a mouse and a big black dog." He pulled 2 portraits from his pocket, one of Peter and the other of Blake. "Send your descendants deep into the forbidden forest to find this rat and this dog. Inform me immediately if they find them." Aragog nodded repeatedly, its light and agile movements making Hagrid think it had become young again. "No problem, absolutely no problem. I'll send them to find it right away." Charlie put the portrait away and added a sentence. "Furthermore, from now on, I don't want to see the A-tide giant spider and the centaurs fighting. You should each stay in your own territories and mind your own business." Magri was stunned. The other centaurs exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief flashing in their eyes. They were surprised that Charlie still remembered this incident. When had the wizard ever cared about them, the centaurs? Magri gripped the bow tightly, his throat tightening. "Sir Charlie, thank you." Charlie waved his hand. "We absolutely mustn't let them start fighting. If they do, won't my black slaves suffer losses?" Aragog was silent for a moment, then his 8 legs scraped against the ground, making a clicking sound. "Your Excellency, I also do not wish to invade the centaur's territory." Its voice carried a hint of helplessness. "But our clan is growing larger and larger, and our current territory simply cannot support so many descendants." It paused, then continued, "I'm too old to control them. When they're hungry, they go to the centaurs to forage, and I can't stop them." Charlie interrupted it immediately after hearing this. I have a way to deal with the territory issue. His tone was calm, but it left no room for argument. You just take your descendants to find that rat. Once you find it, I'll take care of the territory issue for you. Although Aragog's 8 eyes were blind, they revealed a look of surprise at that moment. Really? Are you telling the truth, sir? I keep my word, Charlie said. Aragog was trembling with excitement. Good, good. The entire 8-eyed giant spider clan will do everything in our power to help you find those 2 animals. Charlie nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Margaret. And to the centaurs, I'd also like to ask you to help me capture them. McGree nodded emphatically. Charlie could have simply sent the giant spider to find the rat. There was no need to bring up the issue of territory. But he did it anyway, freeing his centaur race from the struggle against the 8-eyed giant spider. This gesture warmed his heart. Lord Charlie, we centaurs are willing to serve you. McGree bowed deeply. The other horsemen also lowered their heads, indicating their obedience. Charlie smiled with satisfaction. Now things are really messed up. With the 8-eyed giant spider, the Martians, the house elves in the castle, and the owls outside, Peter Pettigrew has nowhere to escape. The centaurs were satisfied. The problem of the 8-eyed giant spider was solved, and they no longer needed to worry about their territory being invaded. The giant 8-eyed spider was satisfied. As long as it found the rat and the dog, it could solve its food and territory problems. As for how Charlie will resolve the territory issue, Charlie himself hadn't decided yet. No problem, let's draw the pie first. What emperor doesn't make empty promises? They love empty promises anyway. His Majesty only speaks nonsense, he just spouts whatever comes to mind. Tyrant Points +10, this system is terrible. If you don't promise them something tangible, how can they possibly work diligently? Now that everyone is enjoying their pancakes, they are all happy and satisfied, and will definitely do everything in their power to capture Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. Aragog even said with great respect, "Thank you, Your Excellency Charlie." See, it actually has to thank us. Outside the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider, Charlie and Hagrid bid farewell to the centaurs. Now that the business is done, it's time to return to the castle. The events of that night terrified Hagrid. He wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, "All I want is to go back to my little house and have a bowl of authentic rock cake with blue cheese." Charlie glanced at him. He's a real gourmand. He loves eating plaster mixed with excrement. Magri stood with his people at the edge of the woods, moonlight filtering through the canopy and falling upon them. He gripped his bow tightly and bowed deeply to Charlie. "Lord Charlie, the centaurs will forever remember your kindness tonight." Ferenc stepped forward, his golden mane fluttering in the night breeze. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, we will do our utmost to search." Charlie nodded, then turned and walked back with Hagrid. "Charlie, I never imagined you would become the king of wizards." His voice was filled with emotion. "You must be the greatest wizard since Dumbledore." Charlie smiled. "Thank you for your kind words." Behind him, Ferenc stood still, looking up at the starry sky. The 2 shining constellations remained bright, radiating light in the night sky. His lips moved slightly, and his voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself. "Who said he's just the king of wizards?" The holidays are over and classes resume at Hogwarts. The sound of students' hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor again, and the sound of quill pens scratching on parchment came from the classroom. Every class seemed to be getting busier, and professors were speeding up their teaching pace. But this had no effect on Charlie. He slept through every class, leaving all the homework to Hermione and Ernie. It's tough on Hermione. She has to take 12 classes and also do some of Charlie's homework. Although Hermione complained, she still helped him write. Ernie was more direct. He didn't take as many electives, so he had more free time, and his courses perfectly overlapped with Charlie's, so he always did 2 assignments. The professors didn't care about Charlie. For him, attending class or not made no difference. Snape was different. He loved Charlie deeply and was ruthless in deducting points and putting him in solitary confinement. January in Britain is cold and damp, with rain almost constantly falling. Therefore, the Protecting Magical Creatures class held outside of school has never been very popular with students, especially girls who are afraid of the cold. But Hagrid was very considerate. He set up a campfire in the open space and filled it with salamanders. The orange-red flames crackled in the damp, cold air, and waves of heat washed over you, warming you from head to toe. The students gathered around the campfire, warming themselves and observing the salamanders moving about in the flames. The little creatures swam in the fire as freely as if they were in water. Hagrid would stand by and explain with great interest. Salamanders are truly amazing creatures. They feed on fire and will die if they leave the fire. Divination classes are not so easy. Charlie somewhat regretted having misled Professor Trelawney. She is now absolutely certain that Charlie has an exceptional talent for prophecy, and she pulls him aside in every class to ask him about his previous prophecies. "My dear Charlie, have you seen that my bloodshed has passed?" Professor Trelawney blinked her magnified eyes, her voice drifting in and out of focus. Charlie could only nod perfunctorily each time. "That's all in the past, Professor." Hermione was dismissive of divination lessons, believing that these prophecies were illogical and that arithmetic divination was the only way to truly calculate the future. Professor Trelawney was naturally aware of her attitude and often said that Hermione's soul lacked the talent to perceive the future, that she had no third eye, and that she was not suitable for divination classes. Hermione was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. Charlie asked Hagrid to contact the centaurs and the eight-eyed spiders for him. No news came during the first week of school. Charlie wasn't in a hurry. He slept and ate as usual. After all, it was only the first week. The second week still brought no news, not even from the owls or the house elves. Charlie momentarily doubted whether he had made a mistake in his judgment. Has Peter Pettigrew already left Hogwarts to explore the outside world? Is he really that brave? Charles thought about it for a moment, then realized it was unlikely. Peter had lived a life of ignominy in the Weasley household for over a decade, never even becoming human. One could imagine how cowardly he was. He should still be hiding somewhere in Hogwarts at this moment. By the third week, Charlie had just stepped out of the divination classroom when a storm flew in through the window, clutching a crumpled piece of paper in its claws. Charlie took the note and unfolded it. It was written in Hagrid's scrawled handwriting. "We have news about the centaurs." Led by Hagrid, Charlie headed towards the centaur territory. Charlie followed behind, pondering a question as he walked. If male centaurs don't wear clothes, do female centaurs wear clothes? This question lingered in his mind for a while. Of course, whether or not to wear clothes is fine. The main point is to approach this issue from an academic perspective. After walking for about 20 minutes, the surrounding trees gradually thinned out. Ahead lay an open space, with several simple wooden houses scattered along its edge. A campfire burned in the center of the open space, its light illuminating the busy centaurs around it. Charlie looked around. Male centaurs do indeed go shirtless, revealing their muscular physiques. As for the female centaurs, Charlie glanced at them and noticed with some regret that they were all wearing tops made of animal skins or coarse cloth. Alas, what a pity. A young centaur recognized Charlie and immediately turned and ran deeper into the camp. A short while later, Magri emerged from the cabin, followed by Farrens. "Sir Charlie." Magri walked up to Charlie and bowed slightly. "You've arrived." Charlie nodded. "Have you found a clue?" Magri's expression was somewhat complicated. "We've been searching the Forbidden Forest for days but haven't found any trace of the rat." Charlie frowned. "However," Margaret paused, "that big black dog was spotted though." Charlie's eyes lit up. "Where?" "We found it on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest 3 days ago," Farringsec continued. "It was lingering at the edge of the woods and we immediately gave chase." "Then what?" "It ran into Hogwarts grounds," Magri said. "We were worried that barging in might cause a misunderstanding, so we didn't pursue them any further." Charlie stroked his chin. "If Black had run into Hogwarts, why didn't the owls notice?" "After that, we continued patrolling outside the Forbidden Forest," Farringsec added. "But we didn't see the big black dog run back to the Forbidden Forest." Charlie fell into thought, his fingers tapping lightly on his arm. The fact that the owls didn't find Black indicates that he didn't stay at Hogwarts. Since they couldn't return to the Forbidden Forest, they could only leave the school from somewhere else. There are always owls guarding the school gate. How could anyone possibly leave Hogwarts? Charlie thought of the secret passage. Black had also attended Hogwarts, so it's not surprising that he knew about the school's secret passages. Charlie had seen 7 secret passages leading to Hogsmeade on the Marauders map. 5 of them have been abandoned. Of the remaining 2, one is behind the statue of the Hunchbacked Witch, leading to Honeyduke, and the other is under the Willow of the Beating Man, the exact destination of which is unknown. The Hunchbacked Witch's secret passage is inside the castle. Blake would have chosen such a high-risk location to escape through the passage. The castle is full of students and professors, and you could be discovered at any moment. Therefore, the most likely possibility is the secret passage under the willow tree that hit people. It's a remote place and hardly anyone goes there. The hit-and-beat willow itself is a natural barrier, and most people wouldn't dare to approach it. I think I know where he is. Charlie looked up at Margaret and Pharynx. Thank you for providing the clues. Magree breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad I could help you. Keep an eye on that mouse for me, Charlie said. It is very likely still hiding in the Forbidden Forest. Understood. Pharynxer nodded. We will intensify our search efforts. Charlie turned to look at Hagrid. Hagrid, I'll go first. Then he teleported directly to the vicinity of the willow tree, leaving Hagrid completely bewildered. He scratched his head, bewildered. What did Charlie know? Why didn't I know anything after hearing the centaur's news? Near the willow tree, the tree is swaying gently in the wind, its spring branches a dazzling green. Charlie's figure suddenly appeared beside the tree. The willow tree immediately sensed the intruder. Its thick branches suddenly tensed, its canopy shook violently, and countless willow twigs lashed out at Charlie like whips. Charlie raised his hand and waved, and a beam of red light shot out, hitting the inconspicuous little knot on the tree trunk precisely. The willow tree immediately went limp, its branches drooping weakly to the ground, a result of Charlie's actions. Charlie approached the tree roots and found a dark opening among the soil and dead leaves. The opening wasn't large, but it was big enough for a person to crawl inside. He bent down and crawled in. The smell of earth and mold hit him. The passageway was so narrow that one could barely stand upright. Charlie lit his wand and the dim light illuminated the path ahead. The walls of the passage were a mixture of mud and stone, clearly ancient, with some parts already crumbling. Charlie walked about 50 meters forward and the passage suddenly opened up. Then he saw a big black dog. The dog was sitting in the middle of the aisle, its hind legs spread apart, its head buried between its legs, intently licking itself. Hearing footsteps, the big black dog suddenly raised its head. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Charlie stared speechlessly at the scene before him and couldn't help but speak. "Why are you licking my crotch again?" The big black dog paused for a second, then raised its head, stuck out its tongue, and barked twice at Charlie. Its tail wagged rapidly, and its innocent look made it seem like an ordinary stray dog trying to get away with it. "Stop pretending, Sirius Black." Charlie crossed his arms and spoke calmly. The big black dog's tail stopped wagging instantly. It stared at Charlie for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned and ran deeper into the cave. Charlie flicked his finger. The soil deep inside the cave began to loosen, and countless plant roots emerged from the soil, growing wildly. The roots of varying thicknesses intertwined and sealed off the passage in the blink of an eye. The big black dog couldn't break in time, and its head slammed directly into the wall woven from roots, making a dull thud. It took a few steps back, turned around, and its gaze became serious. Charlie stood still, the light from the wand illuminating his face. The big black dog lowered its body, its limbs slightly bent, assuming a posture ready to attack. Its eyes gleamed eerily in the dim light, and it emitted a low, mournful sound from its throat. Blake quickly calculated in his mind. He remembered the boy. When he saw him in the Scream Shack, he felt a dangerous aura emanating from him. But he was ultimately just a student. Now, in his black dog form, he possesses sharp claws and teeth, giving him a significant advantage in close-quarters combat. Moreover, the narrow space inside the cave is perfect for hand-to-hand combat. The advantage is in my hands. Thinking of this, the big black dog suddenly pushed off the ground and pounced on Charlie. It was very fast, and its open mouth revealed sharp canine teeth. Charlie sighed. The next second, his right hand instantly transformed into a dragon claw, striking the big black dog on the back of the head. The big black dog rolled its eyes, tilted its head to the side, and completely lost consciousness. Charlie reluctantly withdrew his dragon claw. He didn't intend to take action. Based on his guess, Blake was likely being framed. I wanted to ask him what happened back then in a friendly way, but this guy just kept bumping into my fist. Charlie waved his wand, and the vines on the cave walls immediately came to life, binding the unconscious black dog tightly. Thick vines coiled around its limbs and torso, leaving only its head exposed. Clear water like a spring. A stream of water shot from the tip of the wand, splashing directly onto the big black dog's face. The icy water jolted Blake awake, and he let out a whimper. It shook its head violently, trying to shake the water off its face, but the vines tightened their grip, making even struggling difficult. The excruciating pain in his head made Blake's vision go black. What just happened? Was I hit by a truck? Charlie looked down at the trapped black dog, his wand pointing at its head. "I'll give you a chance to turn back into human form." Charlie's tone was calm. "Otherwise, you'll never be able to turn back." The big black dog's eyes were wide open, and a low growl came from its throat. It tried to struggle, but the vines didn't budge. Charlie waited a few seconds, and seeing that it was still pretending to be stupid, he extended the wand forward. "I'll count to 3. 1. The big black dog struggled even more violently. 2. The vines suddenly tightened, causing the big black dog to let out a painful yelp. His body began to twist and deform. His black fur disappeared, his limbs lengthened, and his bones made cracking sounds. A few seconds later, what was trapped in the vines was no longer a dog, but a man. It looks exactly like the photo on the wanted poster. Thin, haggard, and filthy. Blake's hair hung messily over his face, he had a stubble beard, and his eyes were sunken. His prison uniform was tattered and reeked of a foul odor. His skin was frighteningly pale, clinging to his bones with almost no muscle visible. The only thing that looked like a living person was their eyes. His gray eyes gleamed with wariness and madness as he stared intently at Charlie. "Who are you?" Blake's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "How did you know I was here? You have no right to ask me questions." Charlie put away his wand and leaned against the cave wall. "Now it's my turn to ask." Blake gritted his teeth and remained silent. 13 years ago, the night the Potters were murdered. Charlie's tone was casual. What exactly happened? Blake shuddered, a slight tremor running through him, and remained silent. "Answer my question. Did you betray the Potters?" "No," Blake practically yelled. "I didn't. I would never betray James." He struggled violently, the vines digging into his flesh, but he didn't care. "It's Peter." Blake's eyes were bloodshot. "Peter Pettigrew betrayed them. He's the one who kept the secret." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Really? Then why were you imprisoned in Azkaban?" "Because," Blake's voice choked, "because I was so stupid." He lowered his head and his shoulders began to tremble. "James originally intended to choose me as his secret agent, but I felt it would be too obvious. Everyone knows I'm James's best friend. So I suggested Peter instead, that cowardly little guy. No one would suspect him." Blake looked up, his eyes red-rimmed. The result was that he was the one who told the Dark Lord their location. The cave was silent for a few seconds, and then Charlie asked, "You went to see him?" "I caught up with him." Blake's voice turned cold. "On the streets of Muggles, but that B*******D in his defiance of me blew up the whole street and killed 12 Muggles." He gave a bitter laugh. "Everyone thought I did the bombing. When the Ministry of Magic arrived, I was the only one left standing in the middle of the ruins. They thought I had killed Peter, and I thought so too. Then why don't you explain?" "Because everything is over." Blake's eyes were empty. "James is dead, Lily is dead, Peter escaped, and I became their murderer." Charlie was utterly bewildered. "You're putting this huge blame on me without even explaining? Are you Hogwarts Shadow, so you escaped from prison to find Peter?" "Yes." Blake suddenly looked up. "I saw the newspaper in Azkaban, and I saw a picture of the Weasleys. That damned rat was in the picture, perched on that red-haired boy's shoulder." His voice became frantic. 12 years. "He hid from me for 12 years, even coming to Hogwarts openly. I have to kill him, kill him." Blake was talking to himself as if in a dream, muttering to himself like someone with a split personality. The life on the run had tormented him greatly. Charlie listened quietly and already knew what was going on. Everything Blake said matched his guess. The real traitor was Peter Pettigrew. That was practically confirmed. After figuring out the truth, Charlie suddenly felt utterly bored. "I wanted to arrest Blake for 2 reasons. First, for the safety of the orphanage, and second, out of curiosity about what exactly happened back then. Now that the truth is out and the orphanage is no longer a threat, he feels like he's entered a period of deep reflection." To be honest, Charlie didn't care much about their past grievances and grudges. Blake paused for a moment, his chapped lips moving slightly. "What do you plan to do with me?" His voice carried a hint of pleading. "I beg you, don't hand me over to the Ministry of Magic. Even if you must, please wait until I've taken my revenge. Forget about those idiots at the Ministry of Magic." Charlie shook his head. "I'll just hand you over to Dumbledore. The rest is none of my business." Blake's face turned deathly pale and he shook his head violently. "No, no, please don't hand me over to Dumbledore." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "I can't face him." Blake's voice trembled. "I'm the one who caused James and Lily's deaths, and I was the one who suggested changing the secret agent. How can I face Dumbledore? That's none of my business." Charlie shrugged. "No matter how much you beg, it's no use." Blake gritted his teeth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. "I'm rich, the Black family fortune," he said urgently. "If you help me capture Peter, I'll give you all the property of the Black family, one of the 28 holy clans. And I will always be loyal to you, and I will do anything for you, as long as you help me catch that traitor." The cave was silent for a few seconds. Charlie slowly raised his wand, the vines instantly loosened, and Black fell directly to the ground. "What are you saying, my dear minister?" Charlie stepped forward and gently helped him up. "Your affairs are my affairs. How could I abandon you? Your Majesty has violated your principles for money." Tyrant Points +10. Blake was stunned. "This person's mental illness is even more severe than mine." Charlie leaned against the cave wall and casually asked, "By the way, was the fire bolt Harry received for Christmas a gift from you?" Blake paused for a moment, then nodded. "It's me." "How did you buy it?" Charlie raised an eyebrow. "An escaped convict going straight to Diagon Alley. I got it done through the goblins in Gringotts. They don't care about warrants, they only care about money," Blake said in a low voice. "The Black family has a vault in Gringotts, and I can also access some galleons." Charlie's heart skipped a beat. The fact that the Black family could casually buy luxury items like fire bolts at least proves that they are not as poor as the Weasleys, but are indeed one of the 28 holy families with a profound heritage. All right, you stay here and hide for now. Charlie patted Blake on the shoulder. Peter is missing, but he should still be within Hogwarts grounds. I'll let you know if I have any news. Blake grabbed Charlie's arm suddenly, his fingers trembling with force. You must let me know, I want to kill him myself. His eyes gleamed with a crazed light, and 12 years of hatred seemed about to overflow from them. For the sake of the Black family's ancestral property, Charlie's tone was very sincere. Don't worry, I'll come find you as soon as I get news of Peter. The next morning, Charlie got up 2 minutes before class. He cast a cleanse charm on himself, then teleported outside the potions classroom, a process that took a minute. If it weren't for the need to get dressed, it would only take 10 seconds. The surrounding students were used to it, but still felt envious. It's so awesome to be able to teleport directly to the classroom. After class, Charlie walked out of the classroom and saw Harry standing dejectedly in the hallway with Ron and Hermione. Snape definitely did it on purpose. Ron exclaimed indignantly, he just wants Gryffindor to lose the match. Hermione, holding a stack of books, frowned. Perhaps the professors just wanted to make sure the broom wasn't dangerous. After all, Snape promised in front of all the professors to check it thoroughly and wouldn't go back on his word. Charlie chuckled. Naive girl, you think Snape won't cheat? Don't be ridiculous. He doesn't cheat. What do the extra points Gryffindor lost matter? What do the extra points Slytherin gained matter? It's been almost a month since the test started. Harry's voice was full of frustration. If you don't return it soon, we'll have to use the school's old brooms for next week's competition. The Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match is just around the corner. Without Firebolt, even if Harry wins the match, it will be difficult for him to rack up enough points to surpass Hufflepuff. So when Snape came out of the classroom, he mustered his courage and stopped Snape. Professor, how's the inspection of my broom going? Harry tried to keep his voice calm. Snape slowly turned around, black grease hanging down his side, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Mr. Potter, it seems you care more about Quidditch than your brain. The surrounding Slytherin students began to chuckle. If you put that energy into studying, perhaps your troll brain could hold a little more knowledge, Snape continued, his voice full of malice. As for your broom, I'll return it once I've made sure it's completely safe. Unless you'd rather die in a Quidditch match. Oh, perhaps you're so confident you won't die from the fall, so arrogant that you think you have a troll's body in addition to a troll's brain. Harry clenched his fists. How stupid of me. How could I have thought to ask Snape? Snape scoffed. I won't act rashly to satisfy your vanity. Now get out of my sight. He turned and left, his black robe billowing behind him like bat wings. The surrounding Slytherin students burst into even louder laughter and Malfoy whistled. Harry was furious, his face flushed, but he was powerless to refute her and could only watch helplessly as Snape walked away. Hermione couldn't stand it anymore and nudged Harry's shoulder. Let's go find Professor McGonagall. She values the house's honor so much, she certainly won't let Snape drag this on. Harry's eyes lit up. That's right, others might not know, but as the Seeker, he knew perfectly well that Professor McGonagall cared more than anyone else about whether Gryffindor could win the Quidditch Cup. The three of them quickly stood at the door of Professor McGonagall's office. Come in, Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind the door. Harry pushed open the door and entered. Before he could speak, Professor McGonagall put down her quill. Mr. Potter, I suppose you're here about the brooms. Yes, Professor. Harry took a deep breath. Professor Snape has been examining me for almost a month. He's deliberately stalling for time. The competition is next week and I really need that broom. Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious. She certainly knew the importance of the broom to the competition, but she couldn't go along with what Harry said. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall stood up and walked over to Harry. Professor Snape isn't deliberately stalling for time, he's simply doing his duty to ensure your safety. The origin of this broom is unknown, and a thorough examination will require ample time. Professor Cat went to great lengths to salvage his image in the student's eyes. Harry was stunned. He suspected there was something wrong with his ears, or maybe the hospital director ate too many carbs in the morning and got carb sickness and started talking nonsense. Professor, but... Harry tried to explain. No buts. Professor McGonagall interrupted him, her tone turning stern. Mr. Porter, can't you tell what's important? Is a game more important or your life? Harry opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. What would happen if you rode on the broom and it was really cursed? Professor McGonagall continued. Fall again. This time Professor Dumbledore might not be there to save you. Harry lowered his head, not daring to argue further. Professor McGonagall, seeing Harry's disbelieving yet hesitant expression, sighed. All right, go back now. I'll urge Professor Snape to finish the examination as soon as possible. Yes, Professor. Harry turned and left dejectedly. In the office, after Harry had gone some distance, Professor McGonagall immediately grabbed her wizard robe from the table and strode towards the basement. Did she not know what Snape was up to? Professor McGonagall wouldn't have given the broom to Snape if it weren't for Harry's safety. Snape's office door was tightly shut. Professor McGonagall knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, she pushed it open and went inside. Severus, we need to talk. Entering Snape's office, Professor McGonagall got straight to the point. Severus, how's the inspection of the firebolt going? Snape stirred the crucible slowly without looking up, still checking. He still spoke in a somber tone to Professor McGonagall but without the sarcasm. Isn't a month enough? Professor McGonagall asked, her tone full of skepticism. That broom might be cursed. Snape put down the stirring stick. I have to scrutinize every single detail. This is all for Porter's safety. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and decided to use her trump card. Severus, if you complete the inspection this week, I'll approve a 10% increase in the potions office's materials budget for next academic year based on this year's amount. The liquid medicine in the crucible was bubbling and gurgling. Snape stopped stirring, 1/10 of the funding. This means he can purchase more rare materials and plan his experiments more effectively. Snape's mind raced. There's no doubt he hates Harry, but he loves potions even more, so he wouldn't refuse to invest more funds in potion experiments. Moreover, even if the firebolt were returned to Harry, Gryffindor might not win the championship. Because Snape knew very well that there was some incredibly wealthy B*******D in the school who would never stand by and watch Harry take the Quidditch Cup. Instead of sacrificing real benefits to annoy Harry, it would be better to allocate more funds to do something meaningful. What's more, it's quite amusing to think about Harry's expression as he holds the firebolt full of hope, only to lose the match in the end. Since Professor McGonagall has said so, Snape sighed insincerely, I'll work overtime to secure this funding. A week passed quickly. An hour before the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match was to begin, Harry finally met Professor McGonagall in the dressing room. Mr. Potter, here's your broom. Professor McGonagall handed him the flintlock bolt, her tone serious. Professor Snape has finished his examination and found no curse. The moment Harry took the broom, he lit up. As he charged onto the pitch with the firebolt in his arms, the Gryffindor stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Harry's broom is a firebolt. We've got this in the bag. The Ravenclaw stands were deathly silent. Their seeker Cho Chang was pale-faced, his heart sinking as he looked at the top-of-the-line broom in Harry's hand. The referee, Mrs. Hodge, blew her whistle and the match began. The firebolt's performance amazed everyone. Harry darted across the field like a red lightning bolt, and Ravenclaw's seeker Cho couldn't even keep up with his trail. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to accelerate, but the firebolt easily sped up and left her far behind. Harry even had time to help his teammates score goals. 20 minutes later, Gryffindor had a 70-point lead. Harry hovered high in the sky, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of gold. Without hesitation, he swooped down. Q saw it too, and she chased after it desperately, but the speed of the fire crossbow bolts completely overwhelmed her. Harry reached out and grabbed the golden snitch, which landed steadily in his palm. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins the match, leading Ravenclaw by 220 points. The Gryffindor stands erupted. The team rushed over, lifted Harry up, and tossed him into the air. Wood was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he hugged the goalpost and kissed it several times. We've overtaken Hufflepuff. Ron roared from the stands. First place in total points. Hermione flipped through the notebook. Gryffindor is currently leading Hufflepuff by 20 points and both teams have one game left. If we can rack up some more points in the next game, the Quidditch Cup will most likely be ours. Harry was surrounded by his teammates, but his gaze went beyond the crowd and landed on the Ravenclaw stands. As Cho was tidying up her broom, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, Harry saw her face clearly when she turned her head. It's so beautiful. Q noticed his gaze and frowned. This person is so annoying. Not only did he dominate her in the match, but he also kept provoking her off the field. Q shouldered her broom and left the field with a cold expression. Harry was taken aback, not understanding why she was angry. Charlie sat in the stands, his eyes darting back and forth between Harry and the firebolt several times. Something's not right. What's wrong with Snape? He wasn't supposed to detain Harry for life, but at least he shouldn't have given it to him this semester. Why did he return it so quickly? With the firebolt, Harry can not only catch gold snitches quickly, but also help other players score goals. The match just now was a perfect example. They were leading by 70 points in just 20 minutes. That's an incredible rate of scoring. No, we need to put some pressure on them. Charlie always chooses to deliver a crushing blow to anyone who tries to catch up, slamming them to the ground. The next morning, while everyone was still reveling in Gryffindor's resounding victory, the match schedule for the next game was posted on the bulletin board in Hogwarts' Great Hall. Hufflepuff versus Slytherin. The Gryffindor students gathered around the bulletin board, excitedly discussing the topic. Hufflepuff and Slytherin are both Nimbus 2001, so there definitely won't be a huge score difference. That's right, they don't have fire crossbows. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Harry, we've got this in the bag. Harry smiled too, already imagining himself holding the Quidditch cup. Then he suddenly thought of Charlie and had a bad feeling. Harry shook his head, trying to calm himself down. What can Charlie do? Hufflepuff's broom is already pretty good. Nimbus 2001 is the best in the school besides his firebolt. Could Charlie possibly replace all their firebolts with fire crossbows? The thought made Harry laugh. Firebolts were so expensive, even if Charlie was rich, he couldn't possibly be so extravagant. On the day of the match, the Quidditch Stadium was packed with people. The match between Hufflepuff and Slytherin is about to begin, and almost the entire student body is present. In the Gryffindor stands, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together. I bet Hufflepuff will win, Ron said, munching on a pumpkin cookie. Cedric is much more reliable than Malfoy, but it would be best if their score remained close. Harry didn't speak. He stared at the stadium entrance, his palms slightly sweaty. Slytherin entered the field first. Led by Malfoy, the entire team rode in matching Nimbus 2001s, their green uniforms gleaming in the sunlight. A deafening roar erupted from the Slytherin stands as Crabbe and Goyle waved enormous banners. Commentator Lee Jordan cleared his throat. Slytherin enters. They look incredibly confident today, and Malfoy's expression tells us he thinks he's already won. The Slytherin team circled once in the air and landed on one side of the field. Next, the Hufflepuff team entered the field. Cedric Diggory was the first to fly onto the pitch. Lee Coyote's voice suddenly stopped. It felt like someone was choking me. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Then the sound was deafening. Merlin's beard. Lee Coyote's voice changed due to extreme shock. What's that? It's a fire bolt. Cedric Diggory is riding a fire bolt. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The students jumped up from their seats, craning their necks to try and see clearly. Another fire crossbow bolt. Hufflepuff, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin the school's game? Lee Coyote's voice grew louder and louder, nearing the point of being out of control. Wait, there's a second one, a third one. Oh my god, the entire Hufflepuff team. The entire team has switched to fire crossbows. 7 crossbow bolts flew neatly through the air, the streamlined broom handle gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The Hufflepuff stands went wild. Students screamed, jumped, hugged, and some even fell off their seats in excitement. Harry's smile froze instantly as he stared in disbelief at the 7 lightning-fast yellow figures on the field. His one-sprout unique advantage became so cheap overnight. The Gryffindor stands were deathly silent. Wood's face was ashen, as if he had vaguely seen the Quidditch cup slip away from him. Hufflepuff captain Cedric Diggory stopped in midair, the fire bolt hovering there as if nailed to the spot. He turned towards a certain direction in the stands and nodded slightly. The gesture was extremely restrained, yet it conveyed a deep sense of gratitude. Countless gazes followed his line of sight. Charlie was sitting at the top of the stands, one hand supporting his chin, a smile on his face. That smile was gentle yet captivating. It was as if a king were responding to his general's salute with an approving smile. Hufflepuff crushed Slytherin with an unparalleled advantage, winning by a margin of 300 points. The game ended and Draco was almost in tears. Mom, I never want to play Quidditch again. Harry and Ron sat in the stands looking completely drained. 280 points. Hermione said softly, holding her notebook. We must score over 280 points in the final match against Slytherin. Ron opened his mouth, but no words came out. Harry looked down at the firebolt in his hand and suddenly felt that the broom was too heavy to hold. He's the seeker. Catching the golden snitch will earn him 150 points. The problem is, how do we get the remaining 130 points? All the other Gryffindor members except him rode the old sweeper series, while the entire Slytherin crew rode Nimbus 2001, scoring 130 points. That's like having eunuchs in a meeting, utter nonsense. Moreover, Charlie didn't break any rules. He was simply wealthy and willing to sponsor Hufflepuff. No one could fault that. Harry and Ron could only look at Charlie with resentment. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was so oppressive, it felt like it was about to rain. Almost no one spoke while eating at the long table. Even the sound of knives and forks clattering against plates seemed jarring. Hermione, meanwhile, was rummaging through her food while engrossed in her book. Her schedule was so packed that she'd need a time tamper to attend all her classes. The Quidditch match just now wasted a lot of her time, and now she has to work overtime to catch up on the lessons she missed. She really should go to Ravenclaw, a Gryffindor boy muttered nearby. Bookworm. Hermione looked up and stared at him expressionlessly. In the past, she might have been heartbroken all night by those words. But now, if it weren't for the school rules, she would definitely have stabbed him in the throat with her wand. Of course, I have to use the other person's wand. I'm still a bit of a germaphobe. The boy felt uncomfortable under her gaze and lowered his head to continue eating. Hermione couldn't be bothered with this kind of person, so she stood up with a stack of textbooks in her arms. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor long table was too awful. She didn't want to stay there. She walked over and sat down next to Charlie. Charlie glanced at the stack of textbooks in her arms and felt like he was starting to suffocate. How many classes do you actually have each day? Arithmetic divination, ancient runes, protecting magical creatures, divination classes, muggle studies. Hermione counted on her fingers. I now have to use the time converter to run back and forth 3 or 4 times a day. Then why don't you drop a few, like the divination class, for example? Haven't you always thought Professor Trelawney was talking nonsense? Hermione was conflicted. But I don't want to give up any courses. What if I need the grades for these courses for my future job? Charlie raised an eyebrow. Big sister, you're only in 3rd grade and you're already thinking about such profound things. But if your schedule is so full that you don't have the energy to study more important courses, wouldn't that be counterproductive? There's something Charlie didn't say. If Hermione is too busy to do his homework, then he'll be missing a top-notch helper. Hermione thought about it carefully for a while, and she really felt that what Professor Trelawney said was unfounded and completely useless. Besides, Muggle studies was unnecessary for her, who knew what kind of ancient textbooks were used for Muggle studies. The text claims that Muggles now travel by horse-drawn carriage and that there are actually 2 Muggles pulling a rope inside the elevator. I really am crazy. Hermione shook her head. I actually found those classes meaningful. I'll go to Professor McGonagall's tomorrow and withdraw from the course, Charlie said. The time converter is meant to help you learn more, not to torture yourself like this. Hermione nodded, and after making the decision, she felt a heavy burden lifted off her shoulders. Charlie returned to his dormitory at night. He leaned against the headboard and opened the system panel. Current Tyrant Points, 4399. Charlie nodded in satisfaction at the number. The reason he always accumulated a large amount of skill points was that he had already reached level 4 in most of the spells he knew, and it would take a full 5,000 skill points to reach level 5. A tyrant's few draws are like a tickle. It's better to save them up for a big one where you can feel the thrill of a surge in power each time. Little commander, draw them all. Yes, your majesty, begin the extraction. A golden light exploded in his mind. System notifications sounded one after another. Congratulations, your majesty. Stun spell proficiency plus 30, in addition to your weapon proficiency plus 20, iron armor spell proficiency plus 30, petrification proficiency plus 90, obstacles abound proficiency plus 30, flaming blaze proficiency plus 70. At that moment, a dazzling green light appeared before Charlie's eyes. Congratulations, your majesty, you have obtained Avada Kedavra, free talent points. 1. Charlie's eyes lit up. He has finally collected all 3 unforgivable curses. He has now mastered the Cruciatus Curse, the Imperious Curse, and the Avada Kedavra Curse, 3 spells strictly forbidden in the magical world. A series of prompts made Charlie feel like his mind was flooded with a large amount of information. The key points of casting those spells, the way magic flows, and the subtle movements of the wrist all became clearer. He raised his hand, his fingers tracing a line in the air. He didn't need a wand. The trails of those spells were etched into his instincts. In addition, including the 4 talent points I had accumulated before, I now have 5 free talent points. Charlie looked at the numbers on the panel and mentally calculated the allocation plan. Potions is almost maxed out, and it's getting a little out of my way. I have to max it out. The level 7 defense against dark magic spell also needs to be strengthened. To defend against dark magic, you need to know how to use it, so the strength of dark magic is actually linked to this talent. Charlie now wields 3 unforgivable curses. His talents must be maxed out. The last bit is left. Add it to herbalism. Yes, your majesty. Talent points have been allocated. Suddenly, Charlie was able to figure out how to improve the potion-making process. Even before reaching the maximum level, Charlie's potions were already perfect enough. But Charlie was certain that his current method would make the potion-making process much faster. This wasn't an idea born of experience, but rather a flash of inspiration from pure talent. Following closely behind, black magic and herbalism also experienced this feeling. Charlie took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He opened the system panel and carefully examined the updated data. Your Majesty, Charlie White, age 13, magic talent rating, 10 max level, transfiguration, 10 charms, 10 potion mastery, 10 defense against the dark arts, 10 herbalism, 8 astronomy, 4 history of magic, 5 Tyrant Points, 9 free talent points, 0. Mastered Magic, Polymorph level 4, 1575,000, Blazing Inferno level 4, 2425,000, Stun level 4, 2245,000, Protective Armor level 4, 2010 5,000, Patronus Charm level 4, 1010 5,000, Divine Shield level 4, 210 1,000, Avada Kedavra level 3, 0 1,000. Charlie smiled as he looked at the row of max level numbers on the panel. Potions, Defense against the Dark Arts, Charms, and Transfiguration, all 4 core courses are maxed out. His only weakness right now is practical experience. This might make Charlie's spell less effective. But for Charlie, firepower coverage was all that mattered. Knowing where the enemy is, if you throw dozens of barrel-sized, unseen divine blades in that direction, how could the enemy possibly survive? It's the weekend again. Peter Pettigrew seemed to have vanished from Hogwarts. There's been no news about owls, house elves, centaurs, or giant octopuses. Charlie sat in the common room, tapping his fingers on the armrest. He tried every possible means and searched every possible place, but little Pettigrew was nowhere to be found. Is there anything else I haven't considered? Charlie frowned. That was actually possible. After all, Hogwarts was so ancient, perhaps it contained a secret room or passage that no one knew about. If that's the case, then it will take much longer to catch Peter Pettigrew. However, Charlie could afford to wait, and he didn't believe Peter could remain hidden forever. In the morning, an owl landed in front of Charlie and handed him a letter. Charlie, would you like to come visit my cottage sometime? Hagrid. Charlie had nothing better to do, so he decided to go and take a look. Outside Hagrid's hut, Buckbeak was lying on the ground, dozing off, its wings folded and occasionally fluttering. Ever since Hagrid brought up the A-tide giant spider in class, the students' acceptance of Buckbeak has increased dramatically. After all, compared to those terrifying spiders, Buckbeak is as cute as a little bird weighing a few hundred kilograms. And no one dared to cause trouble in Hagrid's class, for fear that Hagrid's little pet would take their lives. Even Professor McGonagall thought Buckbeak's classes were quite good. Upon seeing Charlie, Buckbeak immediately lowered its head, lay flat on all fours, and tucked its wings close to its body, expressing its awe. Charlie ignored him and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Come in," Hagrid's voice came from inside. The room was warm and cozy, and the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Hagrid hurriedly served a dessert and black tea. The teacup was as big as a soup bowl. Charlie took a sip of tea but didn't touch the dessert. He knew Hagrid's tastes. The guy could mix rock cake and blue cheese together and still think it tasted good. Don't believe him if he says it's delicious, but listen to him if he says it's awful. Hagrid sat opposite him, his rough fingers rubbing the rim of his teacup, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. "Speak if you have something to say." Charlie put down his teacup. Well, Hagrid cleared his throat. "Charlie, I want to ask you a favor." "Explain. Could you talk to the centaurs and have them teach the students a lesson?" Hagrid said quickly. Charlie raised an eyebrow. "The centaurs are very arrogant. Do you think they would want to be stared at like Buckbeak?" No, Hagrid quickly waved his hands. "I don't want them as exhibits. I want them as teaching assistants to help me complete the course. Of course, they'll need to introduce their race and culture when necessary. Why don't you go and say it yourself?" Hagrid scratched his messy beard. "They may be reluctant to associate with wizards, but they should listen to you." Charlie remained silent for a moment. "Hagrid has been providing food for Norbert for so long, working tirelessly without complaint. I can help with this." "Okay, I'll go ask." Charlie stood up. "Really?" Hagrid's eyes lit up. "Great, I knew you'd help. Don't get too excited yet. The centaurs might not agree." It's all right, just go and tell them." Hagrid laughed so hard his beard was shaking. Hagrid casually picked up a piece of dessert and stuffed it into his mouth. He took a bite, his expression suddenly froze, and he looked down at the cake in his hand. The cake had a large hole in the middle and fine serrations around the edges. "Damn it." Hagrid exclaimed in frustration. "It seems like mice have gotten into the house lately. They keep stealing my things. Look, I was planning to save this cake for tonight." Charlie's lips twitched. Thankfully, he hadn't eaten his dessert. Hagrid continued to complain. "This rat is incredibly clever. I've set several mousetraps, but none of them have worked. It doesn't come out during the day, only striking at night when I'm asleep. The other night it even stole half a salted fish from me." Charlie suddenly had a thought. Could this mouse be Peter Pettigrew? The owls couldn't detect what was happening inside Hagrid's hut, the house elves wouldn't leave the castle, and the centaurs and giant spiders were both active in the Forbidden Forest. So Hagrid's cabin was never checked from beginning to end. I was so oblivious to what was right under my nose that I overlooked this point. Hagrid, have you seen that mouse? Charlie put down his teacup, his tone calm. No, Hagrid scratched his head. But it must be quite large. An ordinary mouse couldn't eat this much cake. Charlie stood up, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. Would you mind if I looked for that mouse? Of course I don't mind. Hagrid's eyes lit up. It would be great if you could catch it. This guy has ruined my food terribly. Charlie took out his wand and waved it gently. Several old tin cans, a wooden bucket, and some scraps of cloth on the ground twisted and deformed in an instant, turning into 5 cats with different fur colors. After landing, the cats shook themselves off and immediately scattered, disappearing into every corner of the room. Merlin's drooling shoulder. Hagrid's eyes lit up and he patted Charlie on the shoulder. That was a brilliant move. He suddenly remembered something, turned around and kicked Yaya, who was lying next to him. Stupid tooth, all you do is eat, you can't even catch a mouse. Yaya was kicked and stumbled, letting out 2 pitiful whimpers. I'm a dog. Haven't you heard the saying, a dog catching a mouse is meddling in other people's business? Charlie stood still, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. The cats were agile, darting under the bed, behind the cabinet, beside the fireplace, and even into the cracks in the corner. Hagrid rubbed his hands together, nervously watching the cats' movements. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from under the bed, followed by the sharp squeaking of a mouse and the low growling of a cat. Gotcha! Hagrid shouted excitedly. A gray mouse darted out from under the bed, moving with incredible speed and scurried frantically along the base of the wall. 2 cats followed behind, their claws scraping the floor with a harsh sound. Charlie raised his hand. The mouse seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, its limbs kicking wildly as it flew toward Charlie. It struggled desperately, letting out a piercing scream, its tail lashing out rapidly. Charlie grabbed the mouse by the scruff of its neck and brought it up to his face. This is a large gray rat with dull fur, covered in dust and food scraps. One of its toes is missing from its right forepaw, leaving a bare scar. Charlie stared at the mouse, a smirk playing on his lips. Long time no see, Banban. Or, hello, Peter Pettigrew. Inside Hagrid's cabin, Scabbers, whose neck was being gripped by Charlie, writhed wildly, its sharp teeth lunging to bite at Charlie's fingers. Charlie tightened his grip slightly. Squeak. Banban let out a piercing scream, and the entire mouse instantly went limp, its limbs hanging limply, with only the slight rise and fall of its chest remaining. Charlie, you... Hagrid looked at this scene with a pained expression. Even though it stole my food, you don't have to mistreat it like this. Why don't you let it go? Charlie glanced at Hagrid. This rat carries germs, ordinary rats wouldn't grow this big. I have to take it back and treat it specially, otherwise all the food in your hut will have to be thrown away. Germ? Hagrid's expression changed and he instinctively took a half step back. That's terrible. I ate the cake it had nibbled on just a few days ago. So have you been feeling unwell lately? Charlie asked casually. Hagrid paused, then thought carefully. My throat does seem a little itchy. That's because you ate too many rockskin cakes and your mouth was dry, but Charlie didn't say it aloud. That's right. Charlie picked up the mouse and turned to leave. I'll handle it properly. Just keep an eye on your health these next few days, and if you have any problems, go see Mrs. Pomfrey. All right, all right. Hagrid nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with a hint of wariness as he looked at Scabbers. Thank you, Charlie. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known these rats were so dangerous. Charlie pushed open the door and Buckbeak immediately looked up, his eyes warily fixed on the mouse in his hand. Don't move, Charlie said calmly. Buckbeak obediently lay back down on the ground. Charlie didn't head towards the castle, but went straight towards the willow tree. Snape was about to go to the willow tree to get some willow branches. A new potion recipe required them. Before he even got close, a figure that looked furtive, a special filter from Stalin, entered his field of vision. Charlie White, what is he going to do at Renliu's place? Snape stopped in his tracks, his somber gaze fixed on Charlie in the distance. Charlie then made the willow tree limp, and then entered the cave beneath the willow tree. A long-buried memory, mixed with humiliation and fear, suddenly surged into my mind. It was Sirius Black who tricked him into going to the Shrieking Shack, where he was almost killed by Lupin, who had transformed into a werewolf. Although James arrived in time and rescued him, he wouldn't have been nearly bitten to death by Lupin if they hadn't maliciously teased him. Snape's breathing suddenly became heavier and he felt a tightness in his chest. It's the same old story. It's that same self-righteous idiot who ignores school rules again. He was convinced that Charlie intended to sneak into Hogsmeade through that secret passage. Snape gave a sinister smile. Charlie White, now I've got you covered. Watch how I punish you. Snape cast a disillusionment charm on himself, instantly blending into his surroundings and silently followed, ready to catch him red-handed. Charlie walked through the damp tunnel and stepped into the screaming shack. A huge black dog suddenly turned its head and stared warily at the doorway. Upon recognizing Charlie, the black dog relaxed, its tense body twitching slightly with its tail. Its gaze fell on the gray mouse in Charlie's hand, and it froze instantly. The next second, the black dog let out a low growl, its limbs suddenly pushing off, its body twisting and changing shape in the air. Its bones cracked, its black fur retracted into its skin, and its limbs stretched into a human form. Sirius Black landed barefoot, his thin body swaying slightly before he regained his balance. But those eyes suddenly gleamed with an astonishing light, fixed intently on the mouse in Charlie's hand. Peter. Blake's voice was hoarse, as if it were being squeezed out from deep in his throat. Peter. Banban, who had been feigning death, suddenly began to struggle wildly, kicking its limbs and letting out sharp howls. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from Charlie's grasp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Blake had his eyes only on the mouse. He lunged forward and reached out to grab it. Charlie took a step back. Blake smelled so pungent, like a mixture of stinky socks, spoiled food, and moldy straw fermenting in a dark corner for 3 days. Give it to me, Blake's voice trembled with urgency. Give him to me now. He lunged forward again, his fingers trembling slightly from the force. Charlie glanced at him, then loosened his grip. The spotted bird traced a parabola as it flew toward Blake. Blake reached out to catch it, but perhaps because he had been weak for too long, he couldn't hold on properly and fell to the ground with a thud. The moment Banban landed, it darted towards the door. No, Blake stumbled and tried to chase after him, but his foot slipped and he almost fell. Charlie raised his hand and waved. A thick hemp rope appeared out of nowhere, accurately wrapped around Banban and tightly bound it in place. The mouse struggled frantically, but the rope tightened further and it could only make faint squeaking sounds. Blake paused, then turned to look at Charlie. "Thank you," he said, his voice hoarse and his eyes slightly red. Just as Blake was about to pounce on Peter again, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. "Mr. White." Snape's voice came from the doorway, as cold as if he had just been pulled from the cellar. "Leaving school without permission and colluding with wanted criminals. It seems Azkaban is your only refuge." He stood at the doorway, his black robe slightly dusty, clearly having been followed all the way here. Those dark eyes stared at Charlie, as cold as a winter lake, but a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flickered deep within them. Snape initially thought Charlie just wanted to sneak off to Hogsmeade, at most getting himself locked up in solitary confinement to have some fun. But now Charlie is standing with Blake. Is he also connected to the Dark Lord? Before Charlie could speak, Blake exclaimed in surprise, "Snape." "What are you doing here?" Snape scoffed. "Compared to me, you're the one who shouldn't be here. I'm the potions professor. You've actually become a professor at Hogwarts. I really worry about what your students will learn. That's none of your business." Snape drew his wand, his voice filled with long-suppressed hatred. "What awaits you is the kiss of a Dementor. I've long awaited this day to avenge myself on you. You be ****D. His fingers gripped the wand tightly, the tips turning slightly white. Charlie stood to the side, somewhat puzzled. What exactly did Sirius Black do to Snape? His hatred is practically overflowing. Blake frowned, the muscles in his face twitching slightly with excitement. "Snape, you have no idea what happened." His voice was hoarse, yet it held a stubborn edge. "As long as you kill that rat on the ground first, I'll do whatever you want with it." Snape sneered. "Don't change the subject." He twirled his wand, the tip pointing directly at Charlie. A hint of seriousness flashed in his dark eyes, and his arms were taut, clearly trying to conceal his inner unease. Charlie is a strange fellow. If a real fight breaks out, he has absolutely no confidence. "Charlie, you'd better play along now," Snape said in a low voice. "Don't make things worse," Charlie sighed. Professor Snape calmed down. He spread his hands to indicate that he meant no harm. "Black isn't the real culprit. Peter Pettigrew is. That mouse on the ground is Peter." The air froze for 2 seconds. Then Snape let out a sneer of complete disbelief. What a creative excuse. A sarcastic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "A mouse is Peter Pettigrew. Charlie, when did you learn to make up stories from Lockhart?" He paused, his tone growing colder. "Peter has been dead for 12 years and he only has one finger left. I've seen this rat before. It's that ugly thing that Weasley troll kept." Snape raised his chin slightly as he spoke, his dark eyes filled with coldness. "Stop making things up. Come with me to see Dumbledore." Now, Charlie scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. Why is this person so stubborn? Just as he was about to turn Peter back into human form and let the facts speak for themselves, Blake suddenly erupted. "Don't you want to know who really killed Lily?" Blake's voice was almost a shout, shaking the entire room. His eyes were bloodshot, veins were bulging, and his whole body was trembling. "Don't you want revenge for Lily?" "Snape, he's the one who betrayed the Potters. It's Peter." Snape's expression changed drastically. The wand trembled slightly but quickly regained its balance. "Shut up." His voice was frighteningly low, each word sounding like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth. "You are not worthy to say Lily's name." Charlie's spirits lifted. "Something's not right, there's some big news. Lily is Harry's mother, so how could she be related to Snape?" He glanced at the rat still struggling on the ground. It couldn't escape anyway. "Enjoying the melon is the priority. Let's hold off for a bit and let them talk more." Blake was breathing heavily, his chest heaving. "I know you hate me and you hate Potter too. He stole Lily from you. But do you want to see the person who truly killed Lily escape justice?" "Shut up." Snape glared at Sirius as if a wound had been reopened. Charlie, like a badger in a melon patch, had his eyes gleaming. "Such a thing is possible. I'm telling the truth." Sirius stared intently at Snape, his voice filled with despair. "James and Lily thought I was the secret keeper, but we switched at the last minute and Peter took my place. Everyone thought I was the secret keeper, including Mysterio." He pointed at the mouse on the ground, his finger trembling. "But Peter was the real secret agent. He betrayed the Potter's location. He's the one who killed James and Lily." Snape's face darkened as he stared at Peter on the ground. Peter, still looking like a mouse, trembled. Blake took a step forward, his eyes reddening. "When I caught up with Peter, that coward yelled in the street that I had betrayed James and Lily, then blew up the whole street, cut off one of his fingers, and turned into a rat to run away. Everyone thought he was dead, that I killed him. But he was alive, hiding in the Weasleys' house." Snape stared intently at Black, his dark eyes flashing with a myriad of emotions, shock, doubt, anger, pain, before finally settling into icy indifference. "Evidence." His voice was hoarse. "What proof do you have?" Blake pointed to the mouse on the ground. "Change him back, you'll see." Seeing that there was no more melon to eat, Charlie slowly walked towards the mouse that was tied up with hemp rope. "Animagus have a special spell that can forcibly revert them back." Charlie walked up to the mouse and gently waved his wand. The rat on the ground began to tremble violently, its fur peeling away inch by inch, its limbs elongating and its body swelling. Its bones cracked and popped incessantly, sending chills down one's spine. In less than 10 seconds, a short man appeared on the ground. He was very short, less than 1.6 meters tall, with a sparse bald head and a few strands of gray hair lying limply on his scalp. The skin was loose and sagging, like the empty shell left behind after a fat person lost weight rapidly in a short period of time. "My right hand is missing a finger, and the scar at the break point has turned white." He curled up into a ball, his eyes darting around, constantly glancing at the doorway. "Hello, Peter." Sirius Black's voice was forced out through clenched teeth, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Haven't seen you for a long time." The moment he saw Peter, he stopped being in a hurry. Peter trembled and tried to back away, but he was tightly bound by the ropes. Snape stared at the man on the ground, his chest heaving. It was him. It really is him. Peter then appeared, proving that Sirius's words were true. The person who truly killed Lily was Peter. A surge of hatred welled up inside Snape, and the veins on the back of his hand gripping his wand bulged. "Snape," Peter's voice was high-pitched and thin, trembling with sobs. "Don't believe his nonsense. He's the real informant." He shuffled desperately toward the door like a maggot. No one had ever escaped from Azkaban before. What other reason could he have been able to do so besides joining the Mystic and being taught by him? "You mean Voldemort?" Black sneered. Peter froze and his whole body trembled even more violently. "Are you frightened by the old master's name?" Blake approached slowly, his footsteps echoing in the empty house. "That's understandable. I overheard Voldemort's men in Azkaban believing you betrayed him, which led to his death at Harry's hands that night." "I don't know what you're talking about," Peter screamed. "I did not betray Potter." "Shut up," Snape's voice rang out, chillingly cold. His wand slowly rose, his dark eyes filled with deathly stillness. Peter wanted to say something more, but none of the three people present were interested in listening to his explanation. Sirius Black had already pounced on him, his hands gripping his neck tightly. "Die, die." Blake's eyes were bloodshot and his nails dug into Peter's flesh. Peter struggled desperately, making gurgling sounds, his face turning bright red. Just then an invisible wave flashed by. "The divine blade is invisible." Snape coldly recited the incantation. An invisible blade sliced through the air. A deep gash appeared on Peter's neck instantly and blood gushed out. His head flew off and rolled to the corner of the wall. Its mouth was still open, its eyes wide open. It died with its eyes wide open, unable to close. Blood splattered all over Sirius's face, and the sharp edge even cut a bloody gash on his cheek. But Sirius was completely oblivious, staring blankly as the headless corpse lay on the ground, blood spreading across the floor. After killing Peter, Snape stood there, a few drops of blood splattered on his black robe. He stared blankly at the headless corpse on the ground, as if looking at something insignificant. After a few seconds of silence, Snape turned and walked away without looking back. The footsteps faded into the distance, finally disappearing into the night. I wonder if they'll come back for dinner. Only Charlie and Blake remained in the room, along with the still bleeding corpse on the floor. Blake stood there, stunned, his face still smeared with Peter's blood. He looked down at the headless corpse, his chest heaving violently, but his eyes grew increasingly empty. He had avenged himself but felt utterly empty inside. James and Lily are gone forever. Those 12 years in prison completely destroyed him. Everything is over, yet nothing is over. Blake suddenly felt very tired, so tired that even standing was difficult. He swayed and almost fell. "What are you daydreaming about?" Charlie walked over and kicked Peter's corpse. "Pack up, it's time to head back to the castle." Blake stared at him blankly. "Back to the castle. What else?" Charlie crouched down and turned the stone on the ground into a shroud. "You don't want to clear your name?" Blake's lips moved, but he didn't speak. "Now that you're following me, it's only natural for the boss to help his underlings out." Charlie wrapped Peter's head up, his movements so practiced that one wondered how many times he'd done it before. "Besides, once you regain your legal status, you can help me with some things in the future." Blake stared at Charlie, his throat tightening. "Thanks, let's go." Charlie shoved the wrapped head into Blake's arms and then waved his hand to float the body up. The two men carried Peter's body back into the secret passage. As darkness fell, warm light shone through the castle windows. It was dinner time, and the students and professors were all in the auditorium. The corridors were empty. But Sirius was still somewhat hesitant. After all, he had been a fugitive for so many years. He also believed that he was responsible for the deaths of James and Lily and felt ashamed to face his former friends and teachers. "Maybe I shouldn't go in." "How can we not go in? What's the point if the person involved isn't there?" Charlie glanced at him and said indifferently, "You've already passed the buck, what are you afraid of now?" Blake was taken aback. Yes, Peter is dead, the truth lies within his grasp. That stigma from 12 years ago can now be discarded. Looking at the familiar Hogwarts scenery, Black's tense nerves gradually relaxed. The stone statues in the corridor are still the same few, standing ramrod straight in their armor, and even the portraits on the walls haven't been changed much. His steps quickened involuntarily and his heartbeat accelerated. He wanted to tell Dumbledore the truth. Tell Lupin that he is not a traitor. He also wants to reunite with Harry since he is Harry's godfather. Blake grew increasingly anxious, his steps quickening, and his hands holding Peter's head trembled slightly. Charlie followed behind, his eyes looking rather strange. "The auditorium entrance is right in front of us." Blake took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Squeak, the heavy oak door creaked open and the auditorium fell silent instantly. The students around the long table turned their heads in unison, and the professors at the faculty table stopped eating. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the doorway. Blake was stunned. He glanced down at the package he was carrying, then at the shocked faces of everyone in the auditorium. Oh shit, he forgot that he was still a wanted criminal. The blame was almost lifted, but it's still not lifted. "Ah, yeah, it's Black, Sirius Black." Before anyone could react, screams erupted. The auditorium was in complete chaos. Several first-year girls crawled under the table, someone in Gryffindor spilled pumpkin juice, and a student at the Slytherin table was so startled that he fell off his chair. Professor McGonagall jumped to her feet, wand already in her hand. Professor Flitwick jumped onto the chair and the tip of his cane glowed white. Even the usually slow-moving Professor Sprout pulled out his wand. They'll all turn to petrification. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Immediately imprison them. 7 or 8 incantations shot towards the doorway simultaneously. Blake's face turned pale. "I'm doomed." At that moment, Charlie rushed out from behind Blake and waved his wand. "Save him." A silver shield instantly unfolded, blocking their path. The spells struck the shield, splashing up a burst of light before bouncing off. One stun spell veered off course, striking the ceiling and sending a cloud of dust crashing down. The auditorium fell silent once more. Professor McGonagall still held her wand, but out of trust in Charlie, she didn't cast any more spells. She stared at Charlie in the doorway, her brow furrowed. "Charlie, what's going on?" The auditorium was completely silent, everyone held their breath. Charlie took 2 steps forward. "Professor, he's not a murderer," Charlie said calmly. "The real traitor is dead. What's the meaning?" Charlie briefly recounted what had happened this semester, from discovering that Scabbers was Peter to catching Peter. Of course, they concealed content that was prone to violations, such as the Marauder's map. Professor McGonagall's expression changed several times after hearing this. "Is Peter Pettigrew still alive? Where is he?" To be precise, he was just alive. Charlie waved his wand. In the corridor outside the auditorium, a headless corpse slowly floated in. The body floated to the center of the auditorium and landed with a thud. The students gasped. Several students who were nearby vomited on the spot. They had never seen anything like it before. Blake stepped forward and placed Peter's head next to the body. Nick, who had almost lost his head, looked at the completely headless corpse with extreme envy. The professors in the faculty section remained unfazed. Professor McGonagall stepped down, waved her wand, and conjured a thick blanket to cover the corpse. She crouched down, lifted a corner of the blanket, and carefully examined the face. Professor Flitwick also came over and adjusted his glasses. "It's him, it really is Peter." Dumbledore remained seated in the main seat without saying a word. His blue eyes stared at Blake, a complex emotion flashing in them. "Prefect," Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice very soft, "take the students back to their dormitories." He paused, then looked at Charlie. Charlie stayed. Then Dumbledore's gaze swept across the Gryffindor table where someone looked extremely anxious. "And Harry," Dumbledore said, "stay here too." Harry, having received permission, quickly abandoned Ron, squeezed through the crowd, and ran to Charlie's side. The prefects began to organize the students to leave, but everyone was turning their heads to look this way, as if they wanted to snap their necks. Percy, who was already the student council president, had to yell several times to get the Gryffindors out. The doors to the Great Hall closed, leaving only a few professors, Charlie, Harry, and Black. Professor McGonagall turned around and stared at Charlie. Her expression was very serious. "Charlie, did you kill Peter?" Charlie shook his head. "It wasn't me, it was Professor Snape." Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. After all, beheading a student was indeed going too far. Professor McGonagall walked around Peter's body, her brow furrowed. "This matter must be reported to the Ministry of Magic." "I agree." Dumbledore stood up and stepped down from the platform. His robes dragged on the ground with a slight thud. "But before that, we need to figure out a few things." His gaze fell on Charlie, his eyes gleaming with inquiry. "Charlie, how did you figure out that Scabbers was Peter?" Charlie had already prepared his explanation. "At first I didn't know he was Peter, I just felt that something was off about that mouse." "Something's not right." Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses. "He's lived too long," Charlie said. "Can a normal rat live for over 10 years? I tried using a restoration charm to see if it was an animagus." Professor McGonagall nodded. "That is indeed a point of suspicion." "And then?" Dumbledore asked. "Then it turned back into human form." Charlie shrugged. "I just realized it's Peter Pettigrew." Dumbledore stared at Charlie for a few seconds, then didn't ask any further questions. He turned to Black. "Sirius, I need you to tell me everything, exactly what happened back then." Blake took a deep breath and recounted the events of 12 years ago from the beginning. From his suggestion to change the secret agent, to Peter's betrayal, and then to his imprisonment in Azkaban, his voice trembled slightly as he recounted the events. The auditorium was eerily quiet. Professor McGonagall turned pale, and Professor Flitwick took off his glasses and wiped them again and again. Even Professor Sprout covered his mouth. "So you've been framed." Professor McGonagall's voice trembled slightly. "I spent a full 12 years in Azkaban." Blake nodded silently. Dumbledore remained silent for a long time. He looked at Black, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. "I'm so sorry, Sirius." "It's not your fault," Blake shook his head. "It was my own stupidity to believe Peter." "Don't say that, we can't truly see into people's hearts," Dumbledore said. "What needs to be done now is to prove your innocence." "How can you prove it?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Peter is dead. This requires us to search carefully before the trial and be prepared for the Ministry of Magic to deny something because it would be a scandal for them." "Then now Blake asked cautiously. "I will inform the Ministry of Magic," Dumbledore said, "but you'd better stay at Hogwarts until they arrive. It's safer here than outside." Black nodded. He paused, then looked at Harry. "May I speak to Harry for a moment?" Dumbledore glanced at Harry and chuckled softly. "Certainly." He stepped back to give the two of them some space. Harry stood there at a loss. He looked at Black, unsure of what to say. Blake was also nervous. He opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. "Harry?" Harry responded. The two began to chat haltingly. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, Charlie bid farewell to the professors and left the auditorium. The next day, the students were still discussing what had happened the day before. The impact of a headless corpse is so great that this topic will likely trend on school social media for at least a month. At the Gryffindor table, several younger students were engaged in a heated discussion. "When I saw that head rolling on the ground, I didn't even blink. I wasn't scared at all." "You're lying, you were clearly hiding under the table." "Never mind that, just tell me whether I blinked or not." "You're carrying a dead rat around your waist and pretending to be a hunter. Do you think you're some kind of senior, Charlie?" The students were having a very lively discussion, except for one person who didn't participate at all and kept his head down. That's Ron. Ron's once favorite chicken leg now tasted like nothing at all, and his ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Although it was already known that Scabbers was likely Peter Pettigrew in disguise. But seeing how disgusting Peter Pettigrew looks yesterday, it's hard to accept that he and Peter have lived together for so long. Those images kept flashing through my mind. He slept with Banban next to his pillow. He fed Banban. He even tucked Banban into his clothes to keep warm. Ron took a deep breath, left the long table, and found Charlie. Charlie. Ron pursed his lips, a pleading look in his eyes. Banban. His voice trembled slightly. Is it really Peter? Could there be a mistake? He hoped Charlie would tell him that Peter Pettigrew wasn't his Scabbers so he could fool himself, but Charlie showed no mercy. No, Banban is that old man in disguise. Ron was stunned. Charlie continued. And you've been living, eating, and sleeping with an older man for a long time. Stop deceiving yourself and face reality. Ron was utterly heartbroken and devastated. It's unclear when Snape returned to the castle. He disappeared yesterday after killing Peter. Charlie immediately noticed something was wrong during class today. Snape had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he looked somewhat lost and dejected. His body was still in the classroom brewing potions, but his eyes were utterly empty. Clearly, yesterday's events had stirred up memories of Lily in his mind. Charlie sat in his seat, looking at him with a pitying gaze. Snape was about to begin his lecture when he caught a glimpse of Charlie's face out of the corner of his eye, and he stopped in his tracks. That look was so harsh, like looking at a pathetic wretch. Snape's temples throbbed. I was too emotional yesterday and didn't notice, but it seems Charlie overheard his conversation with Lily. Charlie. His voice was very low. What kind of look is that? Charlie didn't speak but sighed softly, his eyes filled with even more pity. He even shook his head slightly and sighed softly as if to say, alas, how pitiful. Snape's forehead veins bulged and his fingers gripped his wand tightly. It's all right, Professor, Charlie said softly, his tone never so gentle with Snape. It's okay, I understand. Snape took a deep breath. He really wanted to just devour Charlie in one go and send him away. But he couldn't. He could only grit his teeth and say, slowly and deliberately, Hufflepuff deduct 10 points. Charlie nodded, his expression showing even greater understanding, his eyes seeming to say, it's okay, just let it all out. Snape nearly coughed up blood on the spot. He turned around, his back to the students, his shoulders trembling slightly purely from anger. After a class, all he could do was deduct some points from Charlie's college grades, which did nothing to diminish Charlie's pity for him. This is even more painful than killing him outright. Meanwhile, Fudge arrived at Hogwarts with a group of Aurors. He rushed into the principal's office, not even having time to brush the dust off his robe. Dumbledore, you're saying Peter is still alive? Fudge's voice rose several octaves. How is this possible? He died 12 years ago and there's no trace of him. Dumbledore looked at him calmly. His body is here with me. Fudge was stunned. His mind raced. If Peter was really alive, it meant the Ministry of Magic had imprisoned an innocent man in Azkaban while commemorating a true criminal as a hero for 12 years. Although he hadn't become minister when the case was adjudicated, this scandal would drag the entire Ministry of Magic down with him. The public won't care who made the ruling. They'll just criticize the Ministry of Magic for incompetence, dragging the current minister down with them. His approval rating was already low, and with this incident, it's hard to guarantee he won't be impeached and removed from office. Fudge's palms began to sweat. I want to see it with my own eyes, he said. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a body covered with a blanket appeared on the ground. Fudge lifted a corner of the lid, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He recognized him as Peter Pettigrew himself. This means that what Dumbledore said is most likely true, and Peter Pettigrew is the one who sided with Mystic. At this point, Fudge just wanted to cover up the matter and prevent it from affecting his career. He didn't care about the truth. Fudge looked up, forcing a smile. Dumbledore, you know, the Ministry of Magic has been dealing with far too much lately. So, Dumbledore's tone was flat, so if this gets out now, if Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow, what will the public think? They'll think the Ministry of Magic can't even distinguish between the real culprit and the scapegoat. That's simply a fact. Fudge choked for a moment, then gave a dry laugh. That's not how it works. The case back then was indeed somewhat rushed, but what's important now is stability and trust. Dumbledore didn't respond. Fudge cleared his throat, signaling the Aurors to leave. The office door closed and his tone became more direct. We can compensate Blake, we can discuss whatever he wants. Compensation? Dumbledore's voice turned cold. Connolly, he spent 12 years in Azkaban spending his days with Dementors. He deserves compensation. So what do you want? Fudge was getting impatient and insisted on revealing the truth so he could force me to step down. Dumbledore stared at him without saying a word. Fudge took a deep breath and lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Dumbledore, I lost my composure. But if you want me to reveal what you call the truth, what's needed in court is evidence. He pointed to the corpse on the ground. What proof do you have that this is Peter Pettigrew? What if it just looks like him? How can you prove this body isn't a fake? How can you prove he died recently and not that it's a body from years ago that's been preserved until now? Dumbledore remained expressionless. Fudge was somewhat frightened by this, but he still mustered his courage and continued. More importantly, even if it really is Peter, how can you prove he's the one who betrayed the Potters? Black bombed 13 people in the street back then and dozens of muggles witnessed it. Your reasoning is sound. If Peter were a hero, he wouldn't hide. But what's the evidence? Peter is dead now, there's no way to prove it. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then his voice became very faint. Connolly, don't worry about the evidence, it will come on the day of the trial. Fudge's expression changed. He understood the implication in Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore was no longer planning to cooperate with him. Dumbledore, you're going against the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's tone became unusually firm. I'm not at odds with anyone, everything I've done is within the rules, Dumbledore said calmly. Fudge took a deep breath and decided to try a different approach. Since Dumbledore isn't cooperating, let's take Peter's body away first. As long as the body is in the hands of the Ministry of Magic, he has room to maneuver. All right, let's take the body back for identification first. Fudge said, gesturing for Auror to step forward. Dumbledore waved his hand and the office door closed automatically. Even the doorknob was covered in frost. It's safer to leave the body here. His tone left no room for argument. I also have the right to protect the evidence before the trial begins. Fudge froze. He looked at Dumbledore, a chill running down his spine. Just imagine, with such a huge Buddha statue standing there, wouldn't this minister feel comfortable or uncomfortable? But Fudge seems to have forgotten that power always comes from strength. Dumbledore himself represents absolute power in the wizarding world. It's just a matter of whether he's willing to use it. In the end, Fudge could only grit his teeth and leave the principal's office, slamming the door shut behind him as he left. The Aurors followed behind him, none daring to utter a single word. After class, Sirius found Charlie. He held a small silver key and a piece of parchment in his hand, his expression somewhat complicated. Charlie, Blake began, his voice a little hoarse, I'm here to fulfill my previous promise. Blake placed the key and parchment on the table and pushed them toward Charlie. These are the keys to the Black family's vault in Gringotts and the deed to the Black family's old mansion. They're all yours now. Charlie took the two items and examined them for a moment. The parchment was very thick, and the key was indeed the key to Gringotts' high-security vault. Furthermore, I myself will pledge my loyalty to you, Blake added, his tone very serious. Charlie deftly stuffed the keys and land deed into his pocket. He said with a smile. Hey, don't be so polite, I was just joking, you actually took it seriously. Blake's lips twitched. Then don't put it in your pocket. Is that all? Charlie blinked. That's all we have. Most of it is either piled up at home or in the vault, but... Blake cleared his throat. The property and the vault are still nominally in my name because the ownership transfer hasn't been completed yet. A legal identity is required for the transfer of ownership, Blake explained. But I'm still a wanted criminal, so I can't go to Gringotts to complete these procedures. Once the Ministry of Magic's trial is over and I have legal status, I can officially transfer all of this to you. Charlie nodded and weighed the keys in his pocket. What else is there to say, brother? Just for the sake of this fortune, there's no way you'll be allowed back into Azkaban. A few days later, the front page of the Daily Prophet was abuzz with gossip. Peter Pettigrew appears. Sirius Black may be a wrongfully convicted criminal. In the black and white photograph, Peter's lewd face takes up the entire page. The magical world was instantly divided into two factions. The debate lasted all day, spreading from Diagon Alley to the Ministry of Magic. Some people dug up old newspapers from 12 years ago for comparison. Some wrote to the Ministry of Magic demanding a retrial, and others insisted that it was a hoax, attempting to exonerate the Death Eaters in prison. But regardless, everyone is waiting for the same thing, the court hearing. Sirius Black therefore left Hogwarts and temporarily resided at the Ministry of Magic. With Dumbledore around, and many of the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic having been Sirius's comrades, no one dared to do anything to Sirius before the verdict was handed down. Hogwarts appeared to have returned to normal, with students attending classes and gossiping as usual. But Hermione's condition is getting increasingly strange. Her bruises were even more pronounced than Snape's, she walked with a swagger, and her temper had become unusually volatile. She had too many classes and was exhausted. Although she has applied to Professor McGonagall to withdraw from divination and Muggle studies, the new schedule will not take effect until next year. Harry and Ron have learned to avoid her, afraid of getting a severe scolding if they're not careful. The divination classroom was filled with a strong aroma of incense, and Professor Trelawney, wearing thick glasses, moved around the room. "Now, my dear children, gaze into your crystal balls and tell me what you see." Her voice was erratic. "Relax your eyes and let the vision of the future naturally emerge." When it was Hermione's turn, she stared at the crystal ball for a long time. Many people told her that she could get away with just making up stories about death and other unbelievable things, but she didn't want to do that, so she honestly said, "Sorry, Professor, I didn't see anything." Trelawney floated up to her and sighed, "Don't force yourself. Divination does require some talent, and not everyone possesses it." Hermione's face flushed instantly. For a top student who has never fallen behind in their studies since childhood, the most unacceptable thing is that there is something they cannot learn. She had been holding in a lot of anger lately, and this sudden provocation almost caused her to break down. "Perhaps the problem isn't talent, Professor." Hermione's voice was cold. "Perhaps your divination method is fundamentally flawed. Arithmetic divination is the true form of divination." Trelawney's glasses reflected an eerie light in the candlelight. "Miss Granger, I can see that you truly lack spiritual vision. You are merely a pitiful, ordinary person." "I've had enough." Hermione grabbed her schoolbag. "What a waste of time." She turned and stormed out of the classroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Ron and Harry were stunned. They had never seen Hermione so angry. "Hermione actually talked back to the professor," Ron stammered. Harry swallowed hard. "It feels like Hermione's been possessed by Charlie." In the hallway, Hermione leaned against the wall, panting heavily. She felt a little regretful for her impulsive actions, but mostly a sense of cathartic release. But she quickly realized a problem: where to go now. She glanced at her watch. There was still an hour until the next class. She had earned this hour using the time converter specifically for her divination class. Now that the divination class was cancelled, this time was free. The time converter can only travel a maximum of 5 hours per day, and she has already used 3 hours. She can't waste any more. Thinking of this, she subconsciously touched the gold chain around her neck to make sure it was hidden inside her clothes. "Wow, you don't have to work this hard even when rushing from one event to another." Hermione looked up and saw Charlie leaning against the wall, smiling at her. "Honestly, you'll die suddenly if you keep going like this." At this point, Hermione was still in a state where she would kick even a dog if it passed by, and said without any politeness, "If you're willing to do your homework yourself, I won't have to work so hard." Charlie chuckled dryly twice. "I don't understand what you're saying. But the aliens want to treat me to dinner, so I have to go now. Bye-bye." He finished speaking and then disappeared, moving so fast it was as if a Dementor was chasing him. Hermione clenched her fists, resisting the urge to chase after him and beat him up. He then let go, shaking his head helplessly. "Okay, I'll use this time to do Charlie's homework. There's nothing else to do anyway." Evening, Gryffindor common room. Hermione finally finished Charlie's last assignment. The quill fell onto the table and she leaned back in her chair, her eyelids too heavy to lift. The firelight from the fireplace flickered in her vision. She shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake. "I haven't even started my homework." She unfolded the parchment, dipped it in ink, and had just written the title when her gaze fell on the wall clock in the corner. "It's almost 9 o'clock. Hermione put down her pen and calculated her schedule for the day. "I only used the time converter to go back and attend a divination class this morning." She rubbed her temples, her mind a little foggy. How much time is left? 2 hours or 3 hours? Hermione stared at the densely packed to-do list on the parchment, growing increasingly frustrated with each glance. "Never mind, it should be 3 hours. If I finish my homework in an extra hour, I can sleep a little longer tonight." She hid in a corner, pulled a time converter from her collar, and the golden chain gleamed in the firelight. The pointer spins once, twice, 3 times. The surrounding scenery began to distort, the fireplace flames burned backward, and the students in the lounge seemed to rewind. After the dizziness subsided, Hermione stood still in the same spot, the scene still being the Gryffindor common room. She glanced at the table and saw herself sitting there, writing furiously, doing Charlie's homework. Hermione quickly lowered her head, grabbed her schoolbag, and headed for the door. Professor McGonagall emphasized that after traveling back in time, one must not be able to see oneself. She slipped out of the lounge and hurried toward the library. Mrs. Pince was tidying up the bookshelves. When she saw her come in, she didn't say much, but just gestured for her to be quiet. Hermione found a corner to sit down, spread out her parchment, and began to do her homework. The pen scratched softly on the parchment, and before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Hermione was still writing furiously when she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her chest. She paused for a moment, then looked down at her collar. The golden chain was getting hot. You could feel the heat even through the fabric. Hermione's expression changed, and she quickly pulled out the time turner. The gold sand in the hourglass was flowing wildly at a completely abnormal speed. The entire converter was trembling slightly and fine cracks appeared on its surface. Her mind went blank. There are not 3 hours left today, there are 2 hours. She used too much. Before he could finish speaking, the time converter exploded. Golden light instantly engulfed her. The parchment on the table, the quill pen, the ink bottle, everything she had brought to this point in time was glowing. Mrs. Pince turned her head sharply, but the corner was already empty. Only the chair was still wobbling slightly. Hermione is missing. But strangely, no one seemed to realize the problem. Charlie is a Hufflepuff student, and unless he actively seeks out Hermione, he doesn't have much contact with her. It was just a little strange that Hermione wasn't there when Harry and Ron came to see him these past 2 days. However, he simply assumed Hermione was too busy with classes. Just before the transfiguration assignment was due early, Charlie suddenly realized that Hermione hadn't given him the assignment yet. This isn't right. Although Hermione always looked like she was about to kill him, she was never late with her homework. So Charlie found Ron enjoying his breakfast. "Where's Hermione? Why didn't she come for dinner today?" Ron looked up blankly, his mouth full of sausage. "Who? Hermione?" Charlie frowned. "Who is Hermione?" Ron swallowed a sausage. "Which Slytherin friend of yours is this?" Charlie was stunned. "Is this person still half asleep, or did Voldemort possess them last night? Are you crazy? Hermione Granger, the one who's first in the grade, the one you two are really close to, the 3 of you are always inseparable." "Charlie, what are you saying?" Harry turned around and adjusted his glasses. "There have always been 2 of us, there was never any Hermione. And aren't you number 1 in the grade?" Ron added, forking another sausage. Charlie felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at their faces, trying to find any trace of a joke. But no, Harry and Ron's expressions were frighteningly genuine, their confusion was not feigned. Charlie turned and walked away, his pace quickening. He teleported to the Gryffindor common room and rushed straight up the stairs. He kicked open the door to the girls' dormitory, which was unlocked. The third-year girls' dormitory was empty, with only a few beds neatly arranged. Parvati Petal's bed was piled high with divination textbooks. Lavender Brown's bedside table was piled with cosmetics. Charlie looked at each bed, noticing unfamiliar names engraved on the headboards, and that was it. There wasn't a single bed with Hermione's name on it. Charlie stood in the doorway and counted 3 times, but nothing has changed. Charlie took a deep breath, turned around, and went downstairs. There were a few girls downstairs. They had just come back from the restroom, their hair still wet. Several screams rang out simultaneously the moment Charlie was seen. "Ah, boy, how did you get up here?" Some people hurriedly pulled their robes tighter, while others instinctively took a step back. The girl in the lead didn't react much. She simply gathered her half-wet hair, her gaze lingering on Charlie for a moment, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Charlie White, you've gone to the wrong dorm." Her tone was slightly teasing, and she even took half a step forward. Charlie ignored her and asked, "Do you know Hermione Granger, third-year student?" A hint of disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. She exchanged a glance with the people behind her and shook her head. "I've never heard of this person. Granger, is he a freshman? There shouldn't be anyone like that in 3rd grade." Charlie didn't ask any further questions. He snapped his fingers, erasing their memories of this incident, since appearing in the girls' dormitory was difficult to explain. Erasing this small fragment of memory wouldn't have any impact on them. He walked out of the Gryffindor Tower, his mind a complete mess. What exactly is going on? "Perhaps I should ask a professor." Charlie barged into Professor McGonagall's office without even knocking. Professor McGonagall was grading papers when she was startled by the sudden opening of the door, her quill pen leaving a long, dark mark on the parchment. "Mr. White." She looked up, her expression somewhat displeased. "You should knock first." "Professor Hermione Granger," Charlie began directly, "a third-year Gryffindor student, a straight-A student, you should remember her well." Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, then adjusted her glasses. "Mr. White, Hogwarts has never had a student with that name." Charlie's heart sank. "Impossible, she's your student, you even gave her a time converter, a time twister." Professor McGonagall interrupted him, her brow furrowed. "Mr. White, I don't know where you learned about the time turner, but it's an extremely dangerous magical item, strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic and cannot be lent to students casually. But, have you been under too much stress lately?" Professor McGonagall stood up, walked over to Charlie, and asked with concern in her eyes, "Should we go see Mrs. Pomfrey? Perhaps you need to rest for a few days." Charlie didn't continue. He knew that asking further would be pointless. He turned and left the office, where he encountered Percy, who was making his rounds in the hallway. "Percy, do you remember Hermione Granger?" Percy stopped and thought about it seriously. "Never heard of it. What's wrong?" "Nothing." Charlie continued walking, asking everyone he met, But without exception, they all shook their heads in denial, some even thinking he was joking. Charlie wasn't in the mood for jokes and turned to leave. He even went to the underground classroom, found Snape, and told him about a student who always liked to answer questions in his class without permission. Snape's answer was also very direct. If there really were a know-it-all like that in the world, my potions class would probably be a lot easier, he sneered. Unfortunately, no. He paused, then added, Hufflepuff, 5 points deducted for your madness. Charlie stood still, staring at Snape's face. If you don't leave now, I'll deduct 10 points. Charlie turned and left the underground classroom, his pace quickening. He rushed out of the castle and stood on the open grass, the cold wind making him shiver. No one remembers Hermione, it's as if she never existed. Charlie closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Why does this happen? Standing on the grass, the cold wind rushed into his collar and he forced himself to calm down. What's so special about Hermione? He quickly recalled every detail of the semester. Hermione's class schedule, her daily routine, how she always stays up late doing homework. Oh, and the time turbo. The only thing that makes Hermione stand out this semester is that gold chain. She used it to take extra classes, appearing at different locations at the same time. Charlie suddenly opened his eyes. If the time converter malfunctions, he didn't dwell on it and teleported directly to the principal's office. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, holding an old book. When he saw Charlie appear, he put down the book, took off his half-moon spectacles and wiped them. I'm starting to regret giving you apparition privileges. Dumbledore's tone was calm, but Charlie sensed a hint of helplessness in it. Charlie walked to the desk and placed his hands on the surface. He changed his approach, saying that asking Hermione directly wouldn't work as no one remembered her. Principal, what are the dangers of a time twister? Dumbledore stopped moving. He put his glasses back on, his blue eyes fixed on Charlie through the lenses. Charlie seemed a little impatient. The office was eerily quiet. Even the portraits of the principal on the walls seemed to have stopped whispering. Please have a seat. Dumbledore gestured to the chair opposite him. Relax a bit, Charlie. Charlie didn't move but looked at Dumbledore with a clear conscience. Don't worry, Principal, I don't intend to use the time tamper to do anything bad. There was someone forgotten by everyone, no one in all of Hogwarts remembered her, but I remember, only I remember. You suspect there's a problem with the time converter? That's right. Charlie sat down. She's been using a time twister for classes this semester, traveling between different timelines every day. Could that be what caused the accident? Dumbledore remained silent for a long time, his chin resting on his hands. After a long while, he lowered his hands. You might be right, Charlie. Charlie's breathing quickened. The origins of the time turner are unknown, but the Ministry of Magic strictly limits its use to 5 hours per day because unpredictable events can occur beyond that limit. Do you know why? Have no idea. Because space-time does not allow for time travel, Dumbledore said softly. If a person returns from noon to 10 a.m., the person from noon will disappear, while two people will exist between 10 a.m. and noon. This violates the fundamental laws of time. Charlie frowned, but the time converter can clearly do that. It's the energy of the time turner protecting the time travelers, Dumbledore continued. It's deceiving time, making it believe everything is normal. When time returns to midnight, the people from the original timeline will travel back according to what happened, while the time traveler will remain at this point in time. After midnight, only one person will exist on the timeline. Charlie understood. So the time tamper is using energy to maintain this lie. That's right, Dumbledore nodded, but this energy can only last for 5 hours each day if it exceeds this time limit. He paused for a moment. In the Ministry of Magic's records, no one has ever exceeded the time limit for using the time turner, or rather, those who did have all disappeared, leaving no chance to be recorded. Charlie clenched his fist, so Hermione might have been affected by exceeding the time limit. If such a person truly exists, Dumbledore interrupted him, then she's in a very dangerous situation. Once the time converter loses power, spacetime will immediately detect the anomaly. It will correct the error and erase any trace of this spacetime that shouldn't exist, including human memory. Including everything. Dumbledore's tone turned somber. A question suddenly popped into Charlie's head. Why weren't my memories erased? Your Majesty need not remember my kindness. This is what I should do. The system suddenly appeared. Charlie didn't have time to pay attention to its antics, but he understood the general reason. He himself was a transmigrator, having traveled from another world to this one. This kind of interdimensional travel was far more difficult than time travel. The fact that it wasn't erased by the worlds must have been partly due to the system's efforts. Because his soul did not belong to this world, when the spacetime correction occurred, other people's memories were erased, while his own remained intact. Principal, is there any way to bring her back? Charlie looked up. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm sorry, Charlie, I don't know either. If spacetime has already begun to correct itself, then this process is irreversible. But how spacetime will be corrected, and what the result of that correction, no one knows. Charlie fell silent. Although Charlie usually finds Hermione nagging, he can't stand idly by when things get serious. Moreover, a large part of the reason Hermione is so busy is because of her homework. Hermione wouldn't have overused the time turner if it weren't for helping him with his homework. He bears responsibility for this. Charlie stood up, his eyes becoming calm. He wanted to see the person alive or dead. Principal, may I request a time converter? Dumbledore shook his head. Charlie, the time turner is strictly restricted by the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts students are only permitted to use it if they have too much coursework to complete. The course selection period is long over now. He paused. According to regulations, you are ineligible to apply. Charlie did not back down, but I must save her. This is going to be difficult. Dumbledore stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Charlie. The Ministry of Magic won't remove the time turner from the Department of Mysteries at this time. Those things are locked deep inside, and no one can touch them without a special reason. He turned around, his blue eyes looking at Charlie through his half-moon spectacles. You know the rules of the Ministry of Magic, Charlie, Dumbledore said, blinking, a slight crease appearing at the corner of his eye. The doors of the Department of Mysterious Affairs are always open only to authorized personnel. Charlie paused for a moment. Dumbledore added, of course the protective magic of that door is complex, but for certain exceptionally gifted wizards. He paused for a moment. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible to overcome. However, as the principal, I absolutely cannot encourage this kind of behavior. Charlie instantly understood. Who said this old man was the White Devil? Isn't he a bit of a devil? He's determined to break into the Department of Mysterious Affairs. The moment the time turner exploded, Hermione instinctively closed her eyes. The expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes. The library was still the same library. The sky outside the window hadn't changed, and the pages of the open book on the table were still on the same page. The only change was that the time converter in his hand had shattered into golden powder which slipped through his fingers. Mrs. Pince? Hermione asked tentatively. Mrs. Pince walked past the bookshelf, her gaze sweeping over her without lingering, and continued walking. Hermione was stunned. She stood up, walked over to Mrs. Pince, and waved her hand in front of her eyes. No response. Mrs. Pince walked right past her as if she didn't see her, even passing through her outstretched arm. The feeling was strange. It wasn't a collision of physical objects, but rather a kind of penetration into nothingness. Hermione's breathing quickened. She turned and rushed out of the library, running all the way back to the Gryffindor common room. The portrait of the fat lady was dozing off, and Hermione walked right through it. She could actually walk through walls. In the common room, Harry and Ron were playing chess by the fireplace. Harry, Ron, Hermione rushed to them. Neither of them looked up. Ron, your car's going to get eaten, Harry warned. I see it. Ron stared at the chessboard. I'm thinking of a strategy. Hermione stood before them, reaching for Ron's chess piece. Her fingers passed through the white knight as if passing through thin air. She took a step back, bumping into the sofa behind her. But the sofa didn't exist for her. She walked right through it and fell to the floor. No, it passes through the floor and hangs in midair. Hermione struggled frantically, then realized she could control the situation. She thought about standing on the floor, and her body regained its support. She crouched down, hugged her knees, and forced herself to calm down. Don't panic, there's always a way. Harry and Ron can't see themselves, but they'll eventually realize they're missing. The school will send people to look for him, Dumbledore will find a way, and everything will be all right. Hermione waited in the common room all night. The next day, Harry and Ron got up, washed, ate breakfast, and went to class. Throughout the entire process, no one mentioned her name. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5, no one looked for her except Charlie. No one asked where she had gone. Even Professor McGonagall, who was usually the strictest, didn't speak to her about her absence. Even if Charlie still remembered her, it excited her for a moment. But he soon found it was no use. No matter who Charlie talked about her with, the result was the same. This made her even more desperate. Hermione stood in the crowd, watching her classmates pass through her body, listening to them talk about homework, Quidditch, Hogsmeade Village. No one remembered her. She wanted to go home. The moment the thought crossed my mind, the scene before me changed. Hermione stood in front of a house in the suburbs of London, her parents' home. Before she could even process how she got there, she pushed open the door, or rather, walked through it. In the living room, Mom is organizing photo albums. Hermione walked over and saw the photos in the album: family portraits, birthday parties, beach vacations. In every photo, only her parents were in it. She was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't torn off, it wasn't erased, it never existed in the first place. Mom. Hermione's voice trembled. Mom turned the page and continued tidying up. Hermione knelt on the floor looking at the photos. She wanted to cry, but no tears would come. She wanted to scream, but no sound would escape her lips. She wanted to smash something, but her hands passed right through the coffee table, the vase, and the picture frames. This is worse than death. She can see the world, she can sense everything, but she cannot touch it, she cannot communicate with it, and she cannot prove that she ever existed. Hermione had no idea how long she had been kneeling on the ground. By the time she came to her senses, it was already dark. Charlie, she suddenly remembered that Charlie remembered her. Only Charlie had mentioned her name to Harry and Ron. Hermione closed her eyes, thinking about returning to Hogwarts. The next second, she was standing in the corridor outside the principal's office. "Principal, may I request a time converter?" It's Charlie's voice. Hermione walked through the wall and into the office. Charlie stood before Dumbledore, his expression serious. "The doors of the Department of Mysteries are always open only to authorized personnel," Dumbledore said, winking. "Of course, while the protective magic of that door is complex, it might not be entirely insurmountable for some exceptionally talented wizards. However, as the headmaster, I absolutely cannot encourage such behavior." Hermione stood there, staring intently at Charlie's retreating figure. He's going to the Department of Mysteries. He's going to save her. She still has hope. Charlie left the headmaster's office and teleported to the Gryffindor common room. He had no time to hesitate, nor time to devise any meticulous plans. Hermione's condition was precarious. Every second could be her last chance. In the common room of Gryffindor Tower, Harry was sitting by the fireplace reading Quidditch. Ron was slumped over his desk doing his potions homework, looking utterly miserable. "Harry," Charlie walked up to him. "Lend me your invisibility cloak." Harry looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He closed the book, didn't ask why, and simply stood up. "Wait for me." 3 minutes later, Harry came down from the dormitory with a wad of silver cloth and handed it to Charlie. "Be careful," Harry whispered. "Whatever you want to do." Charlie nodded and turned to leave. Ron looked up, watching Charlie's figure disappear through the doorway. "What's he going to do?" "I don't know." Harry sat down again, but even Charlie needed an invisibility cloak, so it must be no small matter. Charlie returned to his dormitory, donned an invisibility cloak, and vanished from the room in an instant. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled what the Ministry of Magic looked like. Phantom transition. When he went to receive the award last time, he remembered that the Ministry of Magic was located under a street in central London, and the entrance was a dilapidated red telephone booth. The farther the distance of the phantom teleportation, the greater the difficulty and the heavier the burden on the wizard. Teleporting from Hogwarts to London is simply impossible for an ordinary wizard. The journey from Scotland to London was so long that even the slightest deviation would have torn him to pieces. But Charlie's magic was far beyond that of ordinary people. This level of apparition only made him feel slightly tired. The oppressive feeling of being teleported dissipated, and Charlie stood on a street in central London. The dilapidated red telephone booth lay ahead, the streets deserted at night. If he could, he would prefer to apparate directly into the Ministry of Magic. However, the Ministry of Magic has anti-apparition protection magic, and those without authorization cannot apparate inside. Charlie didn't have authorization from the Ministry of Magic. He could only enter through the phone booth normally. So he leaned against the wall next to the phone booth and waited. Many wizards come and go from the Ministry of Magic every day. 10 minutes later, a man in a suit walked over. He looked exhausted and yawned as he slipped into the phone booth. Charlie followed him inside. The phone booth was small and Charlie stood close to the wall. The wizard picked up the receiver and dialed a number. "Ministry of Magic, please state the purpose of your visit." "Night Shift, Department of Magical Creatures Control." "Thank you, please wear your badge properly." A silver badge fell out of the coin dispenser, which read Night Shift Personnel. The wizard pinned the badge on and the phone booth began to sink. Charlie held his breath. The invisibility cloak concealed his figure, but if the other person suddenly turned around, they would still collide. Fortunately, the wizard was exhausted and kept his head down, rubbing his temples the whole time until the elevator stopped. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Have a pleasant evening." The wizard rolled his eyes, looking rather displeased. The door to the phone booth opened and the wizard stepped out. Charlie followed him into the hall of the Ministry of Magic. From the moment Charlie stepped into the Ministry of Magic, the system started bombarding him with notifications. Annoyed, Charlie muted the system's notification sounds. The Ministry of Magic is much quieter at night than during the day. Only a few wizards were moving around in the hall. In the center stood a huge golden statue, a wizard sat on a throne, a witch stood beside him, and house elves, centaurs, and goblins were at his feet. Centaurs, goblins, and house elves all looked at the two wizards with adoration. This is clearly wishful thinking from the Ministry of Magic, with wizards as the leaders of all races. Charlie stood there, recalling what Dumbledore had said. The Department of Mysteries is located in the deepest part of the Ministry of Magic, on the 9th floor. He looked toward the golden gate at the far end of the hall, where the elevator entrances to each floor were located. Charlie stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor. The elevator doors slowly closed and began to descend. Outside the golden gates, the hall of the Ministry of Magic gradually moved upwards and disappeared from sight, but soon the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Charlie immediately pressed himself against the corner of the elevator wall and held his breath. Two Ministry of Magic employees dressed in dark robes walked in. One was yawning and the other, carrying a briefcase, looked tired. "Tonight's meeting was a nightmare," complained the wizard carrying his briefcase. "Who says otherwise?" The wizard yawned, rubbing his eyes, and replied casually. They stepped into the elevator, their eyes scanning the button panel. "Huh." The wizard carrying the briefcase paused for a moment, who pressed the 9th button. The yawning wizard glanced over, shrugged. "Probably someone pressed the wrong button." "That's true." The wizard carrying the briefcase pressed a button for the 1st floor. "Besides those silent people who would want to go there." "I've heard there's something dangerous in there," the yawning wizard said in a low voice. "Last time, a new recruit accidentally touched something and was immediately sent to St. Mungo's for 3 months. Their conversation echoed in the elevator. Charlie stood in the corner, his figure perfectly concealed by the invisibility cloak. The elevator continued to descend and soon reached the 9th floor. Ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor. Charlie didn't hesitate and stepped out of the elevator. "Close the door, close the door." The wizard carrying the briefcase immediately pressed the close button, as if afraid something might crawl out of the darkness. The elevator doors closed, and the sound of it ascending gradually faded into the distance. Charlie stood in the corridor on the 9th floor, the silence eerily profound. The torches on the walls cast flickering shadows, illuminating only a small area around him. It was as if the darkness was so thick that even light could not penetrate. There was a large black door in front of us without any signs or handles. Charlie stepped forward, reached out and pushed the door open, and unexpectedly it opened easily. This surprised Charlie somewhat. He had originally thought that the gate to the Department of Mysteries would have complex protective magic and that it would take some effort to break through it. It opened with a simple push. Dumbledore wasn't lying. For some gifted wizards, it really isn't difficult to break through. Even an ordinary person could break through this barrier. Charlie went inside. Before me was a large circular hall. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all black. There was no one in the hall. There were 12 identical doors arranged around the perimeter, each one black and without any markings. Charlie stood in the center of the hall and turned around. 12 doors. Which door has a time converter on the back? Charlie recalled the conversation between the two wizards. They had mentioned the silent ones. There should be staff in the Department of Mysteries. Since the hall is empty, the only place is behind these 12 doors. He chose the nearest door and pushed it open. Several tables were placed in the room, and in the center stood a huge glass tank filled with green liquid. Several pink, wrinkled things floated in the liquid, resembling human brains. Two figures dressed in gray robes were standing in front of the water tank, holding quill pens and writing something down. The door suddenly opened and they turned around abruptly, their eyes wide open. But I didn't see anything. While they were still stunned, Charlie raised his hand and two invisible beams of magic shot out. Soul leaving the body. The eyes of the two silent men instantly became empty and the quill pens in their hands fell to the ground. "Is the time converter here?" Charlie asked directly. The silent man on the left spoke mechanically. "This is the brain hall where the nature of the mind and thought is studied. The time converter is in the time hall. Take me." The two men turned and left the room, Charlie following behind. They crossed the rotunda and walked to a door on the opposite side. One of them raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Footsteps came from inside the door, which opened a crack, and a middle-aged wizard wearing glasses peeked out. "What is it, Nacho?" "Oh, Chris, there's been a bit of an emergency over there. Could you come out and take a look?" Under the influence of the imperious curse, Nacho calmly tried to lure Chris out. Chris was about to speak when he suddenly froze. Something's wrong with the air. His gaze passed over the two men and fell upon the space behind the door. There was nothing there, but his intuition was screaming a warning. Before he could finish speaking, a magical force struck his chest. The middle-aged wizard's eyes instantly lost focus. His body froze on the spot, struck by the imperious curse. Charlie walked into the time hall and closed the door. The room was much larger than the main hall, with a ceiling so high you couldn't see the top. The walls were covered with clocks of all kinds, their ticking sounds rising and falling. In the center of the room was a huge glass cabinet containing 8 golden time converters, each of which was faintly glowing. Just as Charlie was about to reach for the time converter, Chris suddenly spoke up. "Stop, my master." Charlie turned to look at him. Chris said seriously, "If any of these time converters leave the cabinet without prior notification, the alarm will sound immediately. The entire 9th floor will be sealed off, all entrances and exits will be closed, and no one will be able to leave." Charlie's hand froze in midair. "Is there any way to disable the alarm?" Chris shook his head. The use of the time converter requires the signature and approval of the director of the Mysterious Affairs Department. Only the director's wand can deactivate the alarm system. Charlie frowned. If he triggers the alarm, he can't teleport away. He'll have to fight his way out. But he's here to steal, and if he causes too much damage and cripples the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore will definitely be furious. Although the old man supported his decision to save Hermione, he would never allow him to turn the Ministry of Magic upside down, etc. Charlie suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. "It's good that you're throwing a tantrum. If Dumbledore loses his temper, won't that just set him off as a tyrant?" He looked at the time converter in the glass case, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Chris, if the alarm goes off, how many people will the Ministry of Magic send?" "All Aurors on duty, at least 20. With support from other departments, 50 wizards will arrive on the 9th floor within 5 minutes. Charlie nodded. 50 people, that sounds like a lot. However, the number of wizards he faces at the same time won't be overwhelming. Moreover, he has an invisibility cloak allowing him to employ guerrilla tactics. With that thought in mind, Charlie reached out and pocketed all 8 time converters. No, the young master must speak. This time the quantity is huge. His Majesty has forcibly seized it. His tyrannical reputation increases by 100 points. With the system notification, a piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire 9th floor. A red light flashed on the wall and the outermost door clicked as it locked. Charlie turned to the 3 silent men under the imperious curse. Fall to the ground and pretend to be unconscious so as not to reveal that you've been afflicted by the soul-stealing curse. If the Ministry of Magic later discovers that someone has been afflicted by the imperious curse, then old Dumbledore will know that he used the unforgivable curse on someone from the Ministry of Magic. Charlie just wants to rack up some points for being a tyrant. He doesn't want to be eliminated by Dumbledore's humanitarianism. Charlie could never see through Dumbledore. Every time they met, he felt that the other was unfathomable. It's safer to play it safe and develop your strength cautiously first. Don't be reckless. The 3 silent men obediently fell to the ground and closed their eyes. At this moment, the silent figures in the other 10 doors were the first to react. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the rotunda, and Charlie heard at least 7 or 8 people rushing toward the time hall. The first silent person pushed open the door and entered, only to find 3 colleagues lying on the floor. He cautiously raised his wand, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. "Who's here? Come out." He was met with a silent stun spell. The man didn't even have time to react. His body went limp and he collapsed right at the doorway. The silent people outside the door paused for a second, then simultaneously raised their wands and unleashed a barrage of attacks on those inside. They'll all turn to petrification. Obstacles are everywhere. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Various colored magical lights intertwined and flew into the room, striking the walls and leaving charred marks. Charlie hid behind the glass case and waved his wand. The tables, chairs, clocks, and decorations in the room all twisted and deformed in an instant. Sharp claws sprouted from the wooden table legs, and metal pendulums transformed into fangs. In the blink of an eye, dozens of gray wolves emerged from various objects. They let out a low growl, their eyes gleaming eerily, and charged out of the gate in unison. What? The silent man outside the door was overwhelmed by the wolves that rushed towards him before he could finish speaking. Each person was surrounded by at least 5 or 6 gray wolves, their sharp claws tearing at their robes and their fangs biting at their arms. These deformed creations felt no pain. If one was destroyed, others would immediately take its place. Is this transfiguration? How come there are so many? Is there more than one intruder? What are those people up there doing, letting so many people sneak into the 9th floor without a sound? The silent people paid no attention to Charlie in the room. They could only deal with the wolf pack in front of them. Charlie slipped out from behind the door amidst the chaos, his invisibility cloak concealing his figure, his wand tracing an arc in the air. Countless stun spells erupted from the tip of the wand, covering the entire rotunda like a torrential downpour. When the poor are targeted, strike precisely. When the rich are covered in a saturated manner. Those silent ones still locked in combat with the Grey Wolves had no chance to escape and fell one after another. Some attempted to cast the ironclad spell, but the dense spells pierced through the defenses, knocking them unconscious. In less than 5 seconds, all of the dozen or so silent people collapsed to the ground. The Grey Wolves lost their target, wandered around the hall a few times, and finally turned into piles of sawdust and metal fragments scattered all over the ground. The silent men were all defeated, but Charlie knew things were far from over. The Ministry of Magic's alarms were still blaring and the red lights were flashing incessantly. The higher-ups would quickly assemble and corner him here soon. Without hesitation, Charlie raised his wand from a distance and aimed it at the black door of the Department of Mysteries. Thunderous explosion. He held nothing back, channeling magic into the wand at maximum power. The wand even trembled with excitement as it was completely filled. Boom, a terrifying red light flashed, and the black door was instantly blasted into pieces. The entire 9th floor trembled violently, the torches on the walls were completely extinguished, and the aftershocks sent shockwaves flying. Several cracks appeared in the ceiling, and rubble fell down in a flurry. Charlie braved the aftershocks of the explosion and rushed to the elevator shaft. He cast a flight spell on himself, and his body immediately rose into the air, rapidly ascending along the elevator shaft. This flight spell isn't anything special, it's just a variation of the levitation spell. However, very few people can actually do that. Along the way, Charlie saw people jumping off each floor. The wizards in their Ministry of Magic uniforms passed by him one by one, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. Quick, something's happened on the 9th floor. Damn it, who dares to trespass on the Bureau of Mysterious Affairs? Where are the Aurors? Where are they? Charlie, concealed by his invisibility cloak, swept past them like a gust of wind. Normally, such rapid movement, even if one were to remain invisible, would be detected. But now a violent explosion has just occurred on the 9th floor, and everyone is rushing down. Even if someone notices something, they will only assume it's the airflow from the explosion or a collision between colleagues while they're rushing down. Charlie hurried to the 1st floor. The chaos in the elevator shaft made his movements easier. No one noticed an invisible person going against the current. Finally, Charlie burst out of the elevator shaft and landed on the marble floor of the 1st floor. The hall was now in complete chaos. Several wizards on night duty were frantically running downstairs, while others were sending out urgent notifications with their wands. Charlie didn't linger. He headed straight for the elevator that led out of the Ministry of Magic. Just then, a hurried voice came from deep within the elevator shaft. Wait. Everyone listen up. An older Auror gripped the edge of the elevator shaft and shouted down. The intruders may have used invisibility magic. Everyone immediately put on anti-invisibility devices. Activate the anti-invisibility magic circle immediately. Another voice rang out. Damn it, why did it take you so long to think of that? Chaotic footsteps echoed across the floors as people began rummaging through lockers, searching for anti-stealth equipment. Charlie couldn't help but admire the intelligence within the Ministry of Magic. The explosion had barely occurred, yet they had already grasped the concept of stealth and infiltration so quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Charlie had already boarded the elevator, leaving the Ministry of Magic. It has to be said, Harry's invisibility cloak is really useful. Without those detection devices, as long as there is no contact with people, there will be no flaws. The elevator doors slowly closed behind him. In the lobby on the 1st floor, a wizard suddenly froze as he watched the elevator doors close, but the elevator was empty. Who is it? Who's in the elevator? His shout immediately drew the attention of others. Quickly, seal off the elevator. Don't let him get away. Several wizards rushed towards the elevator, their wands aimed at the ascending elevator shaft. Charlie smiled slightly. It was too late to seal off the elevator. Once he was outside the Ministry of Magic's territory, he could simply apparate away. Click. The elevator is stopped on the ground floor. Charlie stepped out of the phone booth, about to use apparition, when a steady voice suddenly came from behind him. Don't move, kid. Charlie stopped moving. Leaving the Ministry of Magic at this time while wearing an invisibility cloak is highly suspicious, the voice continued. Take off your invisibility cloak and let me see who you are. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Could this person see him through the invisibility cloak? However, judging from his tone, he didn't seem to have a clear idea of what he looked like. Put down your wand and put your hands up. The voice carried a hint of impatience. Don't even think about escaping, no one can hide from my eyes. To lower the other person's guard, Charlie slowly raised his hands. The man breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that Charlie's hands were empty. Just then, people from the Ministry of Magic caught up, their hurried footsteps coming from the direction of the phone booth. "Mr. Moody, have you caught him?" Moody responded. "Gotcha, now." Charlie seized the moment when he was distracted and silently unleashed a burst of fluorescent light. The spell, originally intended only for illumination, became as dazzling as the sun in Charlie's hands. A blinding white light erupted instantly, turning the entire street as bright as day. The surrounding wizards screamed in terror and covered their eyes. Moody reacted the fastest, closing his right eye the instant the white light appeared, but his left eye, a magical prosthetic eye, could not be closed. The intense light shone directly into those all-seeing eyes. "Damn it." Moody roared, pointing his wand at where Charlie had been, and a beam of red light shot out. But Charlie had already rolled to the side the instant the spell was cast, and the spell grazed the edge of the invisibility cloak, blasting a charred crater in the ground. Charlie glanced back. Moody's right eye was tightly closed, and his left hand covered his magical prosthetic eye. The scars on his face looked particularly gruesome under the streetlights. Charlie guessed that it was that eye that saw through the invisibility cloak. Don't let him get away. The wizards from the Ministry of Magic all raised their wands, but their eyes were blinded by the bright light and they couldn't find Charlie anywhere. Charlie didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, he vanished from his spot in an instant. The explosion of apparition echoed through the streets. Moody slowly lowered his hand from his eyes, his magical prosthetic eye spinning wildly as he tried to track Charlie's movements. But it was too late. Late at night in the principal's office. The flames in the fireplace suddenly swelled, exploding into a shower of red sparks. Dumbledore was holding a cup of hot cocoa, preparing to enjoy a rare bedtime. Seeing the change in the flame, he sighed and put down the cup. "Is something urgent that comes up so late?" Dumbledore asked, pulling his robe tighter. "Disturbing an old man's sleep is no good, Fudge." Fudge's face emerged from the flames, his forehead covered in sweat and his hair disheveled. "Dumbledore, something terrible has happened." Fudge's voice was urgent. "Someone has broken into the Ministry of Magic and stolen the Time Turner." Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. It seems Charlie understood what he meant. He's very clever. He remained outwardly calm, but a glint flashed in his blue eyes behind his glasses. "Have you caught them?" "No, that person was wearing an invisibility cloak. Moody spotted him but let him escape." "Are there any suspects?" Fudge sighed. "Still nothing. Moody only saw a silhouette. Invisibility cloaks are sold in many places, making it difficult to pinpoint who it was." There are many invisibility cloaks in the wizarding world, but none are as effective as Harry's, and they lose their effectiveness over time. Harry's invisibility cloak is unique. What were the Ministry of Magic's losses? The losses are heavy. Fudge's face was flushed red in the firelight. "All the time converters have been stolen, not a single one left." Dumbledore picked up the hot cocoa and gently blew on it. "All of them." He was somewhat surprised, but it was also expected. It was always good to have a few extra time converters just in case. Dumbledore dismissed Fudge's claim of heavy losses. "Charlie is quite sensible. He shouldn't cause too much of a commotion." Fudge took a deep breath. "The door to the Department of Mysteries has been blown up. The entire door." Dumbledore paused for a moment. "Many facilities in the 12 halls were affected by the aftershocks," Fudge continued. "A dozen or so silent men are injured and unconscious and are still lying in St. Mungo's. A few drops of hot cocoa spilled onto my bathrobe." Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds. "It seems like they don't have a very good sense of proportion." In the dormitory, Justin and Ernie slept soundly, their snores rising and falling. A soft crackling sound rang out and Charlie teleported back to his bedside. He teleported randomly to more than a dozen locations outside, flying several kilometers away before each teleportation to ensure the Ministry of Magic could not track him. Charlie sat on the bed and pulled out the golden time converter from his pocket. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the delicate hourglass. Tiny golden grains of sand flowed slowly inside the glass tube, emitting a faint glow. He recalled what Dumbledore had said in his office, that it was the energy of the Time Turner that protected those who traveled through time from being eradicated by the rules. Hermione's time tamper most likely ran out of energy, which is why the problem occurred. Charlie twirled the time converter in his hand, his mind racing as he considered possible solutions. The most direct way is to use the Time Turner to go back to the day Hermione disappeared and replenish her energy. But this idea is almost impossible to realize. First of all, he had no idea when Hermione had disappeared. Was she in the classroom, or in the library, or in some deserted hallway, and what time? Was it morning or night? Secondly, the Time Turner's safe operating time is only 5 hours. But Hermione has been missing for several days. If she were to use the time turner to travel back in time, would she still be able to return? Finally, how can Hermione be recharged? Would giving her a new time turner work? These are all problems. Compared to the numerous problems, time was pitifully tight. Charlie rubbed his temples. Tonight's operation was successful, but the real challenges have only just begun. He tucked the time converter into his pocket and lay down on the bed. Exhaustion quickly washed over me. Today's journey from Hogwarts to the Ministry of Magic and then back from there has left me extremely exhausted. Charlie's consciousness gradually faded and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Charlie went straight to the headmaster's office, intending to consult Dumbledore's opinion. What? Aren't you afraid Dumbledore will be furious because of what happened yesterday? Let him be. Dumbledore sent us there. We're in the right. What are we afraid of? Upon arriving at the principal's office, Charlie had the gargoyle stone beast open the door. Today's password was giant cockroach pile. It's hard to imagine Dumbledore eating a giant cockroach. The stone beast did not move. Charlie frowned. The password has changed. The stone beast glanced at him. The headmaster isn't here. He's at the Ministry of Magic on some business. Charlie understood immediately. It was most likely something that happened yesterday. However, the principal asked me to tell you, the stone beast said slowly. He doesn't really want to see you right now, so go do whatever you need to do. Charlie frowned. If I knew what to do next, would I be asking you? That old geezer, he's unreliable when it really matters. Charlie stood at the door for a while, then decided to go to the auditorium for breakfast first. Since Dumbledore isn't here, there's no point in waiting. Many students were already eating in the Great Hall. Charlie walked over to the Gryffindor table. Harry. Charlie sat down beside him and took out the invisibility cloak from his pocket. Harry paused for a moment, took the invisibility cloak, asked no questions, and silently put it into his backpack. Charlie picked up a piece of toast and had just taken a bite when the auditorium doors were pushed open. Snape walked in. He surveyed the auditorium expressionlessly. Harry and Ron immediately sat up straight, keeping their eyes fixed straight ahead, afraid of being caught doing something wrong. Snape walked up to the Gryffindor table and stopped. He glanced at Harry and Ron, his voice icy. Potter and Weasley didn't greet the professor. Gryffindor loses 2 points. What? Ron's eyes widened. What are you trying to say, Mr. Weasley? Snape looked down at him. Harry and Ron gritted their teeth, seething with anger. Snape looked away, took a small bottle from his robe and handed it to Charlie. Charlie took the bottle. It contained a golden liquid that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. What's this? Felix Felicis, Snape said expressionlessly. It can increase your luck, making your efforts twice as effective and increasing your chances of success. It can also provide inspiration when you don't know what to do. Dumbledore asked me to give it to you. Charlie was overjoyed. Isn't this exactly what we urgently need right now? Charlie isn't sure what to do next. Whether it's providing inspiration or increasing luck, free is extremely useful for what's to come. Did Dumbledore have Snape give it to me? It has to be Headmaster Dumbledore. He's so methodical and thorough in everything he does. Charlie was about to ask Dumbledore if he had anything else to say, but before Charlie could speak, Snape had already turned and left. Ron and Harry exchanged a glance and spoke almost simultaneously. Charlie, don't drink. Snape is definitely trying to poison you. Charlie glanced at them, then ignored the 2 clowns. He carefully put away the Felix Felicis, took all the time converters, and headed straight for the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Charlie walked in front of the wall 3 times, muttering to himself, I need a room where I won't be disturbed. The door appeared. Pushing open the door, I found myself in a spacious room with bare walls, except for a table and a chair in the center. Charlie went inside and closed the door behind him. He took out Felix Felicis, unscrewed the stopper, tilted his head back and drank it. The golden liquid slid down his throat, carrying a strange warmth. Charlie felt his mind clear, his thoughts more active than ever before. He sat down in the chair and placed the 8-time converters on the table. How to rescue Hermione? Charlie closed his eyes, letting his thoughts wander. Various ideas flashed through his mind, only to be rejected one by one. Just then, an inexplicable impulse surged into my heart. Charlie opened his eyes, his gaze falling on one of the time twisters. He wanted to crush it. Is this the effect of Felix Felicis? Charlie picked up the time converter and hesitated for 2 seconds. 8 were plenty after all, there was no harm in giving it a try. Charlie's right hand transformed into a dragon claw and he suddenly squeezed a time converter. Click. The golden hourglass shattered and a massive surge of energy erupted instantly. Charlie felt a chill run down his spine and magic surged forth, enveloping the energy. The energy surged wildly outward as if trying to break free of its restraints. Charlie gritted his teeth, his magic continuing to contract and squeeze towards the center. The energy is compressed and the volume gets smaller and smaller. But the resistance is also increasing, as if it's trying to break free from the magic's restraints. Beads of sweat appeared on Charlie's forehead. Pressed down again, the magic continued to contract. The energy trembled violently, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. Just when Charlie was feeling the strain and was about to give up, boom, the energy exploded. Charlie's magic was blasted away, but he himself was unharmed. The shockwave from the energy explosion spread from his palm, penetrating his body, the table, and the entire room. These energies cannot harm the material world at all. Charlie stared at the spot in midair where a tiny crack had appeared, almost invisible. A sudden realization dawned on me. The energy in the time converter is used to resist the rules of time, protecting those who travel through time from being eliminated by the rules. Let's call this energy time energy. When it's compressed to its limit and then explodes, it briefly blasts a crack in the originally elusive concept of time. People like Hermione, who were erased from time, hide within this time rift. Charlie raised his hand, wanting to touch the crack. A sense of crisis instantly surged through me. Was this crack dangerous? He stopped what he was doing, thought for a moment, then took all the time converters with him and picked one up, holding it in his hand. The golden hourglass felt slightly warm in my palm. Charlie reached out his hand again. The sense of crisis has disappeared. His fingertips touched the crack. The scene before me remained unchanged. The room of requirement was still the same, with the table, chairs, and walls all in their original places. But Charlie sensed something was wrong. His body seemed to have lost its weight. The time converter in his hand began to release energy, and golden light poured out from the hourglass, covering Charlie. Charlie could clearly feel that this energy was being consumed at a steady rate. He looked down at the time converter. The golden sand in the hourglass is slowly decreasing. Charlie's heart sank. What would happen if Hermione entered this place without a time turner? Will she survive? Charlie quickly ran out of the room of requirement. The castle corridors were empty, except for a few younger students playing around in the stairwell. Charlie ran past them and no one looked up at him. He stopped and reached out to touch the wall. The finger went straight through. Charlie tried pushing open the door next to him, but his hand went right through the wooden door and he couldn't touch anything. He turned to look at the students, strode over, and walked right through one of the boys. Charlie understood. I feel like a ghost now. I can see this world, but I can't connect with it in any way. He ran through 2 floors of the castle, checking every classroom, but there was no sign of Hermione. The chances of running into Hermione while running around like this were too low. He calmed down and began to think about where Hermione might be. Gryffindor common room, dormitory, classroom. Cha thought for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. Where else can Hermione go besides the library? Given her personality, if she encountered such an unknown situation, she would definitely try to find a solution in books. Charlie's heart skipped a beat, and the scene before him instantly changed. The next second he was at the library entrance. Those exiled into the time rift can appear anywhere in the world as long as they think of that place. But there was nothing they could do. You can see it, but you can't touch it. I can hear it, but I can't speak it. For those who can only see the outside world, isn't this a form of torture? Perhaps this is the punishment for violating the laws of time. Charlie went into the library. Mrs. Pintz sat at the front desk, flipping through a thick catalog. Several Ravenclaw students occupied the seats by the window, engrossed in their homework. Charlie walked among the bookshelves, scanning each row. He walked to the deepest part of the library where some of the books were banned. Then Charlie saw it. Beneath the bookshelf against the wall, a faintly visible transparent figure was curled up on the floor. Her long brown hair was scattered on the floor and her body trembled slightly. It's Hermione. Charlie quickly stepped forward and crouched down. Hermione's condition was worse than expected. Her body was as transparent as mist, with tiny specks of light constantly drifting out from her edges and disappearing into the air. Hermione, Charlie reached out and touched her shoulder. Perhaps because they were both in a time rift, he managed to encounter them. But Hermione didn't react at all. Her eyes remained closed. Charlie's heart tightened, and he immediately pulled a time twister from his pocket and placed it on Hermione. Golden energy flowed from the hourglass, enveloping Hermione completely. Hermione's body stopped dissipating, but she still didn't wake up. Charlie frowned and closed his eyes to sense her condition. Hermione's magic was pitifully weak, like a flame that could be extinguished at any moment. Your magic is depleted, Charlie understood. In this place, without the protection of a time converter, magic will be constantly depleted. Hermione has been here for several days and her magic has long since given out. Charlie raised his hand and a faint wisp of magic appeared in his palm. He controlled the wisp of magic, slowly channeling it into Hermione's body. Charlie's magic is so potent that even the Whomping Willow wouldn't be repelled, let alone humans. As soon as the magic entered, Hermione's remaining meager magical energy was rapidly absorbed and restored at a visible speed. Charlie's magic was extremely powerful, just a wisp of it was enough to fully restore her condition. Hermione's body solidified completely, her transparency disappeared and some color returned to her face. Her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. The moment her gaze focused, Hermione saw Charlie crouching in front of her. Tears welled up instantly. She sat up abruptly, grabbed Charlie tightly and trembled all over. Charlie paused for a moment, then reached out and gently patted her back. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to pick you up." To avoid consuming too much time energy, Charlie didn't hesitate to crush a time converter in his hand and use his own magic to squeeze out the bursting time energy. A crisp snapping sound. The raging temporal energy blasted open another tiny crack. But this crack was extremely unstable. The surrounding space was like viscous asphalt, violently squeezing the two of them, trying to prevent them from leaving this exiled dimension. Charlie quickly divided the remaining 6 time-turners equally, giving 3 to Hermione. "Hanging around your neck." Hermione took the time-turner, her fingers still trembling slightly. Charlie glanced at her. "You must stay close to me. Once our energy runs out, we'll be trapped here forever until we completely dissipate." Hermione took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Both of them reached out and touched the crack at the same time. My body suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Charlie felt as if he were made of lead. Every inch his right hand moved required tremendous effort. From the time converter on his chest, gold sand poured out wildly like a leaky sandbag. Simply by raising her hand, Hermione's first time-turner on her chest ran out of energy and the gold dust dimmed. She turned to look at Charlie, a flicker of panic in her eyes. The light emanating from Charlie was also flashing intensely, and the gold dust in the first-time converter had run out. The rules of this dimension are preventing them from leaving, and the rate of consumption is far exceeding expectations. Hermione gritted her teeth, forcing herself to keep moving forward. Every step felt like struggling in quagmire, the surrounding space constantly squeezing her body. The light from the second converter began to dim. Hermione's breathing became rapid. She could clearly feel her energy draining away at an alarming rate. The crack was right in front of them, but the distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The second converter went completely out. Immediately afterwards, the third converter also began to pour out its golden sands. Hermione glanced at Charlie out of the corner of her eye and noticed that he also only had 1 converter left. The gold dust was rapidly decreasing in the glass tube, and the light was growing weaker and weaker. She instantly realized that she definitely didn't have enough energy. But Hermione did not ask for help. Charlie had 3 time changers just like hers, which weren't even enough for himself, so how could he possibly support her? Hermione absolutely did not want to drag Charlie down with her. She stared nervously at Charlie's hand, her mind filled with only one thought, that Charlie would get out. "Although I can't get out, I'm already very satisfied to be able to see Charlie before I completely disappear." Just as their time energy was running out, Charlie's hand finally touched the crack. Hermione let out a long sigh, closed her eyes, and prepared herself to stay there forever. But the next second her wrist was grabbed tightly. Hermione opened her eyes abruptly. Charlie was turning to look at her. "Get out of my way." A surge of magic erupted from Charlie's body, forcefully pushing open the viscous space. Before Hermione could react, Charlie yanked her out of the crack, a flash of space. The two fell heavily to the ground. Hermione paused for 2 seconds, then reached out and touched the floor. A cool sensation came from my fingertips. She sat up abruptly and looked around. "This is the library, a real library. It's not a world you can only look at but not touch. We're out." Hermione's voice trembled slightly. She looked down at her hands, then touched the bookshelf beside her, a truly tangible tactile experience. Hermione suddenly turned around, hugged Charlie tightly, and loudly vented her emotions. "We're out." She hugged Charlie, jumping and skipping, tears streaming down her face. Charlie gently patted Hermione's back to calm her down. It took Hermione quite a while to calm down. She let go of Charlie and suddenly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere around her. The students who had been quietly reading in the library all looked up, staring at the front desk with some apprehension. Hermione followed everyone's gaze and saw Mrs. Pince standing behind the front desk, her face ashen. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no, Mrs. Pince hated it when people talked in the library." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Pince," Hermione said quickly. "I'm so excited." Mrs. Pince gritted her teeth. "Get him out of here." After Hermione was rescued, everything returned to normal. No one realized that Hermione had once disappeared. Ron and Harry discussed potions homework with her as usual at the dinner table, and Neville even complained that potions class was too difficult. Even Professor McGonagall simply called her name in class without any apparent concern. Everyone's memories seem to have been altered. Only Charlie and Hermione know the truth. Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying passage of time. It has no independent consciousness, but it always acts according to the rules. Once someone violates its rules, even the trace of its existence will disappear. If Charlie hadn't rescued Hermione, she would have disappeared from that dimension forever, and no one in this world would remember her. Charlie carefully studied the remaining 6 time converters. The golden sands were completely dimmed, their time energy utterly exhausted. This is different from normal usage returning to 5 hours ago. The latter's gold sand was undamaged and only needed time to replenish its energy. But the former seemed to have a damaged foundation, and several days passed without any reaction. I wonder if this gold sand can still be exchanged. If it's completely ruined, Dumbledore won't hold him accountable, will he? Charlie had some doubts. After this incident, Hermione was completely transformed. The way she looks at Charlie now is different. It's like a devout believer who has found their faith and spontaneously supports Charlie. Even if Charlie said he wanted to attack the Ministry of Magic right now, Hermione would join him without hesitation. That morning, Charlie sat at the Hufflepuff table. Hermione served Charlie his meal, putting all of Charlie's favorite foods onto his plate. They even started peeling fruit for Charlie and preparing dessert while he was eating his main meals. Ron and Harry on the other side were dumbfounded. Ron muttered, "Harry, am I still dreaming?" Harry rubbed his eyes and looked at Hermione again. Is this still Hermione? Is she possessed by a house elf? Or did Charlie turn the house elf into Hermione's likeness? Hermione glanced at them both. Ah, how could ignorant mortals know the bond between us? However, she didn't explain anything, as such a bizarre experience was hard to believe. Just then, a ball of flame appeared out of nowhere in front of Charlie. Phoenix Fox flapped its wings, landed steadily on the table, and handed Charlie a note. Charlie unfolded the note, which read, "Bring Hermione to my office. Password, poop candy." Charlie raised an eyebrow. Is Dumbledore finally done with his work? Charlie and Hermione arrived at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his fingers interlaced on the surface. On the day Hermione was rescued, Dumbledore compared his memories of Hermione with his memories of Charlie searching for him, and he understood everything. Charlie had succeeded. Please sit down. Dumbledore gestured for the two to sit in the chairs opposite him. Charlie didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the remaining 6 time converters and placed them on the table. The gold dust was dull and lifeless, as if its vitality had been drained. All the energy is gone, Charlie said. I don't know if it can be restored. Dumbledore picked up a time turner and carefully examined the gold dust inside through a glass tube. The gold dust has completely run out of energy, and it's very difficult to find this material now. He put down the converter. But that's not important. What's important is that you're back safe and sound. Charlie briefly recounted what had happened while Hermione added details about her experiences in that dimension. After listening, Dumbledore looked at Hermione. Miss Granger, how did you feel about this experience? Hermione was silent for a few seconds, then said earnestly, I was very scared at first, but now I feel I've benefited a lot. This has been a truly magnificent adventure. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. These experiences will become your invaluable assets, allowing you to go further and further on the path of magic. I am proud of your determination and courage in saving your friends, Charlie. Charlie waved his hand. It's nothing, just give me a 700 or 800 points and maybe a few certificates or badges while you're at it. Dumbledore smiled, but it didn't look very friendly. Speaking of bonus points, Charlie, can you tell me why you blew up the Ministry of Magic? Hermione turned sharply to look at Charlie. Wait, they've really started a group fight? Charlie looked completely innocent. At the time, I was trapped in the Department of Mysterious Matters. To avoid being caught and embarrassing the principal, I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Thank you, Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his forehead. In Dumbledore's view, with Charlie's abilities, he could easily make arrangements in advance and keep the situation to a minimum. But now it's common knowledge. The entire wizarding world knows someone has infiltrated the Department of Mysteries, while the Ministry of Magic doesn't even know who the infiltrator is. Dumbledore strongly suspected that Charlie did it on purpose. However, Dumbledore visited the injured, who mostly had minor scrapes, and the spells used to injure them were those that caused them to faint without any lasting effects. Therefore, Dumbledore knew that Charlie hadn't gone all out. Hermione, who was listening to their conversation, realized that Charlie had stolen these time twisters from the Ministry of Magic. Her fingers clenched the hem of her robe, and her eyes welled up slightly. To save her, Charlie not only risked entering that dimension, but also infiltrated the Ministry of Magic and blew up the Department of Mysteries. Speaking of which, Charlie, Dumbledore's tone turned serious. These time changers were obtained through shady means, so this experience must be kept secret and not mentioned to outsiders. Charlie shrugged. I know I didn't plan to tell everyone. Hermione frowned. She looked down at her fingers, the cold touch from that dimension still lingering on her fingertips. That despair, that loneliness, and the surprise and emotion when Charlie appeared, all of these truly happened. Why hide it? Charlie's actions in particular. He risked being trapped in that dimension forever, rushing in without hesitation to save her. At the last moment, he single-handedly pulled her out. Such a legendary experience, such a remarkable feat, is destined to be buried in the dust of time, unknown and forgotten. Hermione grew increasingly resentful. Principal, I understand. She nodded obediently on the surface, but she had already made up her mind. Since I can't say it out loud, I'll write it down. She wanted to record this experience word for word. Every detail, every line of dialogue must be preserved in its entirety. Perhaps it cannot be made public now, but one day the world will know what Charlie White did. Hermione looked up, a determined glint in her eyes. Dumbledore seemed to sense something, glanced at her again, but said nothing. The consequences of losing the time converter quickly became apparent. Hermione's schedule was completely messed up. Divination and divination of arithmetic overlapped, and Muggle studies and ancient runes clashed. She had to choose one, divination of arithmetic or ancient runes. In response to this situation, Professor McGonagall approached her. Miss Granger, where is your time converter? Hermione's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head. I misremembered the time. The journey took more than 5 hours. Professor McGonagall's expression instantly turned serious. What? She walked quickly to Hermione. Are you injured? Do you feel any discomfort? I'm fine, Hermione quickly waved her hand. The time turner just broke. Professor McGonagall frowned even more. She placed her hand on Hermione's shoulder, carefully examining her complexion. This is no small matter, Professor McGonagall said, her voice filled with concern. Time magic is extremely dangerous. You shouldn't have. Professor Dumbledore knows about this, Hermione interrupted. He has examined me and confirmed there is nothing wrong. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment. Dumbledore knows, Hermione nodded. Professor McGonagall was silent for a few seconds, then finally sighed. Now that Professor Dumbledore has confirmed it, I'm relieved. She released her grip. However, your current course schedule will probably need to be adjusted. I know, Hermione said softly. Since you previously applied to withdraw from the Divination and Muggle Studies courses, why don't you withdraw from those two as well? Hermione nodded. After dropping those 2 courses, Hermione finally felt a bit more relaxed at the end of the semester. Exam week is approaching. The final Quidditch match for Gryffindor took place as scheduled, with their opponents being Slytherin. On the field, Harry used his superb flying skills and firebolt to catch the golden snitch, and Gryffindor won. However, the score difference was small, and considering the total points for the entire season, the Quidditch Cup ultimately went to the Hufflepuffs. After the game, Wood stood in the center of the field, looked up at the sky, and remained silent for a long time. Captain, I'm sorry. Harry walked over, his voice filled with apology. Wood turned around, but the look of disappointment he usually wore was gone. He patted Harry on the shoulder. You've done a great job, but the Quidditch Cup is important, but I've learned something this year. Wood looked at the cheering Hufflepuff students in the stands. Failure is a constant in life. This was my only chance, but I didn't seize it. I can't blame anyone else. As Ron listened to Wood's philosophical remarks about life, he pointed to his head at Harry. Damn it, Wood's been knocked unconscious. 2 days later, the final exams were held as scheduled. Charlie sat in the examination room, looking at the history of magic exam paper in front of him, when a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. He pulled a small bottle of Felix Felicis from his pocket. Only a tiny bit remained at the bottom. He tilted his head back and drank the rest of the Felix Felicis in one gulp. Your Majesty is incredibly extravagant. Using Felix Felicis for exams, Tyranny Points plus 100. The warm liquid flowed into my throat, and a wonderful feeling instantly welled up inside me. Charlie didn't even need to think. His pen went straight to the options. It was as if someone was telling him the correct answer.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.